Chapter 22:51. David could be sure that this old man must be a master, and he was the kind whose aura he himself could not detect. Just passing by, you killed 2 of my monsters. You should know that I raised them to eat. Since you killed my monsters, then I can only eat you. You built the fire yourself. Let's see who roasts first. The old man spoke without looking back. David frowned when he heard the old man was going to eat people. Lu Xing's face was pale at this time. He knew they had truly encountered a legendary old monster. Senior, I had no intention of killing your 2 monsters. I can compensate you. I can give you however much money you want, or whatever you desire. We are all friends here. Yes. No one leaves a friend behind. It was impossible for David to let any of them be sacrificed for this old man to eat. Since you are so noble and righteous, then don't leave. 5 people will be enough for me to eat for a few days. The old man said slowly. David frowned when he saw the old man was being stubborn and unreasonable, and killing intent rose in his eyes. Senior, I killed your monster, I can compensate you, but if you insist on keeping us here, then don't blame me for being rude. David's tone turned cold. Ha ha ha, although I am old, I like to chew on hard bones. Don't you dare hold back with me. The old man still didn't look back, laughing loudly. Then don't blame me. David's aura erupted to its extreme. He knew dealing with this kind of opponent required a single, decisive strike, or there would be no chance later. Holy Light Fist. David threw a punch, slamming fiercely into the old man's back, holding nothing back. The terrifying spiritual power was overwhelming, and the fist carried a fierce wind. Even on the sea, David's punch stirred up turbulent waves. But when David punched, the old man didn't move at all. The surrounding trees were all snapped in half, and David also felt a huge countershock force, which made him keep retreating, his body almost falling. This time, David looked at the old man in shock, his face full of incredulity. He knew his own strength best now, yet he hadn't expected that he couldn't budge the old man with one punch, and had even been shaken back himself. At this moment, even Humatzi and the others were struck dumb with shock, left speechless. If even David was helpless against the old man, it seemed their luck had truly run out today. For so many years, you are the first to dare attack me. Since you killed my monsters, I'll have these monsters swallow you as compensation. As the old man spoke, he gently flicked the fishing rod in his hand. Several monsters, as if hooked from the sea, all landed on the island. There were 5 monsters in total, including a turtle, an octopus, and a 4-legged beast. These monsters were all in the martial god realm. They were extremely ugly and disgusting to look at. The old man threw the fishing rod into the sea again, sat quietly, and never looked back. Roar! The 4-legged monster roared and attacked David and the others directly. And the other monsters also attacked. David and the others could only fight back. Because Humatzi and Long Xingshu were low in strength, they could only deal with 1 monster each. David himself was dealing with 2 monsters. The dragon-slaying sword appeared in David's hand, its endless brilliance soaring into the sky, terrifying energy spreading all around. Soon David and the others were locked in battle with those monsters, while the old man sat not far away, as if he could neither hear nor see, staring quietly at the sea. Chapter 22:52. David shouted, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand burst out with dazzling light, the power of the dragon upon it constantly circulating. Slash! David swung his sword. The dragon-slaying sword struck fiercely on the turtle's back. The hard shell emitted a flash of light, David's sword only left a white mark upon it. Roar! Just as David's sword struck the turtle's back, another monster attacked David, its terrifying fangs lunging at him. David's body glowed with golden light, his indestructible golden body activated, golden scales covering his entire form. At this moment, David was like a golden dragon. But when the monster saw David like this, it faltered for a moment, not daring to step forward. And David took advantage of the monster's hesitation, instantly merging his intent with the dragon-slaying sword, and slashed directly. David was surrounded by countless dragon powers, becoming like a sharp sword himself, slamming into the monster. The incomparably sharp energy instantly pierced the monster's body, leaving a hole the size of a person. The monster didn't even have time to scream before it fell to the ground. A martial god realm monster was killed by David. The turtle shifted its slow body, suddenly opened its mouth, and a raging flame shot towards David. David jumped, dodging the flame's attack, landed on the turtle's back, clenched his right fist, a golden dragon coiling around his arm. Holy light fist! David smashed his fist down upon the turtle's back. The turtle, struck by the punch, let out a painful howl, twisting its body desperately, trying to throw David off. David's feet were like heavy weights. He stood firm on the turtle's back, then punched again. After 3 consecutive punches, the hard turtle shell finally cracked. The turtle wailed, its internal organs ruptured, and it died. It was too late for the beast pill to escape. David was already rushing towards the next monster. At this time, David's eyes were red, like a god of slaughter. In the end, all 5 monsters died by David's hand. David looked coldly at the old man's back, then said to Humatsi and the others, "Master Hu, take the beast pills. Consider them a gift to us. Don't let them go to waste." Humatsi and the others began retrieving the beast pills from the monsters' corpses. At this moment, the old man finally put down the fishing rod in his hand, stood up slowly, turned his head gradually, and looked at David. Now David saw the old man's appearance clearly. Although the old man had white hair, there were no wrinkles on his face, and his skin was quite good, like a middle-aged man in his 40s. "You possess such skill at such a young age, no wonder you are arrogant. But in this sea area, I am the only master. Anyone who comes here can only submit." After finishing, the old man waved his palm lightly. Suddenly, like a hurricane, a tremendous force slammed into David and the others. David took a deep breath, exerting the energy of his entire body to its limit, wanting to resist this force's attack. Unfortunately, David's body was like a leaf before this immense power, instantly blown away. And Humatsi and the others, along with the corpses of those monsters, were directly swept away by this force. David's body fell heavily onto a boulder, the boulder shattered, and the indestructible golden body on David shattered and vanished instantly. David stood up slowly, only to feel a pain in his chest, his internal organs churning. Then he spat out a mouthful of black blood. David looked in shock at the old man in the distance, but before he could react, the old man who was 100 meters away suddenly appeared right before David. Chapter 22:53. David could be sure that this old man was definitely not fast, but had teleported and instantly moved in front of him. This must have used space magic, yet he could wield space magic to such an extreme. David grew tense. The old man looked at David, and with a slight lift of his palm, David's body began to rise uncontrollably. In front of the old man, David found he had no power to fight back. He truly couldn't figure out what level of strength this old man possessed to be so powerful. "You have a fine body, but I want to taste your fresh meat." The old man sneered, while David felt his breathing start to become difficult. David struggled with his hands, trying to break free of the restraint. But as David struggled, the old man suddenly froze. The sneer on his face also stiffened, his eyes fixed on the Tianlong ring on David's hand. David glanced at the old man's expression, then looked at his own Tianlong ring, feeling a hint of surprise. Could it be that this old man was also from the Heavenly Dragon Palace? But just as David had this thought, he felt his body loosen, suddenly freed from the restraint, and he fell to the ground. And the old man knelt before David, a look of terror on his face. Old slave Chu Yunchang did not know the hall master was present. This crime deserves 10,000 deaths, deserves 10,000 deaths. The old man knelt before David, his face terrified, his whole body trembling slightly. David looked at the old man kneeling before him and was stunned for a moment. Even if he had the Tianlong ring and was the master of the Tianlong Palace, Chu Yunchang didn't need to be so afraid of him, did he? With David's current ability, this Chu Yunchang could defeat him with a wave of his hand. Why should he tremble in fear? "Are you also a hall of the Tianlong Palace?" David tentatively asked Chu Yunchang. Chu Yunchang nodded and said, "Yes. This old slave has been waiting for the hall master here for over 20 years. Get up. David bade Chu Yunchang rise, then continued, Are you alone on this island? Is the hall just you? David knew the Tianlong Palace had 13 halls, but each hall was a group of people. Chu Yunchang alone could hardly be considered a hall. Hall master, I am the only one on this island, but I am not entirely alone. I also have a group of subordinates. After Chu Yunchang finished speaking, he made a strange sound from his mouth. David had heard this sound before in the sea, when he was chased by those monsters. It was because of this sound that those monsters had left. As the sound from Chu Yunchang's mouth echoed, a stormy turbulence broke out on the sea. Immediately afterwards, monster beasts poked their heads from the water, and some leapt up from the sea. David looked at the dozens of monsters in the sea, his face full of shock, and asked, These are all your subordinates? Yes. But now they should be the hall master's subordinates. These are the monsters I have tamed here over 20 years. Chu Yunchang said. Now David's face was full of embarrassment. After all that fighting, the monsters he killed were his own subordinates. It was truly a case of the goddamn flood washing over the Dragon King Temple, family not recognizing family. Chu Yunchang seemed to sense David's embarrassment and said, Hall Master, these monsters belong to you. If you need them for cultivation, I can have them spit out all their beast pills. No. David waved his hand quickly. Even combined, these beasts wouldn't improve his cultivation much. But with such a group of martial god-level monsters, wouldn't it be majestic to parade them around at sea? Hall Master, I will pass on the method to control these monsters to you. With that, Chu Yunchang taught David how to control the monsters. David couldn't wait to start experimenting and found the monsters were truly obedient, which excited him greatly. Chapter 2254. Chu Yunchang, what realm are you in now? If you were to deal with those families from the hidden world, could you be certain? David wanted to know what level of strength Chu Yunchang possessed, such that he had been powerless against him. Now that those guys from the hidden world were chasing him, David would find a way to destroy them all. Reporting to the Hall Master, this old slave is now an 8th rank martial emperor. To deal with those families from the hidden world, as long as they do not unite, this old slave does not take them seriously. And if those hidden world families dare to come to see, even if they unite, this old slave is not afraid at all. Chu Yunchang said to David. When David heard this, he was immediately shocked. No wonder he couldn't withstand a single move before Chu Yunchang. He was an 8th rank martial emperor. There was more, David was only a 3rd rank martial god now, though he could fight a newly promoted martial emperor. But against an 8th rank martial emperor, David was utterly powerless. Fortunately, this Chu Yunchang was his subordinate, otherwise, he might have died here today. It seems that upon breaking through to the transformation realm, one becomes an immortal cultivator. Can one rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate and generate spiritual power in the Dantian? David asked Chu Yunchang. But Chu Yunchang shook his head slightly and said, The Hall Master does not know. It is not that having spiritual power in the body makes one an immortal cultivator. Immortal cultivators are also divided into body refiners and chi refiners, but those with both talents cultivate simultaneously. The energy produced by body refining is strength, the power radiated through the muscles and joints, called pure power. The power produced by chi refining is spiritual power, drawn from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This spiritual power is stored in the Dantian, and when needed, it can be concentrated in one place and released. Just like current martial artists and immortal cultivators, in fact, the two share the same goal. The ultimate aim is to ascend to immortality. So even if I break through the transformation realm, and even if I ascend to immortality in the future, I do not necessarily need to rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. I don't know if the Hall Master understands. Chu Yunchang explained to David, and David listened in a haze, seeming to understand yet also seeming not to understand. Seeing David like that, Chu Yunchang smiled slightly and said, Hall Master, let me explain it this way. Even if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is lacking, even if there is none, I can still rely on cultivation to become an immortal. When Chu Yunchang said this, David suddenly realized, so a warrior who breaks through the transformation realm does not necessarily change their cultivation method to rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If spiritual energy is abundant, cultivating with it would be good. But since spiritual energy is scarce today, it seems a cultivation method like Chu Yunchang's is more suitable. At this moment, Humatsi and the others came over. They had been blown to the other end of the island by the terrifying force earlier. Worried about David, the group hurried over. "My name is David. Don't call me Hall Master, just call me Mr. Chen." Seeing Humatsi and the others arrive, David hurriedly instructed Chu Yunchang. David didn't want others to know about the Tianlong Palace, because even he hadn't fully figured out what kind of organization it was. Humatsi and the others ran over, originally thinking David would be locked in a fierce battle. Seeing the two standing together as if chatting, they were all shocked. "Master Hu, Brother Lu, let me introduce you. This is Old Chu. We didn't know each other before." David quickly introduced them to Humatsi and the others to avoid any misunderstanding. "I offended greatly earlier. Please forgive me." Chu Yunchang hurriedly apologized to Humatsi and the others. Seeing a top expert like Chu Yunchang take the initiative to apologize, the group was somewhat stunned. With Chu Yunchang. But Chapter 2255. Old Chu, we barged in rudely. Our apologies. Humatsi and the others hurriedly nodded and bowed. "I have nothing to entertain with on this deserted island. We can roast and eat these monsters. They are quite flavorful." After that, Chu Yunchang prepared to roast meat for David and the others. Humatsi walked over to David with a puzzled face. "David, what's going on? What's going on?" David pretended not to know. "Why did this old monster suddenly become so friendly?" Humatsi asked. "I don't know. Maybe he was convinced by my strength," David said jokingly. Humatsi rolled his eyes at David. He knew that definitely wasn't the reason. But since David didn't want to say, Humatsi didn't ask. The barbecue was soon ready, and David and the others began to eat. At the same time, on the mountains by the seaside, Wang Defa from the Tianlai sect had already pursued them here. Along with him was Qisha Jun of the Feishing sect. This Qisha Jun was an elite enforcer of the Feishing sect, his status higher than that of an elder. That Leng Wudao sent Qisha Jun showed how much he wanted David dead. Looking at the vast sea ahead, Wang Defa narrowed his eyes slightly. "Wang Defa, your Tianlai sect's second young master was killed by that David. Did Tong Haiyang send you to hunt him down? Just hope your strength isn't inferior to David's, or you'll end up dead." Qisha Jun said to Wang Defa. Wang Defa snorted coldly but didn't reply, because he knew that as the Feishing sect's trump card, Qisha Jun's true strength was unknown to all, but it was definitely not below his own. Seeing Wang Defa silent, Qisha Jun didn't press further. He looked toward the sea and continued, "That kid must have gone by water. But monsters run rampant in these waters, and there's an old monster blocking the way. They definitely can't escape. Go cut some trees to make a raft. We'll pursue them." Qisha Jun ordered the Feishing sect disciples. Soon, the Feishing sect took action, planning to pursue by water. Wang Defa had been staring at the sea in a daze, his expression very solemn. He knew the dangers of this sea. But remembering Tong Yotsai's tragic death, Wang Defa steeled his heart. "You all go cut trees and make rafts too." Wang Defa ordered the Tianlai sect disciples to cut trees, planning to take to the sea and pursue David. He had to avenge his young master. Just after the people from the Tianlai sect and Feishing sect went to sea, another group appeared where they had stood. This group was from the Burning Heaven sect. Yao Qing watched Wang Defa and Qisha Jun disappearing into the distance, the corner of his mouth twitching. Two idiots, daring to go to sea to pursue him. With just their ability, even if they don't get themselves buried in a monster's maw, they'll be killed by David. With just their two sorry asses, how could they be rivals? Yao Qing knew David's true strength. After all, the Great Protector had said so himself. But the Feishing sect and Tianlai sect didn't know. They always thought David's strength was only at the early martial god stage. Sect Master, what should we do? Should we pursue? A Burning Heavens sect cultist asked. Daring to enter this sea area is seeking death. Let's go back. That David won't survive either, because no one escapes from this sea area. Yao Qing waved his hand and led his people away. He knew David would definitely die. Because with his own strength, he wouldn't dare claim he could pass through this sea area, so David stood even less chance. Sect Master, is there really an old monster in this sea area? Is that old monster really so terrifying that the entire hidden world fears it? Some cultists asked in confusion. Chapter 2256. Yao Qing heard this, a flicker of fear in his eyes. That old monster is the strongest person I have ever seen. That I alone escaped from his hands was pure luck, and that was over 10 years ago. Yao Qing had been targeted by the 3 sects and 6 factions of the hidden world back then, and the entire Burning Heavens sect was almost wiped out, leaving him no place to stay. So Yao Qing thought of finding a foothold at sea. As a result, Yao Qing took hundreds of Burning Heavens sect members and went to sea by boat, planning to find a deserted island and establish his own base. However, he encountered monsters at sea. After fighting a bloody path, they found a small island, but killed a strange old man living there. The old man's attacks were ruthless and lethal. The people Yao Qing brought were quickly killed or injured, but Yao Qing seized the chance to jump into the sea and saved his life. Over 10 years later, Yao Qing still remembered it vividly, so he held this sea area in awe and dared not step into it. At this moment, Wang Defa and Qisha Jun were sailing on the sea. Seeing monster carcasses appear in one area and a large stretch of sea dyed red, they knew a battle had occurred here. This David must be nearby. These monster bodies were clearly killed not long ago. Hurry up. Wang Defa saw the monster carcasses and urgently ordered his men to speed up. Seeing this, Qisha Jun also ordered his people to speed up and pursue quickly. Roar! Suddenly, a tremendous roar spread across the entire sea. The roar was like thunder, and the whole sea began to churn. Seeing this, Wang Defa and Qisha Jun were both stunned, knowing they had encountered a monster. However, the two were not afraid. On the contrary, their faces showed excitement, because such monsters' beast pills were treasures. And David, who was eating barbecue on the island, also heard this roar. Chu Yunchang's brows furrowed, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Someone dares to intrude into these waters. They're seeking death. Hearing this, David knew the enormous roar was an alarm raised by monsters due to intruders. And David could guess that the intruders must have come for him, he just didn't know which sect they were from. These people are probably here to kill me, David said lightly. Hearing this, Chu Yunchang's killing aura grew even stronger. They dare to pursue and kill Mr. Chen? I'll go kill them now. Chu Yunchang stood up to leave but was stopped by David. Old Chu, wait. Let me go see who dares to chase me. If I lose, it won't be too late for you to act. David planned to handle it himself first, then let Chu Yunchang intervene if needed. Now, with Chu Yunchang behind him, David was brimming with confidence. He no longer needed to fear the people from the 3 sects and 6 factions of the hidden world. All right. If Mr. Chen is in danger, send me a signal. Chu Yunchang nodded. David got up and left. Reaching the beach, David used the method Chu Yunchang taught to summon monsters. Then he leaped up, stood on the body of a killer whale monster, and headed toward the source of the roar. At this time, Wang Defa and Qisha Jun were arguing over a monster before them. Qisha Jun, I killed this monster. The beast pill should be mine, Wang Defa said. If I hadn't injured this monster, it would have escaped long ago. You ambushed it when I wasn't prepared. Qisha Jun said with a cold expression. The two sides were at odds over the beast pill, seeming on the verge of a fight. But at that moment, they saw a huge wave rolling in from the distance, getting closer and closer. Wang Defa and Qisha Jun hurriedly looked into the distance and found dozens of monsters beneath the huge waves, their massive bodies churning the sea and stirring up towering waves. Chapter 2257, The Great Battle. Looking at so many monsters, the expressions on the faces of the two men froze, uncertain if it was sorrow or joy. But soon, they saw a figure standing atop a killer whale monster, which surprised them. When he got close, Wang Defa recognized David at a glance. "David, it's David. This guy hasn't escaped yet." After Wang Defa saw David, his eyes turned red. The murder of his young master made his whole body tremble. However, the Chisha Jun frowned slightly. He didn't understand how David could be with the monsters. Moreover, it seemed these monsters were David's mounts, none were attacking him. David came before Wang Defa and Chisha Jun looking at the monster before him that had sounded the alarm, now lying dead on the water after being killed by these people. David's eyes filled with anger. Now, these monsters were already David's subordinates, part of his Tianlong palace. Seeing his own subordinates slaughtered, David was naturally furious. David knew Wang Defa but didn't know Chisha Jun, so he asked, "Who are you? Did you kill this monster?" David's tone carried an indescribable severity, startling Chisha Jun slightly. "I am Chisha Jun of the Feishing sect. Are you David, the one who killed my young master?" Chisha Jun asked David. "Are you talking about that guy who was neither man nor woman? Though I didn't kill him, if it's him you mean, I'll kill him sooner or later," David said lightly. David's words instantly enraged Chisha Jun. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous aura instantly enveloped David. "You arrogant little bastard! I'll kill you today to avenge the young master." Chisha Jun's aura began to erupt, causing waves to rise on the sea. "Humph, even if you don't kill me, I'll kill all of you. You dare kill my monsters? Go to hell." David's aura also began to erupt, ready to fight at any moment. "David, how are these monsters yours? These are monsters that grow in the sea. Do they actually belong to your family? What a fucking joke. But sending us so many monsters all at once, I thank you. So many beast pills are enough for me to cultivate for a long time." Wang Defa looked at David coldly and said, "If you have the ability to take these beast pills, then come." David made a strange sound, and then the dozens of monsters became agitated as if they had heard an order. With loud roars, they attacked the people of the Feishing sect and Tianlei sect. These were all martial god realm monsters, and they were in the sea, the monsters' home territory. As the monsters attacked, the members of the two sects instantly fell into chaos. Amidst shouts and wails, the entire sea was dyed red. Wang Defa watched Tianlei sect disciples constantly being swallowed by monsters. His eyes were full of killing intent, but also deep confusion. He couldn't understand why these monsters would obey David, but now wasn't the time to figure it out. "David, I'll take your life," Wang Defa shouted angrily. A long blade appeared instantly in his hand, its aura rolling as it swept toward David. Meanwhile, Chisha Jun seemed to be playing it smart. Instead of attacking David, he fought a monster, attacking fiercely while constantly watching the battle between David and Wang Defa. David controlling dozens of monsters was beyond Chisha Jun's expectations, so he planned to assess the situation before deciding. If things looked bad, he would immediately withdraw his people. After all, fighting at sea put them at a disadvantage, while these monsters could fight at their full potential. Chapter 2258, One Move to Defeat the Enemy. Facing Wang Defa's attack, David showed not the slightest panic. Against Wang Defa's level, David wasn't afraid at all. The Burning Heaven sect's great guardian, at the peak of 9th rank martial god, had been defeated by David. Wang Defa, a newly promoted 9th rank martial god, could be easily handled by David. Watching the long blade Wang Defa swung over, David swayed slightly and instantly dodged. Wang Defa was stunned. He hadn't expected David to evade his attack so easily. Wang Defa shouted again, 10,000 swords piercing the heavens. The long blade in Wang Defa's hand transformed into countless sword lights, all shooting toward David. David adjusted his breath, his hands suddenly flicking. Countless energy emanated from his fingertips, clashing with the sword lights. Boom! An explosion sounded, then the entire space began to vibrate, and the sea surface surged with huge waves. To deal with Wang Defa, David didn't even use the dragon-slaying sword, fighting barehanded against him. Wang Defa's face turned grave, his eyes narrowing slightly at David. Qisha Jun, who had been fighting monsters, also glanced over from time to time. Seeing David fighting Wang Defa barehanded, he was also very surprised. "You dare seek revenge from me with such pitiful skill?" David looked at Wang Defa, sneered, then grasped at the sea with his right hand. Instantly, a water column rose from the sea surface, caught in David's hand and transforming into a long spear. On the spear, one could see airflow continuously rotating and surging. David threw the spear in his hand at Wang Defa, instantly causing a change in the heavens and earth. A huge vortex began to form on the sea. Feeling this scene, Wang Defa's face turned extremely ugly. He never imagined that David, a mere third-rank martial god, could display such astonishing momentum. Wang Defa gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the long blade in his hand slashed forward, directly striking the spear formed from seawater and shattering it. Seeing this, a sneer appeared on Wang Defa's face. He hadn't expected David's momentum to be so impressive, but his actual strength wasn't that great. But just as Wang Defa grew proud, the shattered spear suddenly solidified again, instantly reforming into a long spear and shooting straight toward Wang Defa. Seeing he couldn't dodge in time, Wang Defa could only cross the long blade over his chest to block the spear's attack. Boom! Wang Defa's body was instantly sent flying, and a crack appeared in the long blade in his hand. Wang Defa's body kept retreating on the sea surface, cutting through waves for hundreds of meters before stopping. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his aura rapidly withered. Seeing this, many Tianlai sect warriors were shocked. Even Wang Defa was no match for David, were they all just courting death? The face of Qisha Jun, who had been observing the situation, changed dramatically, the shock in his eyes beyond words. He hadn't expected David to severely injure Wang Defa in one move. This kind of strength gap was definitely not something he could handle. From the looks of it, David had definitely reached the martial emperor level. When they came, they thought David was a third-rank martial god. This misjudgment of strength meant they could be easily killed by David. At this moment, Qisha Jun felt somewhat fortunate he had kept his guard up. Otherwise, with his peak 9th-rank martial god strength, he would definitely be no match for David. Retreat! Qisha Jun hurriedly signaled the Feishing sect members to evacuate. The Tianlai sect members also wanted to escape, but they were all entangled by monsters and couldn't break free immediately. Chapter 2259. Slaughter. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. David's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He raised his hand, and a huge wave 10 meters high rose from the sea. Then, thousands of arrow-like water projectiles emerged from the wave and shot toward those fleeing Feishing sect members. These projectiles were all condensed from David's spiritual power, covering the sky like a violent storm. The warriors of the Feishing sect, whether martial saints or martial gods, had no way to resist these projectiles. All were instantly pierced through, dead beyond dead. In an instant, the sea surface turned blood red. Watching the men he brought die one by one before his eyes, Qisha Jun's eyes filled with horror. He could only burst out all the aura in his body to form a shield. He no longer had the capacity to manage others. He had to flee desperately to escape this terrifying, purgatory-like place. He regretted agreeing to the sect leader to hunt down this David. He never imagined that a martial artist from the mundane world would have martial emperor strength, which was beyond his comprehension. In the end, Qisha Jun, severely injured, escaped. All the Feishing sect members he brought died on the sea. David did not pursue Qisha Jun. Instead, he walked on the water, step by step, toward Wang Defa. Wang Defa looked at David approaching, felt David's gaze, and his face showed extreme terror. He had just witnessed with his own eyes Qisha Jun leading the Feishing sect members in a desperate, scrambling flight, only for David to wave his hand and slaughter them over the sea. To know that Qisha Jun was stronger than him, yet he dared to pursue David. At this moment, Wang Defa finally understood why Qisha Jun hadn't acted but had secretly observed. "David, don't kill me. Wang Defa, terrified, begged David. I don't want to kill you, but you want to kill me. So why should I spare you? David asked coldly. I came to hunt you just to avenge my son. You said Tong Yukai was killed by the Burning Heaven sect's great protector. I believe you now. After I go back, I'll have the Tianlai sect hunt down and kill the Burning Heaven sect. I will never trouble you again. Wang Defa said hurriedly. Tong Yukai is your son? David asked Wang Defa. Wang Defa nodded but did not speak. A smile appeared on David's face. Then he said, I can spare your life, but while the death penalty may be avoided, punishment cannot be escaped. David finished speaking and struck out with a palm. Wang Defa's right arm was instantly severed. Wang Defa endured the excruciating pain without a word, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. A broken arm meant nothing to Wang Defa. As long as he returned and underwent genetic modification, the arm could be restored. The main thing now was to save his life. You can leave. But let me tell you, that Tong Yukai really was killed by the Burning Heaven sect's great protector. It has nothing to do with me. After speaking, David leaped and jumped onto a monster's back, then galloped away. Wang Defa endured the severe pain and headed toward the shore. Meanwhile, on the mountain range by the sea, Chisha Jun, covered in wounds, gasped for breath. Being able to escape made Chisha Jun feel very lucky. He wanted to return to the Feishing sect as soon as possible and tell Leng Wudao that David's strength was no longer what they knew. But just as Chisha Jun caught his breath and was about to continue, he was suddenly blocked by a group of people. Chisha Jun looked up, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Yao! Yao Qing! Chisha Jun's eyes showed a trace of panic. This Yao Qing was the leader of the Burning Heaven cult. The Burning Heaven cult bore grudges against the 3 sects and 6 factions of the Hidden Realm. Now that Burning Heaven cult members suddenly appeared and blocked his way, Chisha Jun knew he was in trouble. Chapter 2260. As the Feishing sect's top enforcer, yet beaten to such a state by a junior from the mundane world, how utterly disgraceful. Yao Qing looked at Chisha Jun with a faint smile. How do you know? Chisha Jun was very puzzled. How did Yao Qing know? They had fought at sea, and few knew about the pursuit of David. Of course I know. And I also know you're trying to avenge your young master. But even if you killed David, you still couldn't avenge your young master. Yao Qing said with a sneer. Why? Chisha Jun frowned, but quickly remembered what David had said. It was said Tong Yukai and Ling Yun were killed by the Burning Heaven sect's great protector. Now that Yao Qing said this, it seemed what David said was true. So our young master really was killed by your Burning Heaven sect. Chisha Jun narrowed his eyes, an indescribable chill in his gaze. Yes. Both Tong Yukai and Ling Yun were absorbed by our great protector and died. But it's too late for you to know now. Yao Qing said, then slapped his palm toward Chisha Jun. Chisha Jun wanted to dodge but couldn't at all. He was struck dead by Yao Qing. Looking at Chisha Jun's corpse, Yao Qing sneered coldly, throw the body into the sea. After this, the Feishing sect will definitely be at odds with David forever. Yao Qing exuded a cold aura, then turned and left. On the Jiaoyu Islands, David had returned. David, are you alright? Seeing him, Humatsi hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Of course I am. I took dozens of martial god-level monsters and directly beat them into the ground. David said very proudly. Thinking of how he paraded those monsters and showed his power earlier, David felt a surge of relief in his heart. It's really thrilling to hear you say that. Could you pass me the monster control method? I want to try it too. Humatsi was very excited and wanted to try controlling monsters. Forget it. We need to head back too. The Secret Realm conference was about to be held, so David had to hurry back. He didn't have time to play around with Humatsi here. Seeing David's insistence, Humatsi could only suppress his curiosity. After brief farewells, David told Lu Xing and Lu Rui to return, then also bid farewell to Chu Yunchang, ready to go back to Kyoto. But just as David left the Jiaoyu Islands, he suddenly noticed a faint light flickering on the sea surface. "Master Hu, do you see that over there?" David pointed not far away. "What is there?" Hu Matsi looked for a long time but saw nothing at all. "There's a light shining there. Can't you see it?" David was very surprised. Why couldn't Hu Matsi see the light? "There's light there." Hu Matsi was puzzled, then asked Long Xingshu, "Do you see any light?" "No." Long Xingshu shook his head. "See? There's nothing shining at all. You're just seeing things," Hu Matsi said. But David was sure he wasn't seeing things. Although the light was very faint, David could see it clearly. So David walked toward where the light was emitted. Even when they were right before it, Hu Matsi and the others still didn't see the light. This made David feel very strange. Could it be that only he could see the light? "Master Hu, you two wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look." David planned to go into the sea to see what was glowing. "I'll go with you. I want to see if there's really anything. I didn't notice anything at all." Hu Matsi would go into the sea with David to check if there was anything glowing. Soon, David plunged into the water with Hu Matsi. Chapter 2261. After David and Hu Matsi entered the water, they continued to descend. As they went deeper, the light grew fainter and fainter, until their surroundings became pitch black. "David, it's pitch dark here. Where is there anything glowing?" Hu Matsi looked around, feeling a little nervous, and clutched David's shirt tightly. David exuded his aura, forming a barrier around the two of them, and his body kept sinking. "You really can't see a light source?" David looked at Hu Matsi in surprise and asked. "I really can't see. It's pitch black all around. If there were any light, I'd have noticed it long ago. Don't scare me." Hu Matsi looked around, his face turning a little ugly. David didn't speak but frowned slightly as he followed the light source. He didn't understand why Hu Matsi couldn't see the light source, only he himself could. As David and the others sank, they soon entered a very narrow trench. Looking into the darkness and the oppressive trench, Hu Matsi felt some regret. He wished he hadn't come down with David. But it was too late now. He could only clutch David's clothes tightly and continue sinking. After an unknown amount of time, the pitch-black water suddenly became brighter. "What is that?" Hu Matsi also noticed the light at this moment and exclaimed loudly. David also looked toward the light and saw a skeleton emitting light. This made David very curious. He didn't understand how there could be bones in the deep sea. And how could this skeleton glow? David and Hu Matsi approached and saw the bones were crystal clear at this moment, emitting light like crystals. Is this a real human skeleton, or is it made of crystal? Hu Matsi crouched down to observe carefully. The skeleton was very complete, with even the finger bones clearly visible. But why would such a skeleton suddenly appear here? David examined the skeleton carefully and suddenly noticed some special lines on the skull. David hurriedly crouched down and looked closely at the skull. He saw crisscrossing lines on the skull, even with some markings, which David found very novel. "Master Hu, what do you think this is?" David called Hu Matsi over to look carefully at the special lines on the skull. Hu Matsi studied it carefully and then said with surprise, "This seems to be a map. Could it be a treasure map? Look at this place, doesn't it look like the Kunlun Mountains? And here. Hu Matsi pointed out the patterns to David. After hearing this, David realized the map drawn on it really was of this area, and the specially marked location should be some kind of relic treasure or something. After all, thousands of years ago on Earth, immortal sects were everywhere, and all sorts of treasures existed in the world. So it's normal for some relics and treasures to appear now. But who is this person? He actually engraved this treasure map on his skull? And how did his corpse end up here?" David asked. "How would I know? But the bones appearing here were probably someone killed at sea and then dumped here. Plus the environmental effects of the sea caused the bones to crystallize, eventually looking like this. But this light allowed you to spot it from the sea surface. You could say it guided you here." Humatsi couldn't explain the origin of this corpse or why someone would engrave a treasure map on their skull. After all, no normal person would do that. Chapter 2262. David nodded, then placed the skull into his storage ring. He then buried the rest of the skeleton in the sand on the seabed. Whoever this person was, it was a decent burial. David didn't plan to follow the markings on the skull to search for relics or treasures. He had no time. He needed to rush back to Kyoto as soon as possible to make the Secret Realm Conference. "Brother David, Master Hu, what did you find?" Long Xingshu asked curiously when he saw David and Humatsi return from the sea. "Nothing much, just a skeleton. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone," Humatsi said. "Let's hurry. We have to get back to Kyoto as soon as possible." David urged everyone onward. After disembarking, the group took a plane back to Kyoto. Just as David and the others rushed back to Kyoto, the Tianlai sect was shrouded in a dark cloud. Wang Defa, injured, returned to the Tianlai sect and reported the situation to Tong Haiyang. When Tong Haiyang learned David's strength surpassed the peak of the 9th rank martial god, his face turned very ugly. "Defa, Defa." At this moment, Tong Haiyang's wife rushed in anxiously. "Defa, I heard you were injured. Are you alright? How could you not even beat some brat?" "Sister-in-law, I'm fine," Wang Defa shook his head. Tong Haiyang looked at his wife's concern for Wang Defa, his eyes filled with rage, but he kept suppressing it. "Defa, here's a qi guiding pill. Take it and rest well." Tong Haiyang took out a green pill and handed it to Wang Defa. "Thank you, big brother." Wang Defa gratefully took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Seeing Wang Defa swallow the pill, a sneer appeared on Tong Haiyang's face. After Wang Defa swallowed the pill, he felt his internal organs churn violently, followed by severe pain. Wang Defa spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed to the ground. He looked at Tong Haiyang in disbelief and said, "Big brother, what did you give me?" "A poison pill, of course," Tong Haiyang said with a cold smile. Defa, Tong Haiyang's wife looked nervous, then glared angrily at Tong Haiyang and said, "Tong Haiyang, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Of course I'm killing him." Tong Haiyang snorted coldly. "Big brother, why? Why did you do this?" Wang Defa asked with a puzzled expression. "You still have the face to ask why?" Tong Haiyang's eyes narrowed, his whole body erupting with anger. "You pair of shameless adulterers, cuckolding me, do you think I don't know? That Tong Yukai is your son, not mine. Don't think I'm unaware. The reason I let that Tong Yukai go to the ruins of the Narcissus Palace was because I knew those ruins were very dangerous. If he went, he'd most likely die there. I didn't expect him to actually die. What a delight. Then I asked you to hunt down that David, hoping to have him kill you. But who knew he'd spare you and let you return injured? Since he didn't kill you, I won't let you live. After so many years, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Tong Haiyang's aura exploded, instantly enveloping the two of them. Seeing the matter exposed, Wang Defa's face grew increasingly ugly. Tong Haiyang's wife quickly begged for mercy. "Haiyang, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll never dare again." I won't kill you, but you already plotted against me. Don't think you can escape my notice. Adulterous scum, go to hell." With a wave of Tong Haiyang's palm, a tremendous force instantly crushed his wife and Wang Defa into a pulp. Looking at the gruesome deaths of his wife and sworn brother, Tong Haiyang showed no sign of relief. He kept throwing punches, causing the entire room to collapse. Chapter 2263. Dad. Seeing Tong Haiyang's crazed appearance, Tong Yogong's face changed dramatically. Seeing Tong Yugong arrive, Tong Haiyang withdrew his aura and said, "Yugong, immediately take men to arrest everyone close to Wang Defa and execute them all." Tong Yugong, seeing his father's fury, didn't dare to ask questions. He could only nod and say, "Yes." Tong Haiyang's body slowly floated into the air, watching his Tianlai sect fall into a chill. Kyoto. David and the three had already rushed back. Seeing David and the others return, and Humatsi and Long Xingshu recovered, everyone was overjoyed. The first thing Humatsi did upon returning was to take Zhou Jie to his room. Everyone knew what that meant. David, Patriarch Gu came here several times while you were away. It seems he urgently needed to see you, Ji Rushue said to David. During this time, Ji Rushue had been managing the Dragon Gate, which was running smoothly under her care. I see. You've worked hard this time. David looked at Ji Rushue with some guilt. Ji Rushue had traveled thousands of miles to find him, yet he hadn't had much time to accompany her. Ji Rushue never complained, and now she was helping manage the Dragon Gate, which moved David deeply. Doing things for you doesn't feel like hard work at all. Ji Rushue smiled slightly. With a complicated expression, David said apologetically, you know, I have Yuchi, and I will marry her. So if you follow me, you might be destined to have no formal status. Under the monogamous system, David could only have Sonia as his wife. This principle couldn't be changed. I don't mind. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart. Ji Rushue gently leaned on David's shoulder. David put his arm around Ji Rushue's waist, quietly gazing at the blue sky. David didn't stay at Dragon Gate for too long. He went to the Dozong's secret realm to check on Sonia and Xiaoru. Upon entering the secret realm, David was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Because he saw that in this secret realm, there were not only Sonia and the others but two additional girls. And one of the girls was the one David had rescued from the Demon Heart sect. The girl was also startled upon seeing David, her expression full of surprise. David. Seeing David arrive, Sonia happily ran over. Yuchi, what's going on? David pointed to the two unfamiliar girls and asked. They were also captured and brought here. This is Mulan Xian. She's very powerful and has a special physique that allows her to control. I know, she has an earth spirit body and can control rock and soil. David said before Sonia could finish introducing. Sonia was stunned for a moment and asked incredulously, David, how are you so amazing? You can tell. It's not that I'm amazing. It's that we already know each other and have met. Mulan Xian spoke up at that moment. What? You know each other? Sonia was even more confused now. Sister Yuchi, I never expected the boyfriend you talk about all day to be him. I was once saved by your boyfriend. Mulan Xian recounted how David had rescued her when she was chased by the black gold-robed man. However, Mulan Xian had been too frightened at the time to know David's name, and David hadn't known hers either. Hearing this, Sonia suddenly understood, I didn't expect you two to have such fate. Then Sonia introduced the other girl, who also had a special physique. David was a bit puzzled. Why was the Demon Heart sect capturing so many people with special physiques? Though he knew the Demon Heart sect must be up to no good, David didn't know the specifics yet and couldn't stop them. He still had to participate in the Secret Realm conference first and then make plans. After chatting with Sonia and the others in the Dozong's secret realm for a while, David left. Chapter 2264. After leaving the secret realm, David went directly to the Gu residence. He figured Gu Songxing must have been waiting anxiously. Sure enough, upon seeing David, Gu Fuhai hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Chen, you're back. The clan elders are very anxious. Patriarch Gu, the Secret Realm Conference is still a few days away. Why is the Gu family so anxious? David asked in surprise. It's because the number of participants in the Secret Realm Conference is limited. Some sects in the Woman's Secret Realm disagree with the clan elders taking you. Gu Fuhai explained. Oh, I see. Let's go. David nodded. Soon the two arrived at the Secret Realm entrance and directly entered the Woman's Secret Realm. Upon reaching the Gu family, David found several people sitting in the Gu family hall, including Gu Songxing. And Lolo's master, Jiang Wuya, was also there. Seeing David arrive, Gu Songxing and Jiang Wuya stood up to greet him. Mr. Chen, please have a seat. Gu Songxing personally moved a chair for David. Gu Sangsheng's attitude toward David puzzled a middle-aged man sitting nearby. Elder Gu, as a Gu family elder, why are you so courteous to a junior from the mundane world? Even when I come to your Gu family, you've never been this polite to me, right? The middle-aged man joked. Chow Fu, you come to my Gu family 800 times a year, and I can't even shoo you away. It's fine if I don't kick you out, but you want me to be polite to you? Gu Sangsheng glared at the middle-aged man. Ha ha ha, who makes your Gu family's food so delicious? It makes me greedy. Chow Fu laughed. David glanced at Chow Fu, and Gu Sangsheng quickly explained, Mr. Chen, this guy is a loose cultivator named Chow Fu. He's a lone wolf in this secret realm and often freeloads meals at various sects and families. At that moment, Chow Fu looked at David and said, Kid, you do have some strength. In a place like the mundane world, you've managed to cultivate to the soul separation realm. At your age, reaching the soul separation realm is rare. In the mundane world, aside from those in the hidden world, you're probably invincible, right? Chow Fu's words surprised David, who quickly asked, You know about the hidden world? Of course I know. I'm in a secret realm, so I can't stay in the mundane world long term, but that doesn't mean I can't leave the secret realm. I often went to 100 Refinements Pavilion and even bought a few magical tools there. Chow Fu explained. Hearing Chow Fu's words, David smiled but said nothing. There was no longer 100 Refinements Pavilion in the mundane world. At that moment, David kept feeling a faint, elusive divine sense constantly sweeping over him. This divine sense was so faint that if David hadn't focused carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. David suddenly turned his head and found an old man staring fixedly at him without blinking. Behind the old man stood a young man. The old man saw David looking over and averted his gaze. The seemingly non-existent divine sense vanished instantly. Gu Sangsheng, is this the David you insist on bringing to the Secret Realm Conference? The old man asked Gu Sangsheng. From the old man's tone, he didn't seem to respect Gu Sangsheng much. Yes, this is Mr. Chen, whom I wish to take to the Secret Realm Conference. Gu Sangsheng nodded, then introduced to David, Mr. Chen, this is Jin Lifu, Pavilion Master of Zhanyue Pavilion. The one behind him is his son, Jin Yuan. As he spoke, Gu Sangsheng transmitted his voice to David, Mr. Chen, this Zhanyue Pavilion has annexed over a dozen sects in the Human Secret Realm and is now the largest sect here. He was the one opposing your participation in the Secret Realm Conference. Just as Gu Sangsheng finished his voice transmission, Jin Lifu sneered and said, Gu Sangsheng, you're already old. There's nothing you can't say openly. Why be so sneaky? Chapter 2265. After listening to Gu Sangsheng, David smiled awkwardly and said, Lao Jin, your ability is really getting stronger and stronger now, and even my voice transmission can't escape your notice. Ha ha ha, it's good that you know. So I advise you all to submit to me early. When the time comes, our fire sect secret realm will be merged into one, and who from other secret realms would dare to fight with us? Jin Lifu laughed. Jin Lifu, dreaming of us being your lackeys? Stop fucking dreaming. Jiang Wuya snorted coldly. Jin Lifu laughed without saying a word, and everyone took their seats. Gu Yuhan walked up to David with a cup of tea and said with a smile, Mr. Chen, please have some tea. Thank you, Miss Gu. Are you all right now? David asked with concern. I'm all right. Gu Yuhan shook her head gently. The moment Gu Yuhan came out, Jin Yuan, who was behind Jin Lifu, was staring fixedly at Gu Yuhan, his gaze undisguised. Dad, did you forget there's something else to say? At this moment, Jin Yuan whispered in Jin Lifu's ear. I didn't forget. After Jin Lifu finished speaking, he looked at Gu Sangsheng and said, Gu Sangsheng, your daughter has regained her sanity now, and she is very comely. What do you think about our two families becoming in-laws? Then the entire secret realm would be ours. No, I don't like your son. Before Gu Sangsheng could speak, Gu Yuhan said with a look of disgust. Gu Yuhan, what the hell are you talking about? How am I not worthy of you? Jin Yuan asked angrily. I just don't fucking like you. After Gu Yuhan finished speaking, she went straight back to her room. Jin Yuan's face was ashen with anger, and his eyes showed ferocity. Lao Jin, we old guys shouldn't meddle in the children's affairs. Nowadays, we focus on free love. Good Sangsheng said to Jin Lifu. Jin Lifu did not pursue the matter. Instead, he said to Good Sangsheng, you also know the rules of the secret realm. As a person from the secular world, it is impossible for David to participate in the secret realm conference. And for our Firegate secret realm, every spot is very precious. With David's strength, if he participates in the secret realm conference, he won't be able to obtain any resources and will only embarrass the Firegate secret realm. This Firegate secret realm is not your Gu families alone. We have to consider everyone in the secret realm. Jin Lifu once again stated his point of view. Mr. Chen is a member of my Gu family, why can't he participate in the secret realm conference? Moreover, he's using my Gu family's quota. Can you interfere with that? Good Sangsheng said angrily. Although the quota belongs to your Gu family, this David is only at the 3rd level distraction realm. Can he even enter the ring? His strength might allow him to act like a king in the secular world, but in the secret realm, his little strength is utterly insufficient. Jin Lifu said coldly. I just want Mr. Chen to observe, and I won't let him enter the ring, so his level of strength is irrelevant. Good Sangsheng said. If he doesn't enter the ring, I disagree even more. You must know that the ring of the secret realm conference is for their young people. If this David, as a young man, only sits in the stands after going, won't he make our Firegate secret realm a laughingstock among the other secret realms? Jin Lifu said loudly. Jin Lifu, you are overreaching. Although your Zhanyue pavilion is currently the strongest, you are not the master of the Firegate secret realm. Why do you point fingers at others? Chao Fu looked at Jin Lifu with disdain and asked. Chao Fu, you are a mere loose cultivator. Do you even have the right to speak? If you don't behave, believe it or not, I will expel you from the Firegate secret realm. Jin Lifu looked at Chao Fu coldly, his eyes full of menace. You're too damn arrogant. I'm not behaving. Let's see what the hell you can do to me. Chao Fu's temper flared instantly as he shouted loudly. Chapter 2266. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Jiang Wuya hurriedly stood up and said, all right, stop arguing. Since there's no consensus, let's continue discussing. Mr. Chen is now at the 3rd level distraction realm and can enter the ring, but we can't set the bar too high for him. As long as he can win 3 matches. After all, in the end, the major secret realms determine the final ranking based on the total number of wins. As long as Mr. Chen wins 3 matches, we have a good chance of securing a top 3 position in the secret realm conference. Jiang Wuya proposed a compromise. After all, the number of spots to participate in the conference is limited. If David goes and doesn't enter the ring, it would indeed be a loss for the Firegate secret realm. Fine, then let's do as the landlord says. But if David fails to win 3 matches, the Gu family must compensate us for the loss of several resources. Jin Lifu nodded and agreed with what Jiang Wuya said. Good Sangsheng didn't dare to make the decision lightly, so he could only turn to look at David, who nodded slightly. Seeing this, Good Sangsheng said, all right, it's settled then. After the matter was settled, Jin Lifu left with his son. Chao Fu also left, leaving only Good Sangsheng and Jiang Wuya with David. Master Jiang, I'm not familiar with the rules of this secret realm conference. What are the strengths of the participants like? David asked Jiang Wuya. Although David's strength has grown rapidly, he still knows nothing about the secret realm or the strength of its people. Even though he just agreed, it would be embarrassing to lose in the first match, so David needed to know his own capabilities as well as his opponents. Mr. Chen, I'll call my disciple and ask him to have a good chat with you. Although this guy isn't particularly diligent in cultivation, he knows a lot about the secret realms. After Jiang Wuya finished speaking, he lightly pointed a finger in front of him, and a golden light flashed away instantly. David looked at Jiang Wuya's communication method with curiosity, knowing it was something similar to a spell. After a while, a man who was only 1.5 meters tall, wearing thin attire, walked in. He went straight up to Jiang Wuya and said, "Master, what did you call me for?" "Monkey, this is Mr. Chen. He's from the secular world and doesn't know much about the secret realm. You should explain it carefully to Mr. Chen. Remember, answer whatever Mr. Chen asks. You are not allowed to be disrespectful to Mr. Chen. Also, take Mr. Chen around the secret realm," Jiang Wuya said to the thin man. When David heard Jiang Wuya calling his apprentice monkey, he couldn't help but laugh. The monkey didn't mind. He glanced at David with a hint of surprise in his eyes, wondering how a young man from the secular world could make his master so respectful. "Hello, my name is Ho Zhen, and everyone likes to call me monkey." Ho Zhen restrained his curiosity and greeted David. "Hello, my name is David," David said with a slight smile. Ho Zhen's straightforward demeanor instantly gave David a favorable impression. "Mr. Chen, I'll take you around and introduce our fire sect secret realm to you," Ho Zhen said respectfully. David nodded, bid farewell to Gutsangsheng and Jiang Wuya, and then followed Ho Zhen out. As soon as the two reached the door, Guyuhan stopped them. "Monkey, I'll come along with you." Guyuhan seemed very familiar with this Ho Zhen. "Miss Gu, it's all desert outside. It's not like you haven't seen it before. If you want to improve, you should stay at home," Ho Zhen said. "Stop talking nonsense. I also want to see how much you, the guy who claims to know everything about the secret realm, actually know," Guyuhan said with a smile. Seeing this, Ho Zhen could only take Guyuhan out of the Gu family's territory. Chapter 2267. "Mr. Chen, just ask whatever you want to know. There is nothing I don't know about the 8 great secret realms," Ho Zhen said confidently as they walked out of the Gu family grounds. "Brother Ho, what are the rules of this secret realm conference, and what level of strength can the masters in these secret realms achieve?" David asked. "Mr. Chen, you can just call me Monkey. It's more friendly that way." Ho Zhen smiled lightly, then continued, "This secret realm conference hasn't been held for many years. This time, restarting it should have something to do with the recovery of spiritual energy in the mundane world. The rules of the secret realm conference are very simple. Each secret realm sends 10 disciples, and only disciples from the younger generation are allowed. There will be 10 arenas, and they will compete in turns. If a person is defeated, they can choose another arena to fight in. The winner will occupy the arena. However, if a person is defeated 3 times in a row, they will be eliminated. If someone can occupy the same arena from beginning to end, they will be included on the billboard. Those who make it onto the billboard are all gifted and invincible geniuses. So far, there are only 5 masters listed on the billboard. The final results are determined by the total number of victories of each secret realm's disciples. 3 rankings are decided, and the remaining 5 secret realms must provide resources to be distributed among the top 3 secret realms. As for the strongest cultivation realm among these 8 secret realms, I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard that Yao Xinghui, who is number 1 on the billboard, should have reached the peak of the distraction realm by now." Ho Zhen explained everything very clearly to David, worried that David might not understand. The peak of the distraction realm? David was momentarily stunned. If the peak of the distraction realm were translated to martial artists, it would be equivalent to the peak of the God of War realm. David is currently at the 3rd level distraction realm, but dealing with a martial artist at the peak of the God of War realm shouldn't be a problem. From this perspective, David can now compete against the top-ranked players, and the match isn't as difficult as he had imagined. Moreover, the cultivation realms of people in these secret realms don't seem very high. Actually, David didn't realize that while he could fight across a major realm against warriors from the secular world, if he were facing cultivators of the same type, his strength wouldn't allow such a large gap to be bridged. With David's 3rd level distraction realm strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to fight against cultivators at the 5th level distraction realm. However, if he encountered a talented and gifted cultivator, fighting across 2 realms from the 3rd to 5th level would require some effort. David had always been fighting warriors from the secular world and crossing realms with ease, which led him to mistakenly believe he could do the same against immortal cultivators. "Mr. Chen, you don't need to worry too much. Although Yao Xinghui is powerful, you might not even face him. After all, matchups are decided by drawing lots with so many participants. Ho Jin thought David was scared when he heard "Peak of the Distraction Realm," so he comforted him. Little did he know, David wasn't afraid, he was secretly pleased. The three of them walked and chatted. As David gazed at the vast Gobi, he couldn't help but sigh, "Your Fire Gate secret realm is so desolate. There must be few resources here. How do you cultivate? Can you only rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to progress slowly? Mr. Chen, you don't know, the major secret realms don't have abundant resources. That's why they cultivate affiliated families in the secular world. Besides waiting for the recovery of spiritual energy, these families also collect resources and send them to the secret realms. However, with the recovery of spiritual energy, the monster beast secret realm, which had been closed off, has probably reopened as well." Ho Jin sighed. Chapter 2268. The Monster Beast Secret Realm? David was very surprised. How could there be a Monster Beast Secret Realm? "I know about this." Guyuhan overheard and immediately said, "The Monster Beast Secret Realm used to be a resource area for the 8 great secret realms. People from the 8 great secret realms could go there to hunt and kill monsters. But as the recovery of spiritual energy approached, each secret realm rarely went to the Monster Beast Secret Realm to preserve their strength. The entrance to the Monster Beast Secret Realm was closed. I heard it was reopened some time ago. Who knows how much the Monster Beast Secret Realm has grown by now? I wanted to go take a look a couple of days ago, but my dad wouldn't let me." David listened quietly, a look of shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected there to be a special secret realm dedicated to hunting monsters for the 8 secret realms. It was somewhat like a hunting ground specially built by royalty. The more David thought about it, the more he felt that the people who created these 8 secret realms were extraordinary, and that these secret realms weren't just mere refuges. "Monkey, where is this Monster Beast Secret Realm? Can I go take a look?" David became interested in the Monster Beast Secret Realm. A secret realm full of monsters, what a spectacle that must be. This. Ho Jin frowned, his face showing embarrassment. Meanwhile, Guyuhan grew excited and said, "Great, let's go see it. Mr. Chen, my master said that since no one has visited the Monster Beast Secret Realm for so many years, it must be very dangerous to go there rashly now." Ho Jin tried to persuade David. "Let's just take a quick look. If there's any danger, we'll turn back right away." David didn't plan to stay in the Monster Beast Secret Realm for long. After all, his current strength didn't allow it. "Look at you, you coward. We'll teleport over, take a quick look, and come right back. What danger could there be?" Guyuhan shot Ho Jin a disdainful look. Seeing this, Ho Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, let's go take a look, but we come back immediately." After saying this, Ho Jin led David and Guyuhan toward a sand dune. Soon, the three of them stood on the sand dune. Ho Jin recited an incantation, and accompanied by a flash of white light, David felt his vision go dark. When he opened his eyes, he found himself already somewhere else. This is a teleportation array?" David asked in surprise. "Yes, there are many teleportation arrays in each secret realm, but they're all disguised. The sand dune we were on is actually a teleportation array. As long as you recite the incantation, you can go to the secret realm you want." Ho Jin explained. "Then can we also teleport to the Thunder Gate secret realm?" David thought of his mother, who should still be in Zixia Mansion at that time. "Of course. Just change the incantation slightly, and you can teleport to the Thunder Gate secret realm." "But Mr. Chen, what would you do in the Thunder Gate secret realm? It's very dangerous to barge into other secret realms." Ho Jin asked. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking casually." David smiled lightly, then looked around and found a majestic mountain range stretching continuously before them. Dense jungles were everywhere, and the roars of monsters could be heard from a distance from time to time. "Mr. Chen, this is the Monster Beast Mountain Range. I've heard that deep within this mountain range, a Beast King resides, commanding all the monster beasts. I don't know if it's true." Ho Jin said. Can we go up the mountain to take a look? David gazed at the monster beast mountain range, feeling the aura emanating from it, and grew a little excited. After all, these monsters were all excellent cultivation resources. Mr. Chen, we can only walk at the foot of the mountain. We must not go too deep. After so many years, we don't know how far those monsters have developed. If there's danger, we might not even have a chance to call for help here. Ho Jin warned. Chapter 2269. Okay, I see. David finished speaking and started walking toward the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from a bush and went straight for David's face. Just as David was about to strike, Ho Jin reacted quickly. His eyes were sharp and his hands even faster as he instantly threw a flying knife, nailing the black shadow to a tree. Only then did David see clearly that the shadow turned out to be a huge mouse shaped like a wolf dog. Mr. Chen, this kind of mole is the most annoying. There are many of them throughout the entire Monster Beast mountain range. Although they aren't very strong, they love to launch sneak attacks on people. And the beast pill of this kind of mole is too low level, so hardly anyone wants it. If you run into a group of them, it'll be absolutely disgusting. Ho Jin introduced it to David, and it was obvious from his expression that he truly hated these moles. David smiled faintly. It seemed this mouse was hated everywhere. The three continued walking for a while when they suddenly heard the sound of fighting not far away. They immediately rushed toward the noise. They saw several people surrounding a fire wolf. Red flames surged from the wolf's body, and fireballs continuously sprayed from its mouth. The group looked quite embarrassed under the fire wolf's assault, but in the end, they managed to kill it and extracted the red beast pill. When David saw the person holding the beast pill, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. It was Jin Yuan, who had just left the Gu family. Who's there? Sneaking around, come out now. After Jin Yuan put away the fire wolf's beast pill, he suddenly shouted loudly. It was obvious that Jin Yuan had already discovered David and the others. Seeing this, the three could only walk out from their hiding place. When Jin Yuan saw David and the others, his expression relaxed significantly. After all, in this mysterious monster realm, the most terrifying thing wasn't the monsters, it was other people. Robbery incidents happened often. You could finally kill a monster with great difficulty, only to have the beast pill snatched away by people from another secret realm. Young Master Jin is really lucky. To encounter a fire wolf at the edge of the mountain range is quite rare. Ho Jin said with a smile. Monkey, I'm afraid you brought these two into the monster beast secret realm, right? Only the three of you dare to come here. Mr. Chen wanted to see the monster beast secret realm, so we just came to take a look and plan to leave right away. Ho Jin explained. Since you're already here, why rush to leave? Coincidentally, you three can follow me, it'll be safer. When I hunt monsters, I'll give you some of the beast pills. That's better than coming here for nothing. Jin Yuan clearly intended to bring David and the others along. However, David understood Jin Yuan's true intention. He wanted to create opportunities to get closer to Gu Yuhan and show off his strength while hunting monsters. Otherwise, there was no reason for Jin Yuan to be so generous and willing to share beast pills. Ho Jin looked at David. He didn't want to bluntly refuse Jin Yuan's kindness, especially since Jin Yuan was the eldest young master of Zhanyue Pavilion. Since young Master Jin says so, then we'll follow young Master Jin and get some experience. David said calmly. David himself also wanted to spend more time in the monster beast secret realm to observe the strength of the monsters here. Gu Yuhan originally didn't want to agree, but seeing that David had already spoken, she could only nod reluctantly. Seeing their agreement, Jin Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Let's head deeper inside. The monsters on the outskirts are all trash, barely enough to stretch one's muscles. Jin Yuan led everyone toward the depths of the mountain range, while Ho Jin became noticeably nervous. Chapter 2270. As they ventured deeper, increasingly powerful auras surged from all directions, causing even David to frown slightly. Just as everyone was advancing, Jin Yuan suddenly raised his hand and signaled them to stop. He winked at one of his subordinates. The man nodded, leapt into the air, and swiftly moved through the forest canopy. After a short while, the subordinate returned. "Young master, there are more than a dozen people ahead. They should be from other secret realms. I didn't dare get too close, so I couldn't see them clearly," the subordinate reported. "Then let's take a detour and avoid them." Jin Yuan decided to avoid confrontation for now. They had only just arrived and hadn't obtained many beast pills yet. If a conflict broke out and someone got injured, it wouldn't be worth it. "I'm afraid it's already too late," David said slowly. Jin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, more than a dozen auras surged forward, instantly surrounding Jin Yuan and the others. When David saw the people who appeared, he was slightly surprised. It was Lu Chang, whom he had encountered on Penglai Island. Lu Chang also noticed David, and his expression showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected David to appear here. After all, this place was a resource land belonging to the 8 great secret realms. Only people from those realms were allowed to enter. Yet David, someone from the secular world, had actually entered the monster beast secret realm. This shocked Lu Chang. "So it's young Master Lu of Waning Moon Castle. I didn't expect you to come hunting monsters as soon as the monster beast secret realm opened." Jin Yuan clasped his fists politely and greeted him. "Isn't it the same for young Master Jin? I couldn't wait either." Lu Chang replied coldly with a faint smile. "I just arrived and haven't encountered any monsters yet. I wonder what young Master Lu has gained so far?" Jin Yuan asked. Lu Chang shook his head. "I just arrived as well. I haven't obtained a single beast pill yet. If that's the case, why don't we travel together? It's been sealed for so many years. I'm curious what kind of monsters have grown inside. If we encounter high-level monsters, joining forces will make it easier to deal with them." Jin Yuan took the initiative to suggest cooperation. After all, the monster beast secret realm had been sealed for many years. No one knew how dangerous it had become, and Jin Yuan understood this mountain range very well. Lu Chang hesitated for a moment. After glancing at David, he nodded. "Fine. But we'll go together, and the beast pills we obtain will be divided evenly." Jin Yuan smiled and readily agreed. The group grew much larger, and Lu Chang walked closer to David as if unintentionally. David glanced at Lu Chang and noticed that his strength had increased significantly compared to when they met on Penglai Island. His entire presence felt different. This made it clear just how strong the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth was in the secular world. "Young Master Lu." Ho Zhen quickly greeted him. Lu Chang merely nodded slightly, then looked at David and said, "I didn't expect to see you here." "What a surprise. I'm surprised to see you here as well." David smiled faintly. Ho Zhen, standing nearby, was shocked. "Mr. Chen, you know young Master Lu?" "Yes. We met once before." David nodded. "I'm very curious, how is it that you, a loose cultivator from the secular world, are qualified to enter the monster beast secret realm?" Lu Chang asked with confusion. "Young Master Lu, Mr. Chen is now a member of our Gu family. Of course, he's qualified to enter." Gu Yuhan spoke up. Lu Chang glanced at Gu Yuhan, smiled faintly, and said nothing more. Chapter 2271. The group continued deeper into the monster beast mountains. Along the way, they encountered some low-level monsters, but all of them were killed instantly. These people were completely disdainful of low-level monsters and beasts. "Wait a minute." Just as everyone was cautiously moving toward the depths of the monster beast mountains, David suddenly shouted with a solemn expression, causing everyone to stop. "What are you doing, kid? Why did you stop?" Jin Yuan turned around, glared at David, and asked. David ignored him. He slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness rapidly spread out in all directions. Although David's cultivation level might not be higher than Jin Yuan's, his divine sense was far stronger than theirs. When Jin Yuan saw David ignoring him, he instantly became furious and stepped forward to teach David a lesson, but Lu Chang stopped him. Lu Chang looked at David, his expression not very pleasant. On Penglai Island, Lu Chang had personally witnessed David's strength. He knew that although David was only a loose cultivator from the secular world, his strength was not weak at all. "We can't go forward. There's danger ahead." David slowly opened his eyes and warned them. "What danger? Why didn't I sense anything? Could it be that you, a cultivator distracted across the three realms, actually have stronger spiritual consciousness than me? I didn't feel anything at all, yet you say there's danger ahead." Jin Yuan completely disagreed. If there were high-level monsters ahead, he believed he would have sensed them already. "I just said it casually. Believe it or not." David smiled faintly when he saw Jin Yuan didn't believe him. "It would be strange if I believed you." Jin Yuan snorted coldly and was about to lead everyone forward, but David stopped, along with Ho Zhen and Gu Yuhan, clearly unwilling to proceed. Seeing this, Lu Chang also didn't move, which surprised Jin Yuan. "Young Master Lu, you don't believe this guy's words, do you? Can you sense danger? Can you feel the presence of high-level monsters? I think he's just talking nonsense. There's no danger at all." Jin Yuan questioned Lu Chang. "I think it's better to be cautious. Send 2 people to investigate first." Lu Chang said carefully. "Fine." Jin Yuan nodded and immediately ordered 2 men to scout ahead. Although the 2 were terrified, they didn't dare disobey and carefully moved forward to explore. After about 10 minutes, nothing happened. Seeing no movement, Jin Yuan sneered. "See? There's no danger at all. I really don't know what there is to be afraid of." Lu Chang also relaxed and prepared to move forward with the group. But at that moment, 2 terrifying screams suddenly rang out. Jin Yuan and Lu Chang, who were about to leave, froze instantly. Roar! Immediately afterward, a deafening roar shook the heavens, and the ground began to tremble violently. Everyone's expressions turned extremely ugly. The presence approached rapidly. In almost the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. Before anyone could clearly see what kind of monster it was, a wave of scorching heat surged toward them, followed by a violent gust of wind. Everyone hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy and stabilized their dantian, barely holding their ground. However, the towering trees around them were uprooted by the fierce wind and instantly reduced to nothing. Soon, David and the others were blown away along with the surrounding trees, leaving behind a vast open area. The monster's appearance was finally revealed. Roar! The monster raised its head and roared again. David saw that it was a massive tiger, its entire body engulfed in raging flames. It was somewhat similar to the fire wolf they had encountered earlier. Chapter 2272. However, this tiger was far larger than the fire wolf, and its aura was even more terrifying. Flaming tiger! Flaming tiger! Ho Zhen trembled violently as he stared at the monster, his speech stuttering uncontrollably. Seeing Ho Zhen's reaction, David felt puzzled. Although the flaming tiger's aura was terrifying, with so many people present, Ho Zhen shouldn't be this afraid. "Monkey, why are you so scared? Is this flaming tiger really that powerful?" David asked. "Mr. Chen doesn't know. This flaming tiger is the king of beasts. This entire monster mountain range should be its territory. A single flaming tiger isn't that terrifying. With so many of us, we could definitely kill it. But it can summon hundreds of monsters. Once a beast tide forms, we wouldn't even leave behind bones." Ho Zhen explained. David finally understood. What Ho Zhen feared wasn't the flaming tiger itself, but the monsters it could summon. At this moment, Jin Yuan and Lu Chang were also extremely tense when they saw the flaming tiger. They exchanged glances, then shouted loudly, "Attack together! Kill the flaming tiger as quickly as possible and don't let it summon other monsters." After speaking, Jin Yuan and Lu Chang attacked the flaming tiger at the same time. The subordinates they brought also rushed forward. If they failed to kill the flaming tiger quickly and allowed it to summon other monsters, they would have no chance of survival. Facing the combined assault, the flaming tiger roared furiously. Its massive mouth opened wide as raging flames burst forth. 2 disciples of Waning Moon Castle were instantly engulfed and burned to ashes. Lu Chang didn't have time to check on his subordinates. The long sword in his hand stabbed fiercely toward the flaming tiger's neck. Jin Yuan attacked at the same time. Several flying knives flashed with cold light as they shot straight toward the flaming tiger. Sensing danger, the flaming tiger's thick, powerful tail slammed violently, striking Lu Chang and sending him flying. Jin Yuan's flying knives all struck the flaming tiger, but after crisp metallic sounds and bursts of sparks, they were all deflected. Although the attacks didn't injure it, they enraged the flaming tiger even further. It roared furiously, its tail whipping around like a steel whip, striking anyone who got close. Its massive claws were utterly terrifying, one swipe was enough to smash a person's head. In the blink of an eye, several members of Zhanyue Pavilion were killed by the flaming tiger. "David, are you just going to stand there and watch the show?" Jin Yuan roared angrily when he saw that David and the others still hadn't made a move. Lu Chang was also irritated and said coldly, "If we all die here, there's no way you'll escape this flaming tiger either." At that moment, David finally raised his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his grasp. The dragon crystal flickered, and the power of countless dragons gathered rapidly. The dragon-slaying sword erupted with dazzling light. A phantom golden dragon slowly manifested behind David. When the originally violent and ferocious flaming tiger saw the golden dragon, its body froze. Panic flickered in its eyes. Roar! After letting out a roar, the flaming tiger turned around and fled. "We can't let it escape!" Jin Yuan shouted and was about to chase, but Lu Chang stopped him. "Don't chase it. We can't catch up to this kind of monster. We need to leave immediately, or none of us will make it out alive." Lu Chang warned Jin Yuan in a low voice, Chapter 2273. Seeing this, Jin Yuan knew that even if he led people to chase after it, they would not be able to defeat the flaming tiger at all. He could only obey Lu Chang and retreat as quickly as possible. "Mr. Chen, let's leave quickly, or I'm afraid the flaming tiger will soon summon the beast horde." Ho Zhen urged David anxiously. David nodded, and everyone immediately began retreating, planning to leave the monster beast mountains. However, just as they had gone a short distance, the ground suddenly began to tremble, as if some terrifying force was rapidly approaching. David's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. "The beast tide, that flaming tiger has summoned a beast tide." Lu Chang felt the violent shaking of the ground, and his face changed drastically. "Run! Run!" Jin Yuan was also terrified now, shouting frantically for everyone to flee. "It's too late. We must form a defensive barrier immediately, or we won't survive the impact of this beast tide." David felt the overwhelming pressure of the approaching beasts, stopped Jin Yuan, and said urgently, "With just us, what kind of defense can we form? We should run for our lives. If one person can escape, then let one escape." Jin Yuan completely ignored David's words. At this moment, Lu Chang rose into the air. When he saw a vast blur in the distance and countless trees being flattened as if swept by a monstrous wave, his expression changed dramatically. "It's too late. The beast tide is almost here," Lu Chang said with a pale face. By now, everyone could feel the tremors of the earth growing more violent, and an overwhelming, terrifying aura constantly pressing down on them. "Since we can't escape, what should we do?" Jin Yuan panicked completely. Regret filled his heart. He regretted coming here and going so deep into the monster beast mountains. Lu Chang shifted his gaze to David. Although David was not the strongest among them, at this life or death moment, they could only rely on whatever solution David could come up with. "Everyone gather together. Don't spread out." After David spoke, he immediately began drawing special symbols on the ground with tree branches. "A formation? I didn't expect this guy to be a formation master." Jin Yuan looked shocked when he saw the symbols David was drawing. Soon, the special symbols on the ground began to glow. David didn't stop. He continued setting up the formation, carving formation patterns onto the surrounding trees. Before long, the entire area was connected into one complete array. A beam of light enveloped David and the others, instantly giving many of them psychological comfort, easing their panic slightly. However, as David looked at the formation he had set up, there was no joy on his face. He knew very well that this formation would not last long. The only thing it could do was block the first wave of the beast tide, because the first wave was always the most ferocious. "Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be such a high-level formation master. What kind of formation is this? Can it really keep those monsters out?" Ho Zhen asked excitedly. "This formation can only block the first wave of attacks from the beast horde. After that, it'll depend on your own abilities," David answered honestly. Hearing this, everyone's briefly relaxed expressions tightened again. Blocking the first wave is already enough. The first wave of the beast tide is the most terrifying. I believe this beast tide won't last long, and the monsters summoned shouldn't be too strong. After all, it's only a flaming tiger. The ones it summons should mostly be low-level monsters. As long as we unite and don't scatter, we should be able to withstand this beast tide. Lu Chang spoke solemnly. At this moment of life and death, unity was their only chance. Chapter 2274. Jin Yuan also took out his weapon, his gaze cold and resolute. "It seems we can only fight now. Whether we live or die will depend on our luck." Things had come to this point, there was no choice but to give everything they had. Everyone prepared fully, eyes fixed ahead. The ground shook more violently with each passing second, and the breath of death seemed to rush straight toward them. Roar! Accompanied by a monstrous roar, countless beasts roared together, shaking the heavens. Fortunately, everyone present was powerful. If their strength were weaker, that roar alone might have scared them to death. David slowly raised his hands. Beams of light shot into the sky around them, followed by a powerful force descending from above and sweeping outward. Everyone felt the immense power of the formation, as if a copper wall and iron barrier had formed around them. Their hearts trembled with shock. With the power of this formation, breaking it won't be easy, Lu Chang said with emotion as he watched the flowing aura within the formation. He couldn't help but sigh at David's growth. Back on Penglai Island, David's strength had still been weak, but now he was astonishingly powerful. Even if this formation is strong, it can only block one wave of the beast tide. That's not very impressive. Jin Yuan snorted coldly. His words drew displeased looks from many people. He was clearly relying on someone else's formation to survive, yet he was still mocking it. Jin Yuan, if you think this formation isn't impressive, then don't stay inside it. Go out and show us how the dignified eldest young master of the Jin family slaughters the beast tide. Gu Yuhan said coldly, clearly irritated. Her words made Jin Yuan's face alternate between red and pale, leaving him extremely embarrassed. At this moment, David stepped forward and said solemnly, "Everyone, now that the beast tide has arrived, only unity gives us a chance to survive. I don't want anyone holding back to preserve their strength during the battle." David's words were clearly directed at Jin Yuan. If Jin Yuan held back, they would all be in danger. Don't worry. At a moment like this, who would dare not go all out? That would be courting death. Lu Chang replied firmly. Good. Then let's wait. As David finished speaking, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand hummed violently, emitting boundless fighting intent. Everyone was affected by David's presence. They clenched their teeth, eyes blazing with resolve, ready to fight to the death. Just then, the trees ahead began collapsing one after another, and countless monsters surged forward. These monsters were enormous, each bearing sharp claws and long, vicious fangs. When the monsters appeared before them, some people unconsciously trembled, their bodies shaking slightly. There were simply too many monsters, thousands upon thousands, a black tide blotting out everything. Without the protection of the formation, this wave alone would have trampled them all to death. Boom! The foremost monster finally slammed into the formation and was abruptly stopped, then violently rebounded. The monsters behind followed relentlessly, crashing into the formation one after another. Bang! 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 Loud explosions rang out continuously as the monsters collided with the barrier. Many monsters were knocked down, only to be trampled to death by those charging from behind. The monsters at the front wanted to stop, but the ones behind continued surging forward, forcing them to slam into the formation again and again. Soon, piles of monster corpses surrounded the formation, yet the endless tide of beasts continued charging forward. Everyone held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, staring at the monsters just beyond reach. The light of the formation grew dimmer and dimmer. Everyone knew, its collapse was only a matter of time. Chapter 2275. Boom! With another deafening explosion, the brilliance of the formation suddenly shattered into countless points of starlight that scattered across the ground. The formation David had set up was completely destroyed. Kill! Seeing this, David gripped the dragon-slaying sword and rushed forward with a loud roar. Guyuhan followed closely behind him, because she wanted to protect David's safety. Kill! Jin Yuan and Lu Chang also raised their arms and charged forward. They led their subordinates into battle. At this moment, no one dared to hold back. If they didn't fight with everything they had, they would become food for the monsters. David's figure was like a bolt of lightning, constantly weaving through the horde. The dragon-slaying sword continuously harvested the lives of monsters. Jin Yuan and Lu Chang also led their people into fierce combat. Because everyone formed a tight circle and relied on each other, there were no obvious weaknesses, and the massive number of monsters couldn't break through their defense for the time being. Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the monsters that had been attacking non-stop seemed to receive an order and retreated collectively. David and the others were all covered in blood, and many people were injured. Although the injuries weren't fatal, the massive consumption of spiritual energy left everyone gasping for breath. Taking advantage of the brief pause, they tried to catch their breath. Spiritual power lost in battle couldn't be recovered in a short time. If the monsters attacked again, they wouldn't last much longer. If this keeps going, we won't be eaten by monsters, we'll die from exhaustion first. Lu Chang frowned deeply. No one spoke. Everyone knew he was right. Everyone, collect the beast pills. Take advantage of this time to consume some. It might help recover a bit of spiritual power. David called out. After all, the ground beneath them was littered with monster corpses. The fastest way to recover spiritual power right now was beast pills. In such a short time, even if you swallow beast pills, there's no time to refine them properly. Jin Yuan sighed. Refine as much as you can. There's no other choice now. After speaking, David waved the dragon-slaying sword. The insides of several monster corpses flew into the air, and David directly swallowed them. The heart concentration art began circulating rapidly, refining the beast pills inside his body. At the same time, David observed the retreating monsters. They had pulled back about 100 meters and seemed to be waiting for the next assault. On a raised boulder, the flaming tiger stood tall, staring coldly at David and the others. It seems the only way is to capture the thief by capturing the king first. David fixed his gaze on the flaming tiger. He knew that as long as it was killed, the entire beast horde would scatter. However, killing the flaming tiger wouldn't be easy. The ground was swarming with monsters, so the only option was an aerial assault. Roar! The flaming tiger seemed to sense David's intention. It roared toward the sky, and hundreds of monsters began moving again. You block the monsters. I'll kill the flaming tiger. Only by killing it can this beast tide be dispersed. David said to Jin Yuan and Lu Chang. It was impossible to kill so many monsters. Their spiritual power couldn't support such a prolonged battle. The only option was to strike directly at the leader. David, with your strength, you might be able to kill the flaming tiger, but I think I should try instead. Jin Yuan volunteered. He wasn't worried about David's safety, he was acting purely out of selfish motives. If he killed the flaming tiger, the beast pill would be his. And the beast pill of a flaming tiger was an invaluable treasure. Chapter 2276. Before David could respond, Jin Yuan leaped into the air and charged straight toward the flaming tiger. Everyone else continued fighting the monsters on the ground. No one paid attention to Jin Yuan. However, just as Jin Yuan rose into the air, a sharp roar rang out. More than a dozen massive eagles suddenly burst forth from above, rushing straight toward him. Caught off guard, Jin Yuan was instantly surrounded. Sharp claws tore into his body, leaving bloody wounds everywhere. It was clear that the flaming tiger had been prepared for this. It knew someone would attack from the air and had already set up an ambush. If Jin Yuan hadn't rushed ahead, the one ambushed would have been David. I didn't expect this beast to be so cunning, able to assess the situation and set traps. David couldn't help feeling astonished. When monsters cultivate to a certain level, they awaken intelligence and can think like humans. Some monsters can even continue cultivating, transform into human form, and eventually achieve immortality. There are countless paths to immortality. As long as one perseveres, enlightenment can be achieved. After being injured by the ambush, Jin Yuan adjusted briefly, then instantly drew out his flying knives and hurled them at the eagles. Several flying knives tore through the air like lightning, radiating terrifying sharpness. Several eagles were pierced and fell screaming from the sky. It was clear that Jin Yuan's strength was not weak. He had simply been too eager to kill the flaming tiger and had paid the price. Roar! The flaming tiger roared again, and soon countless flying monsters surged toward them. The sky darkened, like a massive black cloud rolling in. Jin Yuan was stunned by the sight. Even if these monsters stood still and let him kill them, he would be exhausted to death. Seeing this, David leaped into the air. Golden light flashed from his fingertips as streaks of energy shot out like bullets toward the flying beasts. Large numbers of flying monsters screamed as they fell from the sky. But there were simply too many. Even with David's relentless attacks, the tide couldn't be stopped. What the hell are you standing there for? David roared when he saw Jin Yuan frozen in place. Jin Yuan finally snapped out of it. He spread his arms wide, and countless flying knives formed a pair of metallic wings, suspending him in midair. With a violent motion, the flying knives shot out in all directions. The flying monsters suffered heavy casualties, dropping one after another. Still, David knew they couldn't continue like this. They had to find a way to kill the flaming tiger quickly. David raised the dragon-slaying sword. Divine dragon power coiled around it as a golden dragon slowly emerged. When the golden dragon appeared, fear was clearly visible in the flaming tiger's eyes. David slashed downward. A towering sword beam erupted instantly, and the golden dragon let out a thunderous roar as it charged toward the flying monsters. With the golden dragon causing chaos among the flying beasts, David seized the opportunity to rush straight toward the flaming tiger. Seeing this, the flaming tiger leaped away, narrowly dodging David's attack. It avoided confrontation and refused to engage head-on. Meanwhile, as David and the others fought desperately against the monster horde, Gutsangsheng, inside the Fire Gate's secret realm, was furious. Outrageous! Absolute nonsense! How could you bring Mr. Chen into the monster beast secret realm? You even encountered a beast tide. If Mr. Chen suffers any harm, I will never forgive you. Gutsangsheng summoned all the clansmen, scolded them harshly, and immediately prepared to lead a rescue operation for David and the others. Chapter 2277. Old Gu, don't worry too much. There are other people in the secret realm of monster beasts as well, and they should be able to withstand the beast tide for a while. Let's hurry and rescue them. There shouldn't be any problems. Jiang Wuya persuaded Gutsangsheng. It's all your fault. Your apprentice must have brought Mr. Chen in. Gutsangsheng glared angrily at Jiang Wuya. At a time like this, blaming anyone is useless. Let's go quickly. Jiang Wuya didn't argue with Gutsangsheng. Just as Gutsangsheng and Jiang Wuya were preparing to head toward the secret realm of monster beasts to rescue David and the others, Jin Lifu rushed over anxiously. Jin Yuan had also entered the secret realm of monster beasts and encountered a beast tide, which made Jin Lifu extremely worried. Seeing Gutsangsheng and Jiang Wuya leading people away, Jin Lifu immediately asked, "What are you doing?" We're going to save people. There's a beast tied in the secret realm of monster beasts, and some of us are trapped inside. Jiang Wuya replied. That's perfect. Let's go together. My son is in there too. Jean Lifu said quickly. At this moment, no matter what conflicts existed between the two sides, everything had to be put aside. Saving lives was the most important thing. Soon, hundreds of people were dispatched from the Fire Gate secret realm and hurried toward the secret realm of monster beasts. At the same time, Lu Buwei from the secret realm of laymen also led the people of Waning Moon Castle toward the secret realm of monster beasts, because Lu Chang was trapped inside as well. At this moment, inside the secret realm of monster beasts, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. The speed of the flaming tiger far exceeded David's expectations. David couldn't injure it at all. On the other side, Jin Yuan was being harassed by countless flying monsters. The golden dragon, formed from dragon power, relied on its natural advantages and continuously tore into those flying monsters. On the ground, many people had already died in the mouths of the monsters. The sheer density of the beast horde made it impossible for many to hold on. A disciple of Waning Moon Castle slashed down at a charging monster beast, cutting off its head with a single strike. However, before he could withdraw his blade, another monster rushed forward, its terrifying aura pressing in. With a deafening roar, the disciple's head was bitten clean off. Scenes like this kept repeating, because there were simply too many monsters. Gu Yuhan and Hou Jin fought back-to-back, resisting desperately. They wanted to rescue David, but they were powerless to do so. Gradually, more and more people fell. The defensive circle they had formed began to break apart, gaps appearing everywhere, and everyone's situation became extremely dangerous. From mid-air, David looked down at the ground, seeing the tragic deaths. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Beasts, suffer! David roared angrily while gripping the dragon-slaying sword. The trembling golden dragon let out a dragon roar and instantly returned to his side. David knew he had to kill the flaming tiger as soon as possible. Only then would there be any chance to save everyone. Facing the golden dragon circling behind David, the flaming tiger's eyes were filled with fear. It turned its head and attempted to flee deeper into the monster beast mountain range. David leaped forward and chased it without hesitation. At this moment, the flaming tiger was the only thing in his eyes. Unknowingly, David chased the flaming tiger deep into the heart of the monster beast mountains. At the same time, Jin Yuan, now facing the flying monsters alone, began to panic. After such a long battle, the spiritual energy within his body had been completely drained. He was only barely holding on. A flying monster with a mouth full of sharp fangs lunged toward Jin Yuan, opening its bloody jaws, ready to swallow him whole. Jin Yuan could only curse bitterly in his heart. There was nothing he could do. Closing his eyes in despair, he prepared to meet his end. Chapter 2278. However, Jin Yuan did not feel himself being swallowed. When he opened his eyes, he saw his father, Jin Lifu, standing in front of him. The flying monster before him had already been smashed into a pool of flesh. Dad! Jin Yuan's eyes were filled with shock and joy. Why are you here? If I hadn't come, you'd already be inside a monster's belly. Jin Lifu snorted coldly, then charged straight toward the remaining flying monsters. On the ground, Gutsangsheng, Lu Buwei, and the others had already led their people into the secret realm of monster beasts. Facing the beast horde, they rushed forward and slaughtered them on sight. The sudden arrival of hundreds of reinforcements instantly tipped the balance in humanity's favor. In the end, the remaining monsters turned and fled in all directions. No one pursued them. After all, this monster beast mountain range had not been hunted for countless years. Deep within it were many terrifying high-level monster beasts. No one was willing to venture further inside. Moreover, their goal was only to rescue people. Driving the monsters away was more than enough. Looking at the piles of monster corpses scattered everywhere, many people began collecting beast pills. Gutsangsheng quickly found Gu Yuhan and Hou Jin and asked, "Have you seen Mr. Chen?" "Dad, Mr. Chen went to chase the flaming tiger. We can't see him anymore." Guyuhan replied. Chasing the flaming tiger? Gu Zongxing frowned deeply. He knew very well how powerful the flaming tiger was. With David's current strength, it was impossible for him to deal with it alone. Yes, Mr. Chen wanted to kill the flaming tiger to stop the beast's tide. Ho Zhen nodded as well. Gu Zongxing panicked instantly. In this vast monster beast mountain range, trying to find someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to try. David's relationship with the Gu family was extraordinary. All Gu family members, obey my command. Immediately search for Mr. Chen and rescue him. Gu Zongxing roared. Yes. The Gu family members immediately abandoned collecting beast pills and began organizing themselves to search for David. Old Gu, don't be reckless. No one has entered this monster beast mountain range for many years. No one knows how dangerous it is. Someone tried to persuade him. I'll face the danger myself. I can't leave Mr. Chen alone in this secret realm of monster beasts. Gu Zongxing said firmly. Old Gu, the monster beast mountain range is vast beyond imagination. Even if you search, you may not find him. By then, your Gu family members could all die inside. Despite knowing this himself, Gu Zongxing also understood that with such a massive mountain range, finding David would be extremely unlikely. And the dangers lurking in the depths were definitely beyond what he could handle. But as a member of Tianlong Palace, if he didn't try, he would never forgive himself. Dad, why don't I take some people and wait for Mr. Chen at the foot of the monster beast mountains? Maybe he'll come out on his own. Guyuhan suggested. Gu Zongxing thought for a moment and realized that this was the only option. After arranging for Guyuhan to stay behind with her people at the foot of the monster beast mountains, everyone else gradually left the secret realm of monster beasts. At this moment, David had no idea what was happening outside. All he could see was the flaming tiger ahead of him, fleeing non-stop as he continued the pursuit. The flaming tiger had completely provoked him. No matter what, he was determined to catch it and kill it. Chapter 2279. The strength of the flaming tiger was clearly higher than David's, yet David pursued it relentlessly. The flaming tiger only focused on fleeing and never stopped to fight him. Gradually, David lost track of how long he had been chasing. When he finally came to his senses, he realized that he had already gone deep into the monster beast mountains. Startled, David stopped abruptly. His consciousness spread out instantly, and he felt countless powerful auras surrounding him. Although none of these auras felt immediately hostile, David knew that if those powerful monsters noticed him, they would attack without hesitation. At that moment, David knew that he wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Looking at the fleeing flaming tiger, David stopped chasing it and planned to turn around and retreat. However, just as David was about to leave and abandon the pursuit, the flaming tiger suddenly stopped and let out a roar in front of him. It opened its mouth wide, as if blocking David's path, clearly not allowing him to leave. The moment David moved, it would attack. David was confused. The flaming tiger had fled the moment it saw him before, but now that he had stopped chasing it, the beast had turned around to stop him instead. In an instant, David frowned as he suddenly understood the flaming tiger's intention. This beast had done it deliberately, luring him deeper into the mountains and bringing him to this place. David became tense. He never expected a monster to possess such intelligence. Still, David would not be intimidated by the flaming tiger. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand shimmered with light, dragon roars echoed, and the golden dragon manifested once more. When the flaming tiger saw the golden dragon, fear clearly appeared in its eyes, and its body retreated continuously. Seeing this, David advanced forward. His goal was only to force the flaming tiger back. If he started fighting now, it would surely attract other monsters. At that point, he knew he wouldn't be able to escape at all. Roar! With the flaming tiger's roar, responses came immediately from all directions. David felt several terrifying auras rushing toward him at high speed. His heart tightened. The dragon-slaying sword slashed instantly, and a roaring sword beam shot straight toward the flaming tiger. The flaming tiger leaped aside to dodge, and David seized the opportunity to rush forward. He had to leave this place as quickly as possible. However, just as David charged ahead, several monsters suddenly appeared, blocking his path completely. These monsters possessed terrifying auras and were clearly of the same level as the flaming tiger. They stared coldly at David, and the overwhelming pressure forced him to stop. Facing these terrifying monsters, David knew that he had no ability to deal with them at all. Holding the dragon-slaying sword tightly, he began to retreat slowly. The monsters did not rush to attack. Instead, they advanced step by step. When David retreated, they advanced. David's brows furrowed tightly. He realized that these monsters didn't seem interested in killing him. Instead, they were deliberately forcing him toward a specific place. David was extremely puzzled. He couldn't understand where they were driving him. Soon, he was forced to the edge of a cliff. Beside the cliff was a narrow path that seemed to lead to the highest point of the Monster Beast Mountains. Looking down at the bottomless abyss, David considered jumping off. With his current strength, falling from here wouldn't be fatal. But just as that thought crossed his mind, several shrill cries rang out, and massive flying monsters blocked the path along the cliff. Now David had only one path left, the road leading to the peak of the Monster Beast Mountains. Clearly, these monsters were forcing him to the mountaintop. Chapter 2280. Seeing this, David understood their intentions. There was no need to resist further, so he took the initiative and walked toward the highest point of the mountain range. The monsters followed quietly behind him, yet none of them attacked. Although David was full of questions, the monsters couldn't speak, and there was no way to ask them anything. Now, he could only reach the peak and see what these monsters were truly planning. Before long, David arrived at the highest point of the mountain range. To his surprise, he discovered a house there. The house was built entirely of stone and exquisitely constructed. Obviously, such a place could not have been built by monsters. Could it be that someone lives here? David was overjoyed. He never imagined that there would be people living at the highest point of the Monster Beast Mountains. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the monsters in the Monster Beast Mountains were being raised by humans? Otherwise, how could houses appear here, with clear traces of human activity? David cautiously walked toward the house and gently pushed the door open. A pleasant fragrance drifted out immediately. He looked around and found no one inside, but the room was clearly lived in, filled with daily necessities. There was even a dressing table with a mirror on it. Could it be a woman living here? David was surprised. From the layout, it was obvious that the occupant was female. After entering the room, David noticed that all the monsters remained outside. Not a single one dared to approach the house. After searching the room and finding no one, David stepped back outside. Just as he exited, a sharp cry rang out, and the sky suddenly darkened. A colorful phoenix hovered in the air. When the monsters saw it, they all knelt down in worship. One roar after another echoed from their throats, and their eyes were filled with reverence. David looked at the phoenix, shocked. He gripped the dragon-slaying sword tightly, prepared to respond to an attack at any moment. After noticing David, the colorful phoenix descended from the sky. As it landed, a golden light flashed, and the phoenix transformed into a young girl. The girl had snow-white skin, a captivating face, and long black hair flowing down her shoulders. Her private parts were covered by layers of phoenix feathers. Even so, David couldn't help feeling a surge of blood. After all, he was still a normal man. But when he remembered that this girl was a phoenix in human form, his impulse was quickly suppressed. The girl glanced at David, then looked at the monsters behind her. She gently placed her hand on the flaming tiger's head. The flaming tiger let out a low cry, seemingly communicating with her. Soon, the girl looked back at David with astonishment, disbelief filling her eyes. "Who are you, exactly? And why did you break into the Monster Beast Mountains?" David didn't know how to answer, so he told her the truth about everything that had happened. After listening, the girl's expression darkened as she said coldly, "For the sake of increasing your strength, you humans barge into our territory and hunt us. Do you know that we are also cultivating and growing stronger just to survive? Who are you? How can you transform from a phoenix into a human? David asked cautiously. I am Hufeng. When we cultivate to a certain level, transforming into human form is only natural. The girl explained calmly. Chapter 2281. David took a deep breath to calm himself down, then asked Hufeng, did you instruct these monsters to lead me here? Hufeng nodded without hesitation. Yes. I asked the flaming tiger to lead you here. What are you leading me here to do? David became nervous again. Not to mention the strength of this phoenix, David couldn't even deal with those few monsters. If the phoenix joined them, he would have no room for resistance at all. Of course, to kill you. After Hufeng finished speaking, a terrifying murderous aura burst out from her, and a phoenix burning with raging flames appeared behind her. A horrifying pressure enveloped David, making him feel completely overwhelmed. If this fire phoenix truly wanted to kill him, why would she bother leading him here? Even without Hufeng making a move, those monsters alone could kill him easily. So why go through all this trouble? However, even knowing he was no match, David would not surrender without resistance. Seeing the fire phoenix about to strike, David could only grip the dragon-slaying sword tightly. The golden dragon and the fire phoenix confronted each other, and at that moment, the entire monster beast mountain range was shrouded in a terrifying aura. Hufeng looked at the golden dragon behind David. There was no fear in her eyes, only excitement. Suddenly, Hufeng withdrew her killing intent and rushed toward David, excitement written all over her face. David was completely stunned, staring blankly at her. So it's true. You really are the true son of the dragon. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Ignoring all propriety, Hufeng rushed forward and hugged David tightly. This time, David was completely flustered. He withdrew the aura from his body and stood there stiffly, allowing Hufeng to hold him. Feeling the warmth of the fire phoenix and the faint fragrance of a young woman's body, David's heart began to pound wildly. The most primitive male instincts surged uncontrollably, crashing against his rational mind. His breathing grew heavy. He almost wanted to pull the fire phoenix in front of him into the room and vent the raging impulse in his heart. But David knew he couldn't do that. Silently reciting the Qingxin mantra, a cool and refreshing clarity washed over his mind, instantly calming his turbulent emotions. Miss, you should have some self-respect. Men and women should not behave so intimately. David gently pushed Hufeng away and said calmly. Hufeng glanced down at her body. Her face instantly turned red as she said, I'm really sorry. I was just too excited. After speaking, she turned toward the monsters and waved her hand. All of you, leave. The monsters immediately turned and departed. David was shocked. He had never imagined that these monsters could understand human speech. Let's go inside and talk, Hufeng said politely. David nodded and followed her into the room. Once inside, David couldn't help asking, who exactly are you? Even if a phoenix cultivates and transforms into human form, you should still have an identity, right? Hufeng didn't answer immediately. Instead, she poured tea for David. After sitting down, she said, my true form is indeed a phoenix, but I don't belong to this place. You don't belong here? David asked, puzzled. One of my ancestors, a fire phoenix, stole a holy fruit. As punishment, he was torn apart by an ancestor and cast down into this world. Hufeng spoke with sorrow on her face. When David heard the words heaven and human realm, his expression changed drastically. Excitement surged through him. He had always wanted to know more about the heaven and human realm. He never expected to encounter someone from there here. If so, he might finally learn something about that mysterious realm. Chapter 2282. You're from the heaven and human realm. Can you tell me about it? David asked eagerly. But Hufeng shook her head. I can't. Everything about the heaven and human realm is a secret. If I reveal anything, I'll be punished by heaven. Hearing this, David felt as if air had been let out of a balloon. The excitement on his face vanished instantly. Then why exactly did you bring me here? David asked. I've eaten the holy fruit, so I can transform into a human form, Hwifeng explained. But I can only maintain this form for 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, I return to my phoenix body. The ancestor who cast me here said that if I could obtain a drop of dragon blood and unite a dragon and a phoenix, I would be able to permanently become human. Hwifeng's words made everything clear to David. So you want my blood? David frowned. But I'm not a dragon. The golden dragon you see is only formed by dragon power. I merely possess a dragon crystal. David explained carefully, thinking Hwifeng had misunderstood. No, Hwifeng said firmly. You are the son of the dragon. You are a true dragon, and you. Before she could finish, a thunderbolt suddenly struck from the sky. Hwifeng's body trembled violently. Her face instantly turned pale. What am I? Go on. Do you know my background? David had heard many people say he was the son of the dragon. At this moment, he was extremely eager to know who his father really was. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Hwifeng waved her hands in panic, terror filling her eyes. Seeing her reaction, David felt strange. Why did everyone react like this whenever the topic turned to his origin? The blood demon had reacted the same way, falling silent the moment his father was mentioned. David stopped pressing the issue. He bit his finger, and a drop of blood floated into the air. If my blood can help you, then take it. Seeing this, Hwifeng looked grateful. She opened her mouth and swallowed the drop of blood. The moment David's blood entered her body, Hwifeng began to glow, her entire form becoming crystal clear. It felt as if she were soaking in a hot spring. Her eyes slowly closed, her expression filled with pleasure. She didn't notice that the phoenix feathers covering her private parts were gradually disappearing. At that moment, the fire phoenix had completely transformed into a true woman. When David saw her snow-white skin fully exposed before him, blood rushed to his nose instantly. He hurriedly turned around and desperately recited the heart-clearing mantra. Even so, his heart continued to churn violently, refusing to calm down. It felt as though he were trapped in a gentle village, unable to escape. David didn't realize that when his blood entered Hwifeng's body, it was equivalent to the two of them having sex. What he was feeling now was entirely real. He didn't know how much time passed. Accompanied by Hwifeng's soft moan, she slowly opened her eyes. When she realized she was naked, Hwifeng blushed deeply and hurried into the inner room. When she came back out, she was already dressed. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything earlier, David quickly explained. Hwifeng smiled gently and said softly, I already belong to you. Even if you saw everything, it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want to me. David froze, then hurriedly waved his hands. Miss Hwifeng, please don't misunderstand. I really didn't do anything. I only glanced accidentally, and I turned around immediately. Chapter 2283. David felt that he hadn't done anything, yet he had been dragged into this situation anyway. That really didn't feel right. I only sucked your blood, and I've already become your person. From now on, you are my master. Didn't you feel it just now? Wasn't it real? Hwifeng asked David. David was speechless for a moment. After all, what he had felt just now was extremely comfortable, as if he were immersed in a gentle paradise. But this was simply outrageous. Just by sucking a drop of his blood, she had become his person, and even. Miss Hwifeng, I really can't accept this. I need to go back quickly, otherwise people will worry about me. David prepared to leave immediately. If he stayed any longer, he really wouldn't be able to explain anything. Master, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. But before you go, I want to give you a gift. After Hwifeng finished speaking, she waved her arm. The entire monster beast mountain range suddenly began to shake violently. Countless monster beasts let out thunderous roars. Just listening to those roars, one could feel the excitement surging among the monsters. It was as if all of them were cheering for the fire phoenix. At that moment, the monsters that had previously forced David here all appeared. In front of the fire phoenix, those monsters were as docile as domestic dogs. From today onward, this is your master. No matter when or where, you must obey him. Huifeng spoke to the monsters. The monsters glanced at David, then let out low roars in response, nodding their heads continuously. Master, these monsters already possess intelligence. Although they can't speak human language or transform into human form, their intelligence is not weak at all. You can choose one as your mount. In times of danger, it can also help you withstand attacks. Huifeng said to David. Seeing this, David couldn't help but feel excited. Having such a mount would be unbelievably majestic. David looked at the monsters in front of him, unsure which one to choose. Just as he was hesitating, the flaming tiger, the one that had led the beast tide earlier, let out a low roar, then walked up to David and kept rubbing against him, clearly volunteering itself. Seeing this, David reached out and patted the flaming tiger's head, then said to Huifeng, "Then I'll choose this flaming tiger." "Very well, master. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come here anytime to find me," Huifeng said. "All right." David nodded. Although he didn't feel like he needed Huifeng's help right now, he knew that in the near future, when he attacked the 8 secret realms, Huifeng and the Monster Beast Mountain Range would play a crucial role. David leapt onto the flaming tiger's back. The flaming tiger let out a roar and charged down the mountain. On both sides of the mountain path, countless monsters stood in formation, seeing David off. At that moment, David looked like a general inspecting his troops. At the foot of the mountain, Guyuhan listened to the roars echoing from the Monster Beast Mountain Range, and her face turned extremely ugly. "Miss Gu, I'm afraid Mr. Chen is more unlucky than fortunate. I think we should retreat," Hou Zhen said to Guyuhan. For so many years, no one had been able to enter the Monster Beast Mountain Range, let alone reach its deepest part. "Wait a little longer." Guyuhan looked sorrowful. Her feelings for David were special. Without him, she would never have recovered. Miss, something's wrong. Something's wrong." At that moment, a member of the Gu family rushed over. "What happened?" Guyuhan asked. "The flaming tiger. The flaming tiger is charging toward us, and there are many other monsters with it. I'm afraid another beast tide is forming," the Gu family member said with a terrified expression. Chapter 2284. Hearing that the flaming tiger was coming with a large group of monsters, Guyuhan's heart sank instantly. Since the flaming tiger was unharmed, it meant that something must have happened to David. Now that the flaming tiger was returning, it was likely seeking revenge by launching another beast tide. Guyuhan knew that relying on them alone, they would be swallowed instantly. "Miss Gu, we have to run. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late," Hou Zhen urged anxiously. "No. You take everyone and leave. I'll stay behind and kill that flaming tiger to avenge Mr. Chen," Guyuhan said firmly. Hou Zhen thought she had lost her mind. "Miss Gu, how could you possibly be a match for that flaming tiger? And there are so many other monsters. Don't make a pointless sacrifice." Hou Zhen tried to persuade her. But Guyuhan didn't budge. Her eyes were filled with resolute killing intent. The ground began to tremble, and the roar of monsters grew louder and closer. Although the faces of many Gu family members turned pale, none of them retreated. Instead, they gripped their weapons and stood behind Guyuhan. Seeing this, Hou Zhen could only grit his teeth and draw his weapon. Soon, the flaming tiger came into view, rapidly closing the distance. Guyuhan gripped her long sword, her aura erupting. As she faced the approaching flaming tiger, she prepared to strike. "Miss Gu, wait!" Hou Zhen hurriedly stopped her and said, "Look closely, isn't there someone on the flaming tiger's back? There's a person." When the flaming tiger reached them, everyone finally saw clearly, it was David. "Mr. Chen!" Guyuhan shouted in shock and joy. David jumped down and said, "Why are you still here? Why didn't you leave?" Then he noticed that Lu Chang and Jin Yuan were gone. "What about the others?" Ho Jin quickly explained, everyone else has been rescued. We stayed behind waiting for you. After chasing you away, Gutsangsheng, Jiang Wuya, and the others led people to conduct the rescue. When David heard that Gu Yuhan and the others had stayed behind out of concern for his safety, his heart was deeply moved. Mr. Chen, this flaming tiger. Gu Yuhan looked at the flaming tiger, completely at a loss. Oh, this flaming tiger is my mount now. I've already tamed it. David said casually as he patted the flaming tiger's head. As for the fire phoenix, David had no intention of mentioning it. If the major secret realms found out, they would go insane and storm the monster beast secret realm. Tamed? Ho Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Chen actually tamed the flaming tiger? I've never heard of anyone taming monsters before. This is unbelievable. Ho Jin stared at the flaming tiger lying obediently on the ground, completely stunned. Gu Yuhan was also shocked. Mr. Chen, is this really true? You actually tamed it? Of course. If you don't believe me, come touch it. You can even ride it, it's very obedient. David smiled. Gu Yuhan hesitated briefly, then stepped forward and slowly reached out to stroke the flaming tiger's head. Not only did the flaming tiger not get angry, it even stuck out its tongue and licked her hand, making Gu Yuhan extremely excited. Alright, let's head back first. The Gu family will be worried. David mounted the flaming tiger again, invited Gu Yuhan to sit behind him, and then activated the teleportation array, returning to the Fire Gate secret realm. Chapter 2285. When David rode back to the Gu family on the flaming tiger, the entire Gu family was thrown into an uproar. Everyone rushed out to see the flaming tiger. No one had ever imagined that David would actually be able to subdue the flaming tiger and use it as a mount. You had to know that in the 8 great secret realms, there had never been such a precedent. No one had ever managed to subdue a monster and ride it as a mount. Even low-level monsters were impossible to tame. Mr. Chen, how on earth did you subdue this flaming tiger? You should know that the strength of this flaming tiger is no weaker than yours. Jiang Wuya asked David with great curiosity. I'm not too sure myself. Anyway, this flaming tiger runs away whenever it sees me, as if it's afraid of me. David couldn't tell the truth, so he could only brush it off. However, Gutsangsheng seemed to have guessed something and said to Jiang Wuya, Old Jiang, maybe this flaming tiger has some kind of fate with Mr. Chen. That's why it's so obedient. Others shouldn't even think about it. Mr. Chen just came back from the monster beast secret realm. He must be exhausted. I think he should rest more. Gutsangsheng issued a clear dismissal order and dispersed the crowd so David could rest properly. Otherwise, with so many people watching him, David wouldn't be able to rest at all. David stayed in the Gu family for a few days with the flaming tiger. During those days, the flaming tiger and David grew very close and developed great mutual understanding. Mr. Chen, my father said that today is the day the Secret Realm Conference begins. I wonder how your condition is now. Gu Yuhan asked David. I'm fine. David replied with a slight smile. Then let's go. Father and the others are already waiting for you. After speaking, Gu Yuhan led David out of the Gu family grounds. At this time, a large number of people had already gathered outside. People from Zhanyue Pavilion had also arrived, including Jin Yuan. There were 10 total spots in the competition. The Gu family had 3, Tianluo Tower had 3, and Zhanyue Pavilion had 4. After all, in the Fire Gate secret realm, Zhanyue Pavilion was the strongest. When Jin Yuan saw David riding the flaming tiger, he froze on the spot, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He looked ridiculous. Even Jin Lifu, who had seen plenty of the world, stared at David in shock. Gutsangsheng, what's going on here? Jin Lifu pointed at David and asked. What's the issue? This flaming tiger is the mount Mr. Chen subdued in the monster beast secret realm a few days ago. Do you still dare to look down on Mr. Chen now? If Mr. Chen rode the flaming tiger into the arena, do you think he wouldn't be able to win 3 matches? Gutsangsheng said with a look of disdain. Jin Lifu didn't respond, but a cold glint flashed through his eyes as he stared at David. David naturally felt Jean Lifu's hostility. He didn't understand it, he had never offended Jean Lifu before, yet this man seemed to dislike him from the very first glance. David didn't care about it and followed Good Sangsheng and the others toward the teleportation array. "Mr. Chen, is there any way you can hide this flaming tiger? It could be used as a trump card. If you ride it openly like this, others will definitely become wary of you. Besides, the fact that you can subdue monsters will surely make many people jealous. Someone might even target you and cause unnecessary trouble." Good Sangsheng advised him on the way. David thought about it and felt Good Sangsheng was right. However, the flaming tiger was simply too large to fit into a storage ring. "I know this is too flashy, but the flaming tiger is too big. It can't fit into my storage ring at all, so there's no way to hide it," David said helplessly. But just as he finished speaking, the flaming tiger seemed to understand his words. It let out a low roar, and light burst from its body. Under everyone's shocked gazes, its massive body began shrinking rapidly. Chapter 2286. In the end, the enormous flaming tiger had shrunk to the size of a puppy and looked extremely cute. David and Good Sangsheng were both stunned. "Wow, the flaming tiger got smaller. It's so cute." Seeing this, Guyuhan quickly squatted down, hugged the flaming tiger, and gently stroked it. However, the flaming tiger broke free from her arms and jumped straight into David's embrace. Seeing this, David immediately put the flaming tiger into his storage ring so that no one would know of its existence. Soon, everyone arrived at the teleportation array and activated it. A flash of white light appeared, and David's surroundings changed drastically. The endless desert was gone, replaced by a lush green grassland. The air was fresh, and the scenery was beautiful. However, such a beautiful place was extremely lacking in spiritual energy. This was also why none of the major secret realms bothered to occupy this place. Without spiritual energy, cultivation was impossible. No matter how beautiful the environment was, no one in the secret realms would stay. Not far from the teleportation array stood a massive stone castle. It covered a huge area and towered into the sky. "Mr. Chen, that's where the secret realm conference is held. I haven't been here for many years, so I don't know how well it's been maintained." Good Sangsheng pointed at the castle as he spoke. "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" David looked at the castle and couldn't help sighing. Just to host a secret realm conference and a few matches each year, such a massive castle had been built. "Mr. Chen, you misunderstand. This castle wasn't built by us. When we first discovered this secret realm, the castle already existed. There was no one here, and the spiritual energy was extremely thin, so it was designated as the venue for the secret realm conference." Good Sangsheng hurriedly explained. Otherwise, David really would have thought the 8 great secret realms were absurdly extravagant. As David approached the castle, he felt its overwhelming presence. It far exceeded anything he had seen before. In front of the castle was an enormous square with 8 arenas laid out across it. Many people had already gathered there, clearly representatives from other secret realms had arrived early. At the center of the square stood a high platform lined with stone seats. This was obviously where the heads of the major secret realms and the pavilion masters would sit. From this platform, all 8 arenas below could be seen clearly. When Good Sangsheng arrived, many people came forward to greet him, some extremely enthusiastic. Seeing Good Sangsheng busy socializing, David asked Guyuhan and Hozhen to walk around with him so he could familiarize himself with the surroundings. While they were walking, David overheard many people discussing the beast tide from a few days earlier. "I heard that the beast tide was terrifying. If it weren't for the Fire Gate secret realm and the Thunder Gate secret realm being strong, those people would have already become monster food. I also heard that some kid who wasn't very strong chased after the flaming tiger and never came back. He was probably eaten. And Lu Chang from the Waning Moon Castle of the Thunder Gate secret realm, I heard he was so scared he pissed himself. Yeah, and there was also Jin Yuan from Zhanyue Pavilion in the Fire Gate secret realm. These young masters wanted to go to the Monster Beast secret realm to experience things, but they ended up running into the beast tide. A group of people gathered together, talking loudly. You don't know shit. What the hell are you yelling about? At that moment, Jin Yuan heard the discussion. His face darkened with rage as he stormed over and shouted. Chapter 2287. When everyone saw Jin Yuan coming, they walked away one after another, indicating they were still somewhat fearful of him. Jin Yuan glanced at David and the others, then walked away angrily. In his opinion, this news must be the work of the Gu family or Tianlulu. This Jin Yuan always acts so fucking arrogant, and he hasn't even made it onto the billboard. What the hell is he so cocky about? Ho Zhen looked at Jin Yuan's demeanor and couldn't help but snort coldly. Ignore him, let's keep looking around. David finished speaking and continued walking deeper into the castle. Soon, David heard a bell ringing in his ears. The sound was melodious and soul-stirring. Monkey, did you hear a bell? David asked Ho Zhen. Ho Zhen shook his head. No, where is the bell? Then Ho Zhen asked Gu Yuhan, Miss Gu, did you hear it? I didn't hear it either. Where is the bell? Mr. Chen, could it be an illusion? Gu Yuhan said. Maybe. David shook his head, but the bell sound remained. David followed the sound and slowly walked up to a bronze door engraved with many strange patterns. But just as David was about to push open the bronze door, Ho Zhen hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Chen, you can't go in here. This is the bell tower. It only opens when the Secret Realm Conference officially begins and the bell is rung. Ho Zhen stopped David and explained. Is there a bell inside? David asked. Yes, there's a dragon-patterned bell in the bell tower. I don't know how many years it has existed. Every time the conference begins, the number 1 from the previous billboard rings the bell. However, over the years, Yao Xinghui has consistently held the top spot, so he rings the bell every time. Ho Zhen said. Upon learning this rule, David withdrew and did not open the bronze door. But at that moment, someone suddenly called out to David from behind. David! David! A surprised female voice called out. David was stunned. He didn't understand, aside from the Gu family, he didn't seem to know anyone else in the 8 great secret realms. How could someone here know his name? David turned around, and when he saw the person calling him, he was instantly dumbfounded. Han! Han! David momentarily forgot the name of the girl in front of him. My name is Han Qing'er. The girl ran up to David, not upset that he couldn't remember her name. On the contrary, her face was full of excitement. David felt slightly embarrassed and said, Miss Han, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Han Qing'er shook her head, then asked curiously, how did you get here? Are you also from the 8 great secret realms? I remember you're from the secular world. David didn't know how to explain it to Han Qing'er. Mr. Chen, who is this young lady? At that moment, Gu Yuhan stepped forward and asked. Oh, this is. As David was about to introduce her, Han Qing'er spoke for herself. I'm Han Qing'er from the Thunder Gate Secret Realm. Hello, I'm Gu Yuhan from the Fire Gate Secret Realm. Mr. Chen is representing our Gu family here to attend the Secret Realm Conference. Gu Yuhan explained to Han Qing'er. I really didn't expect to see David here. Last time we parted, I was afraid. Qing'er, the conference is about to start. Why did you come here? Before Han Qing'er could finish speaking, Lu Chang hurried over. When Lu Chang saw David, he was completely stunned. In his opinion, after David chased the flaming tiger deep into the monster beast mountains, he must have died. He never expected him to be alive. David, you're still alive? Lu Chang asked in surprise. Chapter 2288. Young Master Lu, what are you talking about? Why would you ask if Mr. Chen isn't well? Ho Zhen on the side interjected. Lu Chang didn't even glance at Ho Zhen, his eyes fixed on David, his face full of disbelief. You chased that flaming tiger into the depths of the monster beast mountains. Didn't you encounter any danger? Where is the tiger? Lu Chang was extremely curious now, What happened after David entered the depths of the Monster Beast Mountains, and how did he escape safely? With David's strength, it was nearly impossible to rush out from the depths of the Monster Beast Mountains alive. But now the facts were before him. David was standing right in front of him, which is why Lu Chang was so shocked and curious. Lu Chang, you know David? Han Qinger asked in surprise. Yes, we've met a few times, both in the secular world and here. Lu Chang nodded and said. Young Master Lu, I only chased it for a short distance and didn't go too deep. I came out quickly, so I wasn't injured. David explained with a faint smile. As for subduing the flaming tiger, there was no way he could reveal that now. The flaming tiger was currently David's trump card, only to be exposed at the most critical moment. No wonder. Almost no one who enters the depths of the Monster Beast Mountains comes out alive, and even if they do, they're severely injured. Hearing that David hadn't gone deep into the Monster Beast Mountains, Lu Chang understood why David was still alive. After speaking, Lu Chang took Han Qinger's hand and said, Qinger, let's go. Uncle Han and the others are waiting. Lu Chang directly pulled Han Qinger away, while Han Qinger glanced at David, her face turning somewhat awkward and unpleasant as she broke free from Lu Chang's grip. Lu Chang was stunned for a moment, looking at Han Qinger with a puzzled expression. After all, the two were childhood sweethearts and had long been prepared for marriage. Lu Chang didn't understand what was wrong with Han Qinger today, why she suddenly refused to hold hands. There are so many people here, don't pull and tug. After Han Qinger finished speaking, she walked straight toward the square. The stunned Lu Chang could only follow behind. Let's go too, David said, leading Guyuhan and Hojin toward the square. At this time, the square was already packed with people. On the central high platform, over a dozen people were seated, clearly the leaders of the major secret realms. Behind these people stood 5 youths. Among them was a woman wearing a white veil. Mr. Chen, those 5 young people standing are the 5 on the billboard. The veiled woman is the only female among them, named Yu Jiameng, the eldest young lady of the Tianmen's secret realm. The old man in front of Yu Jiameng is her father, Yu Qian, head of the Yu family. He's probably the strongest person in the 8 secret realms, and the authority to speak at the secret realm conference also lies with Yu Qian. And the young man beside Yu Jiameng is Yao Xinghui, number 1 on the billboard and the head disciple of the Purple Thunder sect in the secret realm. Ho Zhen introduced them to David one by one, making it clear that he truly knew a lot about the 8 great secret realms. This also gave David a preliminary understanding of the 8 great secret realms. But when Ho Zhen introduced Han Fusheng from the Zixiao mansion in the Thunder Gate secret realm, David narrowed his eyes, and a surge of killing intent rose within him. Ho Zhen sensed the change in David's aura and hurriedly asked, Mr. Chen, what's wrong? David quickly suppressed his aura and said with a faint smile, it's nothing, continue. Chapter 2289. But David wasn't listening to anything Ho Zhen introduced afterward. His gaze was fixed on Han Fusheng. His mother should be in the Zixiao mansion at this very moment. Suddenly, a thought struck David, and he hurriedly asked Ho Zhen, Monkey, how many people in the Thunder Gate's secret realm have the surname Han? Could the Han Qinger from earlier be related to this Han Fusheng? Ho Zhen shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but Han Fusheng does have a daughter. Han Qinger might very well be Han Fusheng's daughter. After all, there aren't many people with the surname Han in the Thunder Gate secret realm. David frowned. He never imagined Han Qinger was actually from the Zixiao mansion. If that were true, then Han Qinger would become his enemy. At that moment, David's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have thought of a way to rescue his mother. With his current strength, breaking into the Zixiao mansion to save her would be more difficult than ascending to heaven. But since Han Qinger is from the Zixiao mansion and is Han Fusheng's daughter, he could use his connection with her to enter the mansion and try to find a way to rescue his mother. Thinking this, David quickly turned to scan the crowd, trying to find Han Qinger's figure. He needed to build a good relationship with Han Qinger now. If they could become a couple, it would greatly benefit David's plan to rescue his mother. Soon, David spotted Han Qinger. At that moment, she was also staring at David. When their eyes met, Han Qinger's face flushed, and her gaze became evasive. Seeing this, David instantly understood what Han Qing'er was thinking. David walked toward Han Qing'er. Seeing this, Ho Zhen and Gu Yuhan hurriedly followed. Han Qing'er felt a mix of nervousness and excitement as she saw David approaching. "Miss Han, are you here to participate in the competition?" David proactively asked Han Qing'er. "Of course." Han Qing'er nodded, then glanced at David and asked, "Do you still have the jade I gave you?" "Here it is." David replied and immediately took out the jade Han Qing'er had given him from his storage ring. Back then, David hadn't sensed anything special about the jade, so he had simply tossed it into his storage ring. "You thought the stone I gave you was very ordinary, didn't you? That's why you didn't wear it and just threw it into your storage ring?" Han Qing'er asked upon seeing it. "Oh, no, I was just afraid of losing it, so I didn't dare to wear it," David explained. "This jade may seem ordinary, but it's a life-saving talisman stone. Wearing it can turn misfortune into blessing. Hurry up and put it on. You might need it in a fight today," Han Qing'er urged David. "All right." David quickly put the jade on his body. Seeing this, Lu Chang frowned and said, "Qing'er, this is the life-saving talisman Uncle Han made for you. You've worn it since childhood. How could you give it to him?" Lu Chang didn't know that David had saved Han Qing'er, nor did he know that Han Qing'er had been infatuated with David ever since that day. "It's my thing, it's none of your damn business." Han Qing'er shot Lu Chang an annoyed look and said. Lu Chang felt deeply embarrassed. Seeing this, David stepped forward and said to Lu Chang, "Young Master Lu, Miss Han gave me this jade in return for saving her life back then." "You saved Qing'er's life?" Lu Chang was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. David nodded and recounted the story of how he had saved Han Qing'er. Lu Chang then remembered that Han Qing'er had indeed sneaked out of the secret realm and been attacked, but he never expected David to be her savior. Chapter 2290. Since Han Qing'er had given the life-saving talisman stone to David as a token of gratitude for saving her life, Lu Chang couldn't say anything more. He could only watch as Han Qing'er chatted animatedly with David. Seeing Han Qing'er's delighted expression filled Lu Chang's heart with jealousy. Now, Lu Chang could only hope the Secret Realm Conference would start soon so David and Han Qing'er would stop talking. "Everyone, quiet." At that moment, Yu Qian, seated in the foremost position on the high platform, stood up and spoke loudly. Instantly, everyone fell silent and turned their attention to the high platform. Seeing the quiet, Yu Qian continued, "Now that the Secret Realm Conference has restarted, I hope you all maintain an attitude of learning from each other and avoid deliberate harm. As the saying goes, friendship first, competition second. Now, let the dragon bell be rung, officially commencing the conference." However, there is a minor change this year. Anyone can attempt to ring the dragon bell. But whether they can succeed depends entirely on their own ability. When the time comes, if you fail to ring the dragon bell and suffer a backlash, sustaining serious injuries, the loss will outweigh the gain. After Yu Qian finished speaking, he turned to Yao Xinghui and said, "Young Master Yao, please." Yao Xinghui nodded, then lightly tapped his toes. In an instant, his entire person flew to the front of the bell tower. He pushed open the bronze door and walked inside. The moment the bronze door was pushed open, a terrifying aura rushed out. The bell tower was only about 50 meters high, yet it took Yao Xinghui half an hour from the moment he entered the bronze door until his figure appeared atop the bell tower. Excellent! When Yao Xinghui's figure appeared atop the bell tower, many people applauded. It seems Yao Xinghui's strength has improved significantly. It only took him half an hour to reach the top of the bell tower. Ho Zhen couldn't help but sigh. Is half an hour considered fast? This bell tower is only 50 meters high, right? David asked, puzzled. Mr. Chen, you don't understand. Although the bell tower isn't tall, the path to the top is filled with magic arrays. One must pass through these arrays. It's not easy to ring this dragon bell. The bell is engraved with 9 dragon-shaped patterns. Every time it's rung, a golden dragon will circle the bell tower. Yao Xinghui could only ring it once. Even the strongest, Yu Qian, when he tried it before, managed at most 5 strikes. Back then, 5 golden dragons soared around. The scene was spectacular. Ho Jin explained to David, his eyes full of anticipation. It seemed the sight of the 5 golden dragons circling had left a deep impression on him. So ringing this dragon bell involves so much. I'll give it a try later. David couldn't help but become interested in the dragon bell. David, with your strength, you still want to ring the dragon bell? I'm afraid you won't even be able to climb the bell tower. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Lu Chang, standing to the side, said to David. David's animated conversation with Han Qing'er earlier had left Lu Chang dissatisfied with him. Whether I can ring it or not, I should still try. If you're so scared you don't even have the courage to try, what's the point, no matter how high your cultivation level is? David said with a slight smile. David, you're from the secular world, so you don't know how terrifying this dragon bell is. Once you see it, you probably won't say that. Lu Chang sneered, saying nothing more. David, don't be reckless. You can't ring this dragon bell. Look, do any of the others on the billboard dare to try? Han Qing'er urged David. David didn't speak, but his determination to ring the dragon bell remained unchanged. He could almost feel the dragon bell calling out to him. Chapter 2291. At that moment, atop the bell tower, Yao Xinghui waved to the crowd. He then looked at the golden bell hammer beside him, focused his energy into his dantian, shouted loudly, and the spiritual power within his body erupted instantly. Watching Yao Xinghui struggle to lift the bell hammer, David felt very puzzled. Could there also be a formation on this bell hammer? David asked Ho Jin. However, Ho Jin did not speak. Instead, Lu Chang, standing to the side, said, There's no formation on the bell hammer, but don't underestimate it. I heard it's forged from heavenly meteorite and weighs tens of thousands of pounds. Some people don't even have the strength to lift it. Hearing this, David was astonished. Such a small bronze hammer actually weighed tens of thousands of pounds. If used as a weapon, it would definitely be exceptional. David said nothing more, focusing intently on Yao Xinghui atop the bell tower. He saw Yao Xinghui's aura surge, gathering his full strength before swinging the bell hammer in his hand against the dragon bell. Bong! The bell trembled lightly, followed by a ripple of sound that enveloped the entire square. Everyone seemed entranced by the melodious chime. As the bell rang, one of the dragon patterns on the dragon bell instantly glowed with golden light. A dragon's roar echoed, and then a golden dragon soared directly from the dragon-patterned bell, circling continuously around the bell tower. Everyone watched the golden dragon flying through the air, all very excited. I haven't seen a golden dragon take flight in years. No, ever since the Secret Realm Conference was halted, no one has rung the dragon bell. Yao Xinghui's strength remains as formidable as ever. Everyone was discussing. But amidst the chatter, they saw Yao Xinghui struggle once more to raise the bell hammer. This action instantly silenced everyone, who looked at Yao Xinghui in surprise. To everyone's astonishment, Yao Xinghui once again swung the bell hammer and rang the dragon bell. With another melodious chime, a second golden dragon soared into the sky. 2 golden dragons now flew continuously around the bell tower, the scene incredibly spectacular. By this point, Yao Xinghui could no longer hold on and placed the bell hammer back. Still, being able to ring the dragon bell twice was considered the highest achievement among the younger generation of cultivators in the 8 great secret realms. Oh my god, I truly didn't expect Yao Xinghui's strength to be enough to ring the dragon bell twice. That's fucking awesome. Someone sighed in admiration. After the 2 golden dragons circled in the air for a while, they finally transformed into golden light and returned to the dragon bell. At that moment, Yao Xinghui, with the triumphant expression of a victor, jumped down from the bell tower. As soon as Yao Xinghui landed, many people rushed up to greet him, hoping to curry favor with this prodigy of the 8 great secret realms. It's just ringing it twice. Why are these people acting like they've never seen anything before? Seems the 8 great secret realms aren't much different from the mundane world. David said indifferently. However, these words were overheard by Yao Xinghui as he happened to pass by. Yao Xinghui paused, then stopped and looked at David. "Who are you? Which secret realm?" Yao Xinghui asked David. "Young Master Yao, this is from our Fire Sect secret realm, from the Gu family." Gu Yuhan hurriedly introduced without waiting for David to speak. "The Gu family from the Fire Gate secret realm?" Yao Xinghui frowned slightly. "I haven't heard of any geniuses from the Gu family. Why do you speak so arrogantly? I've merely heard of the secular world. Since when is the secular world worthy of comparison with our secret realms?" Chapter 2292. Young Master Yao, this person is David. He's from the secular world, a guy who's never seen real power. Seeing David had caught Yao Xinghui's attention, Lu Chong hurried over to add fuel to the fire. "A person from the secular world?" Yao Xinghui narrowed his eyes. "Since when do we allow people from the secular world to participate in our secret realm conference?" "Young Master Yao, Mr. Chen is now a member of our Gu family, representing our Gu family at the secret realm conference." Gu Yuhan hurriedly explained. "Letting a kid from the secular world represent your Gu family is a fucking disgrace to our Fire Gate secret realm." At that moment, Jin Yuan walked over and saluted Yao Xinghui. "Young Master Yao, my name is Jin Yuan. I am from Zhanyue Pavilion in the Fire Gate secret realm." "So it's Brother Jin. I've long admired you." Yao Xinghui clasped his fists, then asked, "What's the deal with this guy named David? Is he really from the secular world?" "Yes, he's from the secular world. I don't know what connection he has with the Gu family, but they gave him a spot to participate in the secret realm conference." Jin Yuan said truthfully. "Is that so?" Yao Xinghui's gaze fell upon David again. "Young Master Yao, actually..." Gu Yuhan wanted to explain but was interrupted by Yao Xinghui waving his hand. "I must report this matter truthfully. Allowing someone from the secular world to attend the secret realm conference is a blatant violation of the rules." After saying this, Yao Xinghui stomped his foot, and his entire person soared into the air, instantly landing on the high platform. "Xinghui, what happened just now?" Yao Qisheng, the sect master of the Purple Thunder sect, asked. What had just transpired was clearly visible from the high platform. "Master, I just discovered there is a person from the secular world at the secret realm conference," Yao Xinghui said. "What? A person from the secular world? What's going on?" Yu Qian frowned. As the one who held the authority at the secret realm conference, he couldn't allow someone to openly violate the rules. "Patriarch Yu, I was down there just now and heard someone say there's a person from the secular world who entered the secret realm conference. That person's name is David, and he was brought in by the Gu family from the Fire Gate secret realm." Yao Xinghui reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, Yu Qian instantly turned his attention to Gu Zongsheng, who was seated to the side. "Gu Zongsheng, what the hell is going on?" Yu Qian asked. Everyone else also turned their gaze to Gu Zongsheng, not understanding why he would bring a person from the mundane world here. After all, the spots for participating in this secret realm conference were extremely precious, and Gu Zongsheng was willing to give one to a person from the secular world. "Patriarch Yu, Mr. Chen is indeed from the secular world, but he is also a member of my Gu family. Therefore, representing our Gu family at this secret realm conference fully complies with the regulations. I believe many families have branches or connections in the secular world. It's not surprising that some might send people from there. Could it be that those who return from the mundane world cannot represent their families at the secret realm conference?" Gu Zongsheng had already prepared his explanation. "Mr. Chen." Yu Qian looked at Gu Zongsheng with a puzzled expression. "Is this person a warrior or a cultivator? You address him so respectfully. It seems he has an unusual relationship with your Gu family." "Mr. Chen is a cultivator. He has shown great kindness to our Gu family, so now everything in our Gu family rightfully belongs to Mr. Chen," Gu Zongsheng said. As soon as Gu Zongsheng spoke these words, everyone was shocked. Only Jiang Wuya's expression remained unchanged. "In that case, I really must meet this person." Yu Qian was deeply curious about David. Even the others were curious about who David was, to warrant such words from good Sangsheng. Shenghui, since Patriarch Yu is curious, go and bring this David up here. Yao Qisheng said to Yao Shenghui. Chapter 2293. Yes. Yao Shenghui nodded, then leaped down and landed in front of David. Kid, the heads of the families on the high platform want to see you. Come with me. Yao Shenghui said to David. Upon hearing this, David was actually eager to go up and see the leaders of the 8 great secret realms. Following Yao Shenghui, David gave a light leap and reached the high platform. When David stood before everyone, many were surprised, not expecting him to be so young. Mr. Chen. Upon seeing David, Good Sangsheng rose and offered his seat to him. As a member of Tianlong Hall, Good Sangsheng had to show utmost respect in front of David, the hall master. Moreover, Good Sangsheng's public display was intended to let everyone see and make them reconsider the Gu family in light of David's presence. Old Gu, don't do this. You sit. David waved his hand, motioning for Good Sangsheng to sit back down. Then, his gaze swept over everyone present. Facing the influential figures of the 8 great secret realms, David showed not the slightest trace of timidity. You are David? Yu Qian looked at David and asked. Yes. David nodded. You are from the secular world? Yu Qian asked again. Yes. David answered expressionlessly. Yu Qian's eyes kept studying David, then he showed a hint of surprise and said, I didn't expect someone in the mundane world to still be able to cultivate to the 3rd level distraction realm. It seems that although the spiritual energy recovery has failed, the suppression of the heavenly laws has diminished considerably. Yu Qian assumed David's ability to cultivate to the distraction realm in the secular world was due to the reduced suppression of heaven and earth's laws. Patriarch Yu, let's leave him for now. I think it's better to proceed. I estimate many people are eager to try ringing the dragon bell. Yao Qisheng said to Yu Qian. Very well. Yu Qian nodded, then looked at the young people standing behind him and asked, who among you wishes to try? Dad, let me. Yu Jiameng, wearing a veil, stood up. Yu Qian nodded. Be careful. Don't overreach. Understood. After speaking, Yu Jiameng leaped up and landed in front of the bell tower. Pushing open the bronze door, Yu Jiameng walked inside. This time, however, Yu Jiameng took longer, over 40 minutes, to reach the top of the bell tower. Seeing his daughter safely climb to the top, Yu Qian visibly relaxed. The reason the rules for ringing the bell at this secret realm conference were revised was precisely to allow his daughter to ring the dragon bell. Although ringing the dragon bell consumed significant spiritual energy and carried risks, each strike served as a form of training for oneself. Upon reaching the bell tower, Yu Jiameng took a deep breath, picked up the bell hammer, and swung it at the dragon bell. As the bell hammer struck the dragon bell heavily, a melodious chime sounded, followed by a golden dragon appearing. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. They hadn't expected Yu Jiameng, a young woman, to actually ring the dragon-patterned bell. At that moment, Yu Jiameng wore a very confident expression. She gripped the bell hammer tightly, wanting to ring it again. However, this time, as the bell hammer struck the dragon-patterned bell, no chime sounded. Instead, a tremendous rebound force caused the bell hammer to fall to the ground and sent Yu Jiameng's body flying directly out of the bell tower. She spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air. Menger! Yu Qian quickly leaped up and caught Yu Jiameng. Dad, I'm fine. Yu Jiameng wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said. I told you not to be reckless. You must know the rebound force of this dragon bell can be fatal at any time. Yu Qian said to Yu Jiameng, both angry and distressed. Chapter 2294. Yu Jiameng lowered her head and said nothing. She had merely wanted to push herself to make a statement but had been a bit too bold. If her father hadn't acted swiftly, her injuries would have been severe. Yu Qian brought Yu Jiameng back to the high platform, then addressed the crowd. The dragon-patterned bell is not something to be rung casually. It risks one's life. Is it worth it? Yu Qian's words caused many who were eager to try to retreat. Indeed, risking their lives just to ring a bell wasn't worth it. Even getting injured wasn't worthwhile, as they were here to compete. If injured, how could they fight? Does anyone else wish to give it a try? Yu Qian asked, looking at the remaining 3 people behind him. The 3 exchanged glances, then shook their heads at each other. Attempting to ring the dragon bell would inevitably affect their performance in the subsequent fights. Patriarch, the Secret Realm Conference hasn't been held for so many years. We would very much like to see Patriarch ring the dragon bell and witness the spectacular sight of 3 dragons soaring. At that moment, Yao Xinghui said to Yu Qian. Yu Qian was momentarily stunned, then waved his hand and said, "I can't do it anymore. I'm old. I'm afraid I can't strike it." Patriarch, in that case, I would still like to try and see if I can create the spectacle of 3 dragons soaring. Yao Xinghui actually wanted to ring the dragon bell again. Yao Xinghui's words stunned everyone, including his master, Yao Qisheng, who frowned and said, "Xinghui, what are you talking about? Being able to ring the dragon bell twice is already good enough. Moreover, you just rang the dragon pattern bell, and your spiritual power hasn't fully recovered yet. Trying again would be tantamount to seeking death." Yao Qisheng loudly reprimanded Yao Xinghui. Since the Secret Realm Conference had been held, no one had ever made such a request. Others also began discussing Yao Xinghui. This Yao Xinghui, ranked number 1 on the billboard, seems quite dissatisfied with only ringing the dragon bell twice. Does he really think he can strike a 3rd time? What's wrong with Yao Xinghui today? He's acting a bit unusual. Everyone was talking, but Yao Xinghui paid no heed. He ignored his master's reprimand and said to Yu Qian, "Patriarch, I'm somewhat dissatisfied with my previous result. If I strike once more, I am confident I can make 3 dragons soar." Yao Xinghui wore a confident expression, while Yu Qian looked at him calmly and said, "You want to make 3 dragons soar so everyone can see that your strength rivals mine?" Yu Qian understood that Yao Xinghui's insistence on striking again, on ringing the bell 3 times, was merely to display his strength before everyone, to show that Yao Xinghui was no inferior to himself. Yao Xinghui had great ambitions, even surpassing those of his master, Yao Qisheng. Patriarch, as the saying goes, each generation surpasses the last, and the student often surpasses the master. You don't want us younger generation to remain forever under your shadow, do you? Yao Xinghui said with a faint smile. "Xinghui, how dare you speak to Patriarch like that? Quickly apologize to Patriarch." Seeing this, Yao Qisheng immediately reprimanded Yao Xinghui. But Yu Qian waved his hand, showing not the slightest displeasure on his face, and said with a smile, "Sect Master Yao, youthful vigor is understandable. After all, the future of the secret realms will rely on the young. We are all old now." Then Yu Qian looked at Yao Xinghui and said, "If you wish to ring the dragon bell once more, I can grant your request. But before you strike, I'd also like to stretch my old bones, lest they grow too rusty." Chapter 2295. After Yu Qian finished speaking, no one saw his movements, but his figure had already descended from the high platform and landed outside the bell tower. Immediately afterward, Yu Qian's aura began to rise sharply. The aura erupted violently, soaring to the sky. Everyone felt this aura and trembled slightly. Everyone watched as Yu Qian pushed open the bronze door of the bell tower with one hand and walked in. The crowd fell silent, watching quietly, waiting to see how long it would take Yu Qian to pass through the path to the top of the bell tower. Yao Xinghui stood behind his master, staring intently at the bell tower. "Xinghui, you can't hold back anymore. I know you have a spirit enhancement pill. Taking it would definitely allow you to make 3 dragons soar. But have you considered that if you take the pill, others might notice? If they investigate the origin of that pill, it will be impossible to explain." Yao Qisheng sat on the stone bench, using sound transmission to sternly reprimand Yao Xinghui. Yao Xinghui lowered his head slightly and said nothing. At that moment, the crowd suddenly burst into exclamations. Yu Qian's figure had already appeared at the top of the bell tower. This Patriarch Yu's strength is too formidable. How long did it take him to reach the top? 10 minutes? It must be less than 10 minutes, right? Never mind how many times Patriarch Yu can ring it. Just the speed of his ascent is something Yao Xinghui probably can't match. Exactly. A small-time number one on the billboard has forgotten his place, daring to compare himself with the family head. While shocked, everyone also began to mock Yao Xinghui. After all, when Yao Xinghui rang the dragon bell twice, they had all flattered him. But Yao Xinghui, not knowing his limits, had challenged Yu Qian, causing everyone to switch their allegiance to Yu Qian. Anyway, Yu Qian was a respected figure in the 8 great secret realms. Who wouldn't give him some face? Yao Xinghui's expression was also extremely awkward at that moment, his face alternating between red and white. Then, they saw Yu Qian pick up the bell hammer, looking very relaxed, not as strenuous as the others had been. Immediately after, the bell hammer swept through the air, leaving an afterimage in an instant before heavily striking the dragon bell. Bong! A melodious chime rang out, followed by a massive surge of energy that stirred up waves of wind, spreading in all directions. Everyone in the square felt their breathing hitch and their minds tremble. The dragon-patterned bell shook continuously, and a golden dragon instantly soared from it. Before everyone could recover from the immense pressure, another melodious chime sounded. Another golden dragon soared into the sky, and 2 golden dragons hovered mid-air, circling continuously. Bong! Yu Qian swung the bell hammer in his hand once more, and a 3rd chime echoed. These 3 strikes were executed almost seamlessly, with no visible difficulty for Yu Qian. 3 dragons soaring. Everyone excitedly watched the 3 golden dragons taking flight and circling the bell tower. At that moment, they saw Yu Qian raise the bell hammer high once again. Is Patriarch Yu about to strike a 4th time? Could we witness the spectacle of 4 golden dragons soaring? Everyone stared at Yu Qian in astonishment, eagerly anticipating his 4th strike. Bong! Finally, the bell hammer in Yu Qian's hand fell again, slamming into the dragon bell. Another dragon pattern on the bell transformed into a golden dragon and hovered in the air. 4, it's really 4. Patriarch Yu truly keeps his strength hidden. Yao Xinghui, not knowing his place, actually dared to compare himself with Patriarch Yu. He's been slapped in the face now. How dare Yao Xinghui be so arrogant? Everyone chattered away, mocking Yao Xinghui. At that moment, Yao Xinghui's face looked more uncomfortable than if he had eaten shit, and even Yao Qixing's expression was equally grim. Chapter 2296. It seems Patriarch Yu's strength runs deeper than we knew. Yao Qixing sighed softly. On the high platform, everyone was intently watching the golden dragon soaring in the air, all deeply shocked. Only David frowned, his expression seeming somewhat pained. Because at that moment, David felt the dragon power within him being stirred once more. Especially upon seeing the golden dragons in the air, David desperately wanted to rush over. He wanted to unleash the dragon power within him, he even wished to soar like those golden dragons. But he couldn't. He couldn't do this in front of everyone. If his secrets were further exposed, he would become a target for many. With his current strength, he was no match for any of the 8 great secret realms. He was desperately suppressing the restlessness within him. Look, look! Master Yu is raising the hammer again. Just then, someone shouted loudly. Everyone watched in shock as Yu Qian's aura continued to rise, his expression turning solemn. The hammer in his hand was raised high once more. He was about to strike the dragon bell for the 5th time, but it was clear this 5th strike wasn't easy for Yu Qian. The highly raised bell hammer did not fall immediately. If this strike failed to ring the dragon bell, he would likely be injured by its rebound force. After a moment, Yu Qian gritted his teeth, swung the hammer down, and slammed it into the dragon bell. Bong! The dragon bell chimed, its melodious sound echoing once more. Hearing the bell, Yu Qian's heart settled. He dropped the bell hammer in his hand to the ground. At that moment, 5 golden dragons hovered in the air, their golden light illuminating the entire square. Everyone stared at this truly breathtaking sight, mouths agape, utterly silent. A smile on his face, Yu Qian leaped down from the bell tower, landing directly on the high platform. Patriarch Yu, you truly keep your strength hidden. Patriarch Yu, with your strength, ringing the dragon bell 5 times so effortlessly, I'm afraid even a 6th time would be easy for you. Patriarch Yu, in today's competition, you must go easy on us. Many sect and family leaders on the high platform stepped forward to praise Yu Qian. Yu Qian waved his hand, then glanced at Yao Xinghui. By now, Yao Xinghui hung his head, silent, his face burning with shame. Patriarch Yu is truly amazing, able to ring the dragon bell 5 times in one go. That's something we old folks can only dream of. It's getting late. I think the conference should begin, right? Yao Qixing knew that waiting any longer would only bring more humiliation, so he hurriedly urged for the conference to start. If they could still achieve good results in the competition, they might salvage some face. Since Sect Master Yao is so impatient, our conference shall officially begin. Let the disciples of the major secret realms prepare to enter the arena. Yu Qian nodded and said, "Wait." At that moment, David spoke. Everyone's eyes turned to David, not understanding what he intended to do. "Young man, what else do you need?" Yu Qian asked, a hint of displeasure on his face. "Patriarch Yu, didn't you say earlier that anyone could try this dragon bell? So, I'd like to try ringing that dragon bell. Is that all right?" David said. "You want to try?" Yu Qian was somewhat surprised. Others also showed disdain, and people in the audience began to shout. "David, you're only at the 3rd level distraction realm. You still want to ring the dragon bell? Keep fucking dreaming." Jin Yuan, in the audience, loudly mocked David. "Forget whether you can ring the dragon-patterned bell, you probably can't even get through the passage to the bell tower. Why waste everyone's time?" Yu Qian said. "If I don't try, how do you know I can't get through or can't ring it? You said it yourself, anyone can try." David said, neither humble nor arrogant. Chapter 2297. Yu Qian was rendered somewhat speechless by David's words, as he had indeed said it himself. "Boy, since you put it that way, then go ahead and try. But life and death are fate. If you die inside, it has nothing to do with anyone." Yu Qian said with a cold face. "No problem." David nodded. "Mr. Chen, are you really going to ring the dragon-patterned bell? You must know there are formations in the passage leading to the top of the bell tower. You might get trapped inside." Gu Sangsheng asked worriedly. "Don't worry, old Gu. I'm sure of it." After speaking, David leaped towards the bell tower. David's body landed steadily in front of the bell tower. Without hesitation, he pushed open the bronze door and walked inside. As soon as he entered, David felt a terrifying killing aura continuously assailing him. Looking at the stairs leading upward, David stepped onto them. Just as his foot made contact, heaven and earth seemed to turn upside down. David's body floated uncontrollably. The scenery before David's eyes also changed. It was no longer the ascending passage. At that moment, he seemed to have arrived at a cliff, with a winding path leading to the mountaintop. Is this an illusion within the formation? David looked around in bewilderment. This sudden change must have triggered an illusory formation. Looking at the winding path, David followed it towards the mountaintop. David found that as he continued upward, the pressure around him grew stronger and stronger. As he neared the mountaintop, David felt as if an entire mountain were pressing down on him. The bones in David's body crackled incessantly, and he was already drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth, David exerted all his spiritual power. He knew that to break this illusion, it seemed he had to reach the mountaintop. Hum. With a resonant hum, David's body seemed to pass through a barrier. The pressure on him vanished instantly. At that moment, David had also reached the mountaintop. The mountaintop area wasn't large, but on its side, the skeleton of a giant dragon coiled there. The dragon skeleton was pure white, long devoid of flesh, its death a mystery of time. And at the location of the dragon's skull, a dragon crystal emitting a lustrous glow instantly caught David's attention. David hurried forward and picked up the dragon crystal. As it rested in his hand, the dragon crystal within David's body began to glow. The two dragon crystals seemed to share some connection. The summoning David had felt outside the bell tower likely emanated from this very dragon crystal. Isn't this an illusion? Holding the dragon crystal and sensing its real draconic power, David was perplexed. He should be inside the bell tower at this moment. Shouldn't this be an illusion created by the formation in the passage? What the hell is going on here? David frowned slightly, then looked at the dragon skeleton. What happened to this dragon? Why did it die here? Where is this place? These questions left David somewhat confused. However, the tangible sensation of the dragon crystal in his hand made David feel this wasn't an illusion. But if it wasn't an illusion, then the formation in the passage might be a teleportation array, which had sent David to this place. Could it be that others who entered the bell tower were also sent here? David was puzzled. Ultimately, since he didn't understand, David stopped pondering. Instead, he instantly swallowed the dragon crystal in his hand. As the dragon crystal entered David's body, the giant dragon skeleton on the side instantly turned to powder, scattered by a gust of wind. Chapter 2298. Feeling the dragon crystal wandering within his body, David hastily sat cross-legged and began guiding the newly swallowed dragon crystal to merge with the one already inside him. Soon, the two dragon crystals met. Finally, a dazzling light erupted from David's chest as the two dragon crystals fused together. An immense draconic power, like a runaway wild horse, began galloping through David's body, threatening to burst forth and soar to the heavens. Seeing this, David hurriedly circulated his heart concentration art, beginning to refine this divine draconic power for his own use. Just as David was refining this divine draconic power, everyone outside the bell tower had grown impatient. It's been over an hour, and David hasn't reached the top of the bell tower. I guess he died in the passage, didn't he? Daring to try with only third-level distraction realm strength, isn't this courting death? He's from the secular world. How could he understand the dangers within our secret realms? Everyone was talking, all convinced David had died inside, as it had been over an hour with no sign of him. Overestimating himself, throwing his life away inside. Lu Chang said with a cold sneer. Han Qing'er beside him shot Lu Chang a fierce glare, then looked anxiously toward the bell tower. She was deeply worried about David. If she had known, she should have stopped him from taking such a risk. Seeing Han Qing'er's worried expression, Lu Chang grew angrier and hated David even more. Good Sangsheng, this is the person you brought. Now that he's disappeared, our Firegate's secret realm has one less participant. If we lose this time, the Gu family will bear all the resource losses. My Zhanyue pavilion won't take responsibility. Jin Lifu said angrily to Gutsangsheng. After all, they both belonged to the Firegate's secret realm. Originally, a secret realm had a set number of participants. Now David, in his recklessness, wanted to ring the dragon bell and ended up dead inside, making the Firegate's secret realm short one person and putting them at a disadvantage. Gutsangsheng remained silent, instead staring nervously at the bell tower. David's absence for over an hour filled him with deep concern. Patriarch Yu, I think that kid is already dead inside. Let's start the conference. There's no need to wait any longer. Yao Qisheng said. This endless waiting, no one knew for how long, was unbearable. Moreover, Yao Xinghui had lost face today, and their Purple Thunder sect was eager to redeem themselves. Yu Qian glanced at the bell tower, then looked at Gutsangsheng and said, Patriarch Gu, it's been over an hour with no sign. We will start the conference. No more waiting. Patriarch Yu, please wait. I believe Mr. Chen will be able to reach the top of the bell tower soon. Gutsangsheng pleaded. Patriarch Gu, even if David reaches the top, what then? He'll likely be severely injured by then. I doubt he'll even be able to lift the bell hammer, let alone ring the dragon bell. Don't waste everyone's time now. They're all waiting to fight. Yao Xinghui said impatiently. Having lost face today, he was in a foul mood and simply took it out on Gutsangsheng. Gutsangsheng ignored Yao Xinghui, instead looking at Yu Qian and saying, Patriarch Yu, please wait. Gutsangsheng knew only Yu Qian's word could decide when the conference began. Seeing Gutsangsheng like that, Yu Qian nodded. Alright, we'll wait 5 more minutes. After 5 minutes, the conference starts immediately. 5 minutes. Seeing this, Good Sungshing didn't know what else to say. He could only pray David would appear within these 5 minutes. David, you must show up. You'll be fine. Han Qinger clenched her fists, silently praying for David. Chapter 2299. Beside her, Lu Chong was gnashing his teeth in fury. He didn't understand. Even if David had saved Han Qinger's life, she didn't have to act like this, did she? After all, the two of them hadn't interacted much, whereas he and Han Qinger were childhood sweethearts. Lu Chong couldn't fathom why this was happening. 5 minutes passed quickly. No miracle occurred, and David's figure did not appear. Good Sungshing sighed, his expression seeming to age years as he slumped onto the stone bench. The light vanished from Han Qinger's eyes instantly, her face filled with sorrow. Guyuhan and Ho Zhen also felt a deep sense of loss and regret for David. Alright, time's up. Yu Qian stood up, glanced at everyone below, and announced, I hereby declare the conference. Just as Yu Qian was about to announce the start of the conference, a figure suddenly appeared atop the bell tower. It's David, he appeared. Someone shouted, and everyone's gaze snapped toward the tower. Everyone saw David's figure slowly appear. His body bore no scars or bloodstains, and he looked perfectly fine. David. Seeing David appear at the last moment, Han Qinger shouted without hesitation, crying tears of joy. Lu Chong, standing next to Han Qinger, trembled with anger, his fists clenched so tight they creaked. On the high platform, Han Fusheng frowned slightly upon seeing his daughter so agitated. After all, Han Fusheng was unaware of Han Qinger's relationship with David. Mr. Chen appeared. Good Sungshing jumped up joyfully at that moment. Good Sungshing, why are you so happy? Even if he reached the top, so what? In the end, he probably can't even pick up the hammer. Jean Lifu poured cold water on Good Sungshing's excitement. But Good Sungshing didn't care. He didn't care whether David could ring the dragon bell. As long as David was alive, that was the greatest blessing for him. With the strength of the 3rd level distraction realm, reaching the top is no small feat. Whether he can pick up the bell hammer or ring the dragon bell is irrelevant. Patriarch Gu, call that David down. He shouldn't be reckless, or he might lose his life. Yu Qian felt somewhat surprised that David had managed to reach the top. Not wanting to see David lose his life, he advised Good Sungshing. Good Sungshing nodded and was about to call David down when he saw David wave his palm. The bell hammer, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, flew straight from the ground into David's hand. David held the bell hammer with a relaxed expression, showing none of the struggle others had exhibited. This time, everyone was stunned, staring at David in disbelief. Even Yu Qian was shocked, his gaze fixed on David as if he had seen something terrifying. At that moment, David held the bell hammer and weighed it in his hand. It didn't feel as heavy as claimed. Then David tossed the bell hammer into the air again, caught it, threw it again, and caught it once more. David's actions left everyone dumbfounded. Someone had just said David couldn't even hold the bell hammer, yet now not only had he lifted it, he was even playing with it. How annoying was that? Yao Xinghui watched David tossing the hammer around so casually and began to doubt his own life. He couldn't understand how David, a mere 3rd level distraction realm guy, managed it. It wasn't just Yao Xinghui questioning life, many others were starting to as well. Unaware of the thoughts below, David only felt the hammer was very light in his hand, so he tossed it up to test it. Looking at the dragon-patterned bell before him, David then swung the hammer and smashed it heavily against the bell. Chapter 2300. Everyone watched quietly as David's hammer fell. They wanted to see if David could ring the dragon bell. But after David's bell hammer struck, no melodious chime sounded, no terrifying aura scattered, there wasn't even the slightest movement. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted into an uproar, many staring wide-eyed at each other. Seeing David pick up the bell hammer so easily, could he really not even ring the dragon-patterned bell? But even if it didn't ring, shouldn't the terrifying rebound force of the dragon-patterned bell have knocked David flying? Why did it seem David hadn't suffered any rebound at all? It was rather unbelievable. What's going on? Yu Qian stared blankly, wondering what David was up to. Ha ha ha, even if he could reach the top, he can't even ring it. Jin Yuan laughed loudly. Humph, I said earlier he couldn't ring the dragon bell at all. Lu Chang snorted coldly, then glanced at Han Qing'er. However, at that moment, Han Qing'er was solely focused on David, not even looking at Lu Chang. David slowly withdrew the bell hammer after striking it once. At the same time, a melodious yet deep chime, as if emanating from the horizon, began to reverberate across the square. Bong! This bell seemed to ring louder than any before. Some couldn't bear it and began covering their ears with their hands. Some had their eardrums shattered, blood trickling out. With the chime, the dragon patterns on the dragon patterned bell began to glow with golden light, and then a golden dragon soared into the sky. But simultaneously, another dragon pattern on the bell began to shine. Immediately after, another golden dragon shot straight into the sky from the dragon-patterned bell. One hammer strike had unleashed two golden dragons, something no one had ever seen before. But before everyone could react, yet another golden dragon took flight from the dragon bell. 3, 4, 5. In the end, 9 golden dragons hovered in the air, their roars echoing between heaven and earth. At that moment, everyone in the square stood like statues. Aside from breathing, no one made a single movement. One hammer strike, 9 golden dragons soaring, this was beyond anyone's imagination. The 9 golden dragons circled continuously, finally merging into one enormous golden dragon. It opened its bloody maw, spewing dragon's breath continuously, causing the entire castle to tremble. At that moment, everyone also awoke from their shock. Gazing at the golden dragon before them, they were all astounded, discussing fervently. The golden dragon suddenly dove down, instantly returning to the dragon bell. At that moment, the 9 dragon patterns on the bell vanished, replaced by a single dragon pattern coiling upon it. David reached out and gently touched the dragon bell. Instantly, the bell rapidly shrank until it was only the size of a tea bowl, which David held in his hand. Looking at the bell hammer and the dragon-patterned bell in his hand, David unhesitatingly tossed them into his storage ring. After all, these 2 items were treasures, ancient divine artifacts. When David had first picked up the bell hammer, the origin and purpose of the hammer had appeared in the wordless book within his mind. Otherwise, when David struck the hammer down and the dragon bell made no sound, he would have panicked. Now knowing the hammer and dragon-patterned bell were ancient divine artifacts, David naturally had to store them in his ring and take them away. After putting away the bell hammer and dragon bell, David leaped back to the high platform. Meanwhile, the faces of Jin Yuan and Lu Chang were flushed red, as if they had been slapped hard. They had just shouted that David couldn't ring the dragon bell at all, yet not only had he unleashed 9 golden dragons with one hammer strike, he had now even taken the dragon bell away. Chapter 2301. Yao Xinghui stared at David with a gloomy expression. He felt immense pressure from David at that moment. It seemed his position as number 1 on the billboard might not be secure. David, that was amazing! Han Qing'er shouted excitedly, jumping directly onto the high platform. This made Lu Chang, who had always been by her side, look extremely ugly. Once on the high platform, Han Qing'er's beautiful eyes sparkled, the affection in them completely unconcealed. David smiled tenderly at Han Qing'er. Since he planned to rely on Han Qing'er to infiltrate the Zixia mansion, he needed to maintain a good relationship with her now. Seeing Han Qing'er and David, someone immediately joked, "Palace Master Han, this David, could he be your future son-in-law? I haven't heard you mention it before." Although he knew the other was joking, Han Fusheng frowned. He then yelled at Han Qing'er, "Qing'er, how rude! You can't just climb onto this high platform uninvited. Get down now." Han Fusheng's roar made Han Qing'er pout, but in the end, she could only comply. "Patriarch, I feel there's something very suspicious about David ringing the dragon bell. I'm afraid both the hammer and the dragon bell are broken, aren't they? Think about it, Patriarch rang the bell 5 times, Yao Xinghui rang it twice, they both struggled with the hammer. How could someone knock out 9 golden dragons with a single hammer strike? This is clearly illogical. Either the hammer and bell are broken, or this guy is hiding his true strength." Now he's even shrunk the dragon bell and put it away. He must know the secret of the dragon bell. Yao Xinghui yelled, unable to accept that a third-level distraction realm cultivator had so thoroughly surpassed him. Yu Qian also felt something was off. Frowning slightly, he asked, David, why did you shrink the dragon bell, and why did you take it away? Do you know the secret of this dragon bell, which is why you could so easily knock out 9 golden dragons with one hammer? Yes, I do know the secret of this dragon bell, and this dragon bell is mine. David nodded. David's words caused an uproar. Yu Qian stared at David in disbelief. He couldn't understand how the dragon bell, which had existed for centuries, could suddenly be David's. David, you're talking nonsense. This dragon bell has been here for hundreds of years. How old are you? How could it be yours? Yao Xinghui didn't believe a word David said. Not only Yao Xinghui, but no one believed David. Believe it or not, this dragon bell originally belonged to my family. Now I'm taking it back, it's only natural. David said indifferently. Your family? Yu Qian frowned slightly. Then who is your father? Who are your ancestors? How could they possess such a thing as the dragon bell? Who my father is, I can't tell you. But this dragon bell is indeed my family's. If you don't believe me, you can try now. With the dragon bell in my hands, none of you can ring it. Not only can you not ring it, you can't even lift the hammer. After speaking, David directly took the dragon bell out of his storage ring. Soon, the dragon bell grew to the height of a person, and the bell hammer was placed beside it. Who are you trying to bluff? I don't believe it. Yao Xinghui finished speaking and strode forward to pick up the bell hammer and ring the dragon bell. But Yao Xinghui tried several times, he truly couldn't move the bell hammer. In the end, he even exerted all his strength, but the hammer still didn't budge. This time, Yao Xinghui's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. Yu Qian glanced at David. Without a word, he bent down and grasped the hammer. Yu Qian's aura began to erupt as he exerted great effort to lift the bell hammer. Chapter 2302. But this time, the bell hammer was like a mountain. No matter how hard Yu Qian tried, he couldn't budge the bell hammer. Everyone watched in shock, not understanding how Yu Qian, who had just rung the dragon bell 5 times, couldn't even lift the hammer now. I told you, this is something from my family. Now, only I can ring the dragon bell. David said with a faint smile. David, then try it. If you can ring it again, I'll admit this dragon bell belongs to your family, and you can take it away. Yu Qian still didn't quite believe it. If he couldn't even hold the hammer, could David still move it? Fine. After David finished speaking, he simply waved his hand. The hammer flew directly into David's hand. Immediately after, David slammed the hammer down, and the melodious bell instantly chimed. Under the sound of this bell, everyone trembled and fell into a daze. Although no golden dragon soared this time, the bell rang for over 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, everyone remained motionless, all immersed in the sound of the bell. When the bell stopped, everyone reacted. If David had wanted to attack them during that time, probably not a single person would have survived. Do you believe it now? David looked at Yu Qian and asked. Yu Qian didn't speak, but his expression was extremely complex. Seeing Yu Qian silent, David gently stroked the dragon bell with his palm. Instantly, the bell shrank and was placed back into his storage ring by David. But this time, no one stopped David, and no one spoke up. Even Yao Xinghui stood to the side with an ugly expression. At this point, who would dare question David's words? After putting away the dragon bell, the dragon power within David's body instantly resonated with the dragon race. After learning the origins of the bell hammer and the dragon bell, David could easily control them. Because to wield these two ancient divine artifacts, one needed the power of the divine dragon. Relying solely on spiritual power to forcefully activate them would not unleash their full might. And the power of the divine dragon was unique to the dragon race. Thus, even if ordinary people obtained these two ancient divine artifacts, they could not use them. This was why David could effortlessly lift the bell hammer and ring the dragon bell with ease. Alright. From now on, the bell ringing ceremony at the Secret Realm Conference is cancelled. I now announce the start of the Secret Realm Conference competition. Let each group find their respective arenas. Yu Qian hurriedly announced the start of the competition. Otherwise, if they continued to dwell on the dragon bell, they would only be further humiliated by David. As Yu Qian announced the start of the fights, the major secret realms began searching for their arenas. Yao Xinghui leaped and landed directly on Arena 1. A large character was written on the arena. This was the arena of the Underground Gate Secret Realm. The others also sought out their respective secret realm arenas. The first person to stand on each arena had to be the strongest among the younger generation of that secret realm. Only in this way would they not be easily challenged and defeated. The top 5 on the billboard all found their respective arenas, undoubtedly standing for the first match. But in the Fire Gate Secret Realm, Jin Lifu wanted his son, Jin Yuan, to take the lead. After all, within the Fire Gate Secret Realm, Jin Yuan was the strongest. However, David had just rung the dragon bell, directly showcasing immense prowess and making it impossible for many to gauge his true strength. Therefore, Gu Sangsheng and Jiang Wuya hoped David would be the first to fight. Without knowing their opponent's true strength, many would choose to avoid David and not challenge him. This way, the Fire Gate Secret Realms arena could last longer. Chapter 2303. Fine, I don't want to fight. Let Jin Yuan do it. David had no intention of fighting right away. After all, he didn't know much about the 8 great secret realms. He simply wanted to use this conference to understand the strength of the major secret realms. Since David spoke, Gu Sangsheng wouldn't argue. He let Jin Yuan fight. Soon, people began seeking opponents to fight. However, as for Yao Xinghui, ranked number 1 on the billboard, no one stood before his arena. No one was foolish enough to challenge Yao Xinghui in the first match. At that moment, Yao Xinghui sat in his arena with a hint of pride on his face. The face he lost on the dragon bell seemed to have been recovered now. No one dared to challenge him, proving these people feared him. David just glanced at Yao Xinghui, but when Yao Xinghui saw it, he immediately waved and said, "David, if you can knock out 9 golden dragons with one hammer, you must be very strong. How about the 2 of us fight?" Yao Xinghui wanted to challenge David to a match. If David were defeated, then David's spotlight would instantly be overshadowed by him. "No, I won't fight. I can't beat you." David waved his hand and said without hesitation. This time, Yao Xinghui was somewhat surprised. You must know, for these cultivators, they practiced desperately to get ahead. No one was willing to admit their strength was lacking. But as soon as David spoke, he openly admitted he couldn't win, greatly exceeding Yao Xinghui's expectations. David paid no more attention to Yao Xinghui. Instead, he began wandering in front of the other arenas, watching those people fight, and understanding the strength of these secret realm cultivators. "Mr. Chen, aren't you going to fight?" Ho Zhen asked David. David shook his head. "I'd better watch first and decide later." Ho Zhen understood David was waiting. Later, when he saw a weaker person on top, David would make his move, increasing his chances of winning. "Mr. Chen, you have 3 chances anyway. As long as you don't lose 3 times, you can continue to challenge," Ho Zhen said. David smiled slightly, but he didn't plan to fight. He just looked around, biding his time. "Mr. Chen, since you don't want to fight, then I will." After speaking, Ho Zhen leaped up and jumped directly onto an arena. At that moment, there was also a thin, wiry man on the arena. David just glanced at it, then slightly shook his head and turned to leave. "Mr. Chen, do you think Ho Zhen can't beat the person in the arena?" At that moment, Gu Yuhan, seeing David's reaction, asked. "He can't beat him. Monkey can last at most 1 move." David said. "1 move?" Gu Yuhan didn't quite believe it and said, "Although Ho Zhen's strength isn't high, he..." Gu Yuhan didn't finish her words, only hearing a bang. She saw Ho Zhen's body instantly fly off the arena and heavily hit the ground. This time, Guyuhan looked at Ho Zhen, at a loss for words. Ho Zhen got up, his face red, and said, I was careless, I was careless. David smiled lightly and said nothing. At that moment, a delicate shout immediately caught David's attention. David looked over and found Han Qinger had already taken the stage and was fighting a man in white. Han Qinger held a long sword, constantly waving it like a poisonous snake, attacking relentlessly. The man in white, however, was unhurried, a slight smile on his face, continuously dodging. It was clear the man in white was obviously letting Han Qinger win and wasn't in a hurry to defeat her. Why did Miss Han choose to compete with this guy? She's clearly no match. Ho Zhen said in confusion upon seeing this. Chapter 2304. Who is this guy in white? David asked. This guy is Feng Wuhan from Fengyue Valley in the Mountain Gate Secret Realm. He's strong. This guy is lustful, but his strength is formidable. If it weren't for promising girls he'd deliberately lose to, this Feng Wuhan could probably make it onto the billboard too. Ho Zhen introduced. Sure enough, after Ho Zhen finished speaking, Feng Wuhan began to tease Han Qinger. Miss Han, consider my suggestion just now. If you let me kiss you, I'll let you defeat me now. Feng Wuhan stared at Han Qinger with a lecherous gaze. Han Qinger's face flushed red. Though she didn't speak, the long sword in her hand became even sharper. It's just that the difference in strength between the two was considerable, and Han Qinger couldn't do anything to Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan merely dodged, constantly teasing Han Qinger. It seemed this arena, for him, wasn't for fighting but for picking up girls. I'll hack you to death. Han Qinger was furious, slashing her long sword through the air. However, Feng Wuhan reached out and directly clamped Han Qinger's sword between two fingers. No matter how hard Han Qinger tried, she couldn't pull the sword back. Clang! Then came a crisp sound. Han Qinger's long sword broke directly. Just as Han Qinger was stunned, Feng Wuhan grabbed her wrist and pulled her directly into his arms. Han Qinger panicked, struggling desperately, but she couldn't break free at all. Feng Wuhan looked at Han Qinger with a wicked smile, moving his mouth toward her face. Bah, you big pervert, shameless. Han Qinger spat fiercely at Feng Wuhan. The lecherous smile on Feng Wuhan's face instantly vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. Damn bitch, how dare you shame me? After that, Feng Wuhan slapped out with his palm, directly knocking Han Qinger out of the arena. Fortunately, Han Qinger just fell out of the arena and was caught by people from Zixia Mansion, so she wasn't seriously injured. At that moment, after throwing Han Qinger out of the arena, Feng Wuhan's eyes swept below, then fell on Guyuhan. His gloomy face instantly filled with a wicked smirk. Miss Gu, do you want to compete with me? I can let you win. Just let me kiss you, and I'll admit defeat immediately, letting you win the match. If you let me sleep with you for one night, I can make everyone in our Mountain Gate Secret Realm lose to you. What do you think of this deal? Feng Wuhan asked Guyuhan. Guyuhan's face turned blue with anger. She angrily prepared to take the stage but was stopped by David. You go up, you're not his match. Let me handle this. David looked at Feng Wuhan and decided to go up and teach this guy a lesson. But just as David was about to take the stage, he saw a figure flash by and leap onto the arena. David looked and found it was Lu Chang. Lu Chang, who originally occupied an arena, rushed over upon seeing Han Qinger being bullied by Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan, don't be so fucking arrogant. Today, I'll castrate you and make you a eunuch. Lu Chang roared at Feng Wuhan. Lu Chang, you pathetic lapdog, what are you barking about? With your pathetic skills, you dare to fight me on stage? Feng Wuhan looked as if he didn't take Lu Chang seriously at all. Today, even if I exhaust all my strength, I'll castrate you. Lu Chang's face flushed red, and his aura began to rise. You are not his opponent. Come down. At that moment, a delicate shout sounded, and then a beautiful figure appeared on the arena. Lu Chang wanted to get angry, but when he saw the person, he swallowed his words instantly. Chapter 2305. Because the one who stepped up was Yu Jiaming, Yu Qian's daughter. Not to mention Yu Jiaming being a figure on the billboard, but Yu Qian's reputation across the 8 great secret realms meant Lu Chang didn't dare show disrespect to Jiaming. Miss Yu, Lu Chang wanted to say something, but Yu Jiaming glared at him and said, "Go down." Lu Chang hesitated, but could only jump off the arena. "Miss Yu, you're not in your own arena. Why have you come to mine?" Seeing Yu Jiaming, Feng Wuhan no longer wore that lecherous smile but asked with slight embarrassment. "I can't stand you bullying women. Today, I'll compete with you. If I lose, I'll let you kiss me. If you lose, I'll castrate you." Yu Jiaming's face was icy, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Miss Yu, stop joking. I'm not your opponent. I won't fight you. I admit defeat." Feng Wuhan wasn't stupid, he couldn't compete with Yu Jiaming. "You're not allowed to admit defeat." Yu Jiaming scolded. "Why can't I admit defeat? The rules allow it. You can't modify the rules just because your father is Yu Qian." Feng Wuhan retorted. This time, Yu Jiaming was at a loss for words. After all, if she disagreed, she wouldn't even be following the rules her own father set. She could allow Feng Wuhan to admit defeat, but then there'd be no way to teach this big pervert a lesson. For a moment, Yu Jiaming was in a dilemma. "It's better if I face this shameless guy." At that moment, David spoke and walked towards the arena. Yu Jiaming looked at David and frowned slightly. "You?" Although David had rung the dragon bell, even knocking out 9 golden dragons with one hammer, Yu Jiaming didn't think David's strength was that high. After all, David was able to ring the dragon bell because he knew its secret, which had nothing to do with strength. With David's mere distraction realm strength, how could he be Feng Wuhan's opponent? "David." Seeing this, Han Qing'er hurriedly stepped forward to stop David. "Don't go up. You're not Feng Wuhan's match. You can't beat him." Seeing Han Qing'er cares so much about David, Lu Chang's anger flared up even more. "Don't worry. He dared to tease you, I'll beat the shit out of him today." David smiled at Han Qing'er. Hearing this, Han Qing'er burst out laughing and said, "Then be careful. If you can't win, just admit defeat. He can't do anything to you." David nodded, then leaped onto the arena. "Miss Yu, he doesn't dare to fight you. You'd better go down, and I'll have a match with him. If he can't even compete with me, a cultivator from the mundane world, then he should just go home. Don't embarrass the 8 great secret realms by being here," David said to Yu Jiaming. David's words deliberately provoked Feng Wuhan, forcing him to fight. If this guy still admitted defeat, David could do nothing about him. After all, in this guy's eyes, women were more important than victory or defeat. "Hey, you're just a guy from the secular world. What makes you so cocky? Don't think just because you rang the dragon bell, everyone fears you. I'll crush you today." Feng Wuhan roared, truly falling into David's trap. Yu Jiaming could only leave the arena to see how David would teach Feng Wuhan a lesson. Since many people didn't know David's true strength, and David had just rung the dragon bell, many came over to watch the battle between David and Feng Wuhan. Even those on the high platform looked over, wanting to see David's true strength. David had become the focus now, which excited Feng Wuhan greatly. As long as he could easily defeat David, his fame would instantly spread across the 8 great secret realms. Chapter 2306. Today, if I don't beat the shit out of you, I won't set foot in the secret realms again. After David finished speaking, the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in his hand. The sword was drawn, and the dragon-slaying sword emitted a humming sound as endless sword intent erupted at that moment. David looked at Feng Wuhan, an endless sneer on his face. Although David's realm didn't seem to have changed, the dragon power within him had increased significantly. If not to avoid exposing all his strength, the moment the dragon-slaying sword appeared, golden dragons would have already been roaring, with the potential to shake heaven and earth. Feeling the sword intent emanating from the dragon-slaying sword, the contempt on Feng Wuhan's face vanished, replaced by solemnity. The moment the dragon-slaying sword appeared, he knew David was not to be trifled with. Feng Wuhan also slowly drew a treasured sword. Instantly, sword light shimmered everywhere, filled with killing intent. David and Feng Wuhan stared at each other, neither making the first move. In a true duel between masters, striking first could seize the initiative but also expose one's flaws and weaknesses. And among masters like them, perhaps a single flaw could turn defeat into victory. Come on, let me see what kind of strength a mundane cultivator like you can achieve. Feng Wuhan waved at David. David snorted coldly, then his body suddenly moved. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand trembled slightly as a domineering sword light shot toward Feng Wuhan. Feeling the sword glow from David's dragon-slaying sword, Feng Wuhan also moved. The long sword in his hand instantly drew little cherry blossoms in the air. Boom! A terrifying aura swept out from Feng Wuhan's sword, instantly blocking David's sword glow. This Feng Wuhan's strength was indeed formidable, he blocked David's sword so easily. With just these skills, you dare to show off on stage? Feng Wuhan sneered, the solemnity on his face gone. The strength of David's sword just now posed no threat to him at all. 10,000 swords return. Feng Wuhan suddenly threw the long sword in his hand into the air, and a rumbling sound echoed in the sky. At that moment, countless sword shadows appeared above David's head, then fell from the sky, heading straight for him. Simultaneously, Feng Wuhan stomped his foot lightly. Countless gravel around the arena rose into the sky, instantly drowning David. With a rain of swords above and a gravel formation below, David had nowhere to escape, no way out. Ha ha ha, not being on the billboard, do you think I'm easy to bully? Feng Wuhan laughed. At that moment, accompanied by a buzzing sound, a golden light shot into the sky, instantly breaking through the stone formation. Under the golden light, David held the dragon-slaying sword. At this time, David was covered in golden scales. His golden body was activated, directly shielding him. The sword rain struck the golden scales, causing no harm to David at all. Everyone was astonished at this sight. They didn't understand what exactly was covering David's body, how it could be so hard. Even Feng Wuhan frowned, looking at David coldly. Tell me, between that David and Feng Wuhan, who can win? On the high platform, Yu Qian looked at the situation on the arena and asked. Although David has many tricks, he relies entirely on the various treasures on his person. The armor he's wearing and the sword in his hand are not ordinary items. Without the enhancement from these treasures, he would have been minced under the sword long ago. Jin Lifu analyzed. Chapter 2307. Master Jin's analysis is spot on. David's own strength isn't high, the reason he can fight Feng Wuhan is thanks to the treasures on his body. But for a person from the secular world to have so many treasures on him, doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable? Yao Qisheng also believed David couldn't possibly defeat Feng Wuhan. Wait a moment. David's true strength is probably beyond our imagination. Han Fusheng stared at David and said. When Han Qing'er was being bullied by Feng Wuhan, Han Fusheng kept watching. However, the rule was that elders could not intervene. Unless Han Qing'er admitted defeat, and Feng Wuhan kept harassing her endlessly, only then could Han Fusheng take action. Seeing David step onto the stage for his daughter, Han Fusheng felt very favorably toward David. That's why he spoke so highly of David on this occasion. Mr. Chen hasn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Feng Wuhan would have already lost. Jiang Wuya said slowly. Jiang Wuya knew David still had a flaming tiger mount. If David released the flaming tiger now, how could Feng Wuhan possibly stand against both the flaming tiger and David together? But since David hadn't released the flaming tiger, it seemed he was afraid of revealing his true strength to avoid being targeted. Everyone glanced at Jiang Wuya with looks of disbelief. They didn't believe what Jiang Wuya said. David's strength was only at the third-level distraction realm. Being able to trade blows with Feng Wuhan was already impressive. How could he defeat Feng Wuhan so quickly? Since no one believed him, Jiang Wuya said no more. Only Gutsangsheng at that moment was attentively watching every move in the arena. At that moment, Feng Wuhan's face in the arena turned somewhat ugly. He coldly said to David, "Kid, you're just a cultivator from the secular world. No matter how many treasures you have, there's no way you can make up for the gap. After speaking, Feng Wuhan thrust the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the air, heading straight for David's head. It seemed Feng Wuhan knew the indestructible golden body on David was extremely hard, so this time he aimed directly for David's head. If this sword struck, David would die. David, be careful. Han Qinger below the stage saw Feng Wuhan actually meant to kill David and hurriedly shouted a warning. On the high platform, when Gutsungsheng saw Feng Wuhan using a killing move, he hurriedly said to Yu Qian, Patriarch Yu, that Feng Wuhan violated the rules. He directly intended to kill. After all, the competition in the Secret Realm Conference was for mutual learning, distinguishing winners and losers, and obtaining resources. There was no deep-seated hatred, so no one was supposed to kill. Gutsungsheng, this is a duel between masters. It's unavoidable. And David isn't a fool, can't he dodge? Feng Jingyan, the master of Fengyue Valley in the Mountain Gate's secret realm, said disdainfully. Feng Jingyan, what do you mean? Your disciple clearly intended to kill. If Mr. Chen suffers any mishap, my Gu family will never let you off. Gutsungsheng glared fiercely at Feng Jingyan. Your Gu family is a piece of shit. In the Fire Gate's secret realm, your Gu family is nothing. You dare to threaten me? Feng Jingyan snorted coldly, looking down on the Gu family entirely. You! Gutsungsheng was furious, his aura beginning to rise. Feng Jingyan didn't back down, his aura erupting instantly. Enough! This secret realm conference is not where you fight. Yu Qian let out a cold roar, making Gutsungsheng and Feng Jingyan reign in their auras. At that moment, on the arena, David looked at Feng Wuhan's sword light, his feet sliding lightly. His body became like a phantom, constantly shifting positions on the arena. Chapter 2308. Feng Wuhan's sword light missed, directly dodged by David. The sword light struck the side of the arena, tearing it apart instantly. Feng Wuhan watched David's elegant movements, his eyes narrowing slightly. The long sword in his hand kept swinging out. Several sword beams shot forth, instantly blocking the four directions of the arena. He wanted to see how David would escape this time. Seeing this, David's footwork quickened. However, those sword lights seemed to have eyes, transforming into streams of light that continuously attacked David's surroundings. Witnessing this, everyone grew nervous. This time, David would likely find it difficult to escape. But just as everyone thought David couldn't evade these swords, suddenly, David, who had only been one figure, appeared simultaneously in four directions above the arena. There was a David figure in every direction, each holding a dragon-slaying sword, as if each were the real body. This time, everyone was stunned. Feng Wuhan was also momentarily dumbfounded, then quickly controlled several sword lights, shooting them toward all the Davids that had appeared simultaneously. Thump! The sword light pierced through David's body, producing a dull sound. Thud, thud, thud. Then came several soft sounds. Feng Wuhan saw all the David figures that had appeared were pierced through by the sword light. Mere illusions, and you dare to show off. Feng Wuhan sneered. Feng Wuhan knew the sudden appearance of so many Davids must be due to David using illusions. Among these Davids, all were fake except one real body. Although Feng Wuhan couldn't distinguish them, he could kill all the Davids that appeared. So no matter which was the real body, David would be instantly killed. Now, seeing all the David figures pierced by the sword light, Feng Wuhan was delighted. But just as Feng Wuhan showed a smile, he found that the Davids that had suddenly appeared slowly turned into rays of light and vanished after the sword light pierced them. Four directions, four Davids, all disappeared after being pierced by the sword light. What's going on? Feng Wuhan wondered. None of these Davids were the real body. If these were all transformed by David, where was David's real body? After all, the arena was only so big. It was impossible for David to leave, leaving the arena mid-fight meant forfeiting. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a voice sounded behind Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan was stunned, then abruptly turned his head. When he saw a figure appear behind him, Feng Wuhan was so frightened he nearly wet himself. Feng Wuhan instinctively turned and threw a punch. But before Feng Wuhan's fist landed, David fiercely slapped his face, slapping Feng Wuhan to the ground on the spot. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching in disbelief. Many hadn't even noticed when David got behind Feng Wuhan. Moreover, the two furious sword strikes Feng Wuhan had launched were easily dodged by David. On the high platform, the faces of those who had claimed David was no match for Feng Wuhan grew somewhat embarrassed. Especially Feng Jingyan. Seeing his disciple being slapped, only he knew how it felt. Jin Yuan and Lu Chang were both astonished, looking on in disbelief. At that moment, both were extremely shocked. Originally, they thought they could easily handle David. But now it seemed they might be the ones easily handled by David. In the arena of the underground gate's secret realm, Yao Xinghui looked over with a calm expression, his thoughts unknown. Han Qing'er and Gu Yuhan were both excited, their beautiful eyes sparkling. Mr. Chen is amazing. Ho Zhen raised his arms and shouted, as if venting all the pent-up frustration in his heart. Chapter 2309. Feng Jinjian, your apprentice doesn't seem to have learned anything except how to pick up girls. What kind of master are you? It's not him, but your Feng Yuegu is shameless. Han Fusheng said with a mocking look. Earlier, Feng Wuhan had teased Han Qing'er, which had long displeased Han Fusheng. Now was the time to vent his anger. Han Fusheng's words made Feng Jinjian's expression turn ugly, but he remained silent. That Feng Wuhan can't have only this much ability. It should get more exciting later. Yu Qian said lightly. Everyone actually knew that Feng Wuhan still hadn't used his real methods. The reason he was slapped by David was because he had underestimated his opponent. David came from the secular world, and Feng Wuhan looked down on him. Moreover, David's aura was only at the third level of the distraction realm, which made Feng Wuhan even more careless. If not for David ringing the dragon-patterned bell and summoning 9 golden dragons with a single hammer blow, Feng Wuhan probably wouldn't have even engaged with David. Just wait and see. Feng Jingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, his face gloomy. He also believed that his disciple would never be defeated by some guy from the secular world. At this moment, Feng Wuhan, on the arena, stared at David with rage. David's slap had stripped him of all his dignity and pride. He never expected that David actually had some tricks up his sleeve, making him fall for it. Bastard, you have completely enraged me. I want your life. Now, Feng Wuhan no longer cared about any rules. He shouted loudly, openly declaring his intent to kill David. You can try to kill me. It depends on whether you have that ability. Since I said I'm going to beat the shit out of you, I will definitely do it. So, you'd better prepare to change your pants. David's lips curved slightly upward, his expression full of disdain, which infuriated Feng Wuhan even more. Don't think you can defeat me with flashy tricks. Today, I will make you understand what true skill is. After Feng Wuhan finished speaking, the aura on his body violently erupted, rolling out in waves and instantly sweeping in all directions. Seeing this, David tapped his toes lightly, his body quickly retreating to avoid the brunt of the assault. Feng Wuhan looked toward his father, Feng Jingyan, who nodded at Feng Wuhan as if the two were communicating something. Seeing his father nod, Feng Wuhan seemed to have no more reservations. The long sword in his hand suddenly plunged into the center of the arena. The large mountain character in the arena's center began to glow. The entire arena trembled violently, and suddenly, the long sword seemed to be pushed out by something. From the point where the sword had pierced, black chi surged upward, covering the arena and slowly condensing. Seeing this black chi, everyone was stunned. Many looked at Feng Jingyan, their eyes filled with doubt and confusion. At this moment, Feng Jingyan remained impassive, as if oblivious to everyone's gazes, his eyes fixed on the arena. A terrifying atmosphere began to condense and climb continuously, and the black chi gradually formed human shapes. The 6 figures condensed from the black mist also held condensed long swords, suspended in midair. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped, a chill running down their spines. Remnant souls? Remnants of the distraction realm? Good Sangsheng looked at the condensed figures on the arena, frowning deeply. How does Fengyuegu have remnant souls? They even sealed remnant souls within the arena. No wonder no one has been able to break the arena in the Mountain Gate's secret realm. Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Chapter 23:10. At this moment, on the arena, David was surrounded by 6 remnant souls. Together with Feng Wuhan's aura, they relentlessly oppressed David. Suddenly, David was at a severe disadvantage. Now, David was 1 against 7. Many were sweating for David. Since Fengyuegu had revealed their trump card, it would likely be difficult for David to leave alive today. Feng Jinjian, how did Fengyuegu obtain so many remnant souls? Could it be that you also possess the means to refine remnant souls? Are you unable to cultivate properly? Jiang Wuya demanded loudly of Feng Jinjian. After all, refining remnant souls is despised in the cultivation world. Only evil cultivators would do such a thing. Now that Fengyuegu had suddenly revealed 6 remnant souls, it was bound to raise everyone's suspicions. Just because one has remnant souls, does that make them an evil cultivator? These remnant souls are my spoils of war. Is that not allowed? Feng Jingyan snorted coldly, having clearly prepared a counterargument. Since he dared to let Feng Wuhan reveal the remnant souls, he was not afraid of these questions. Alright, I know about Fengyuegu's remnant souls. They obtained them by destroying an evil cultivator. But to deal with someone from the secular world, Fengyuegu even used remnant souls. He is truly something. Yu Qian said expressionlessly. Feng Jingyan didn't speak. In front of Yu Qian, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Old Gu, Mr. Chen is in trouble now. Jiang Wuya whispered to Good Sangsheng. Good Sangsheng was extremely anxious. He never expected Fengyuegu to possess remnant souls. Moreover, this was just a sparring match, yet they had released the remnant souls. Patriarchu, this is merely a sparring match. For Fengyuegu to release remnant souls like this, isn't that aiming for a fatal outcome? I think. Good Sangsheng wanted to speak to Yu Qian, asking him to intervene for David. But before Good Sangsheng could finish, Yu Qian waved his hand and said, using remnant souls to fight does not violate the rules, just as that David used treasures on his body to fight. If you fear David is in danger, you can have him admit defeat now. I can guarantee Feng Wuhan will not dare to attack. Seeing this, Good Sangsheng could only sigh helplessly. Then, he dropped from the high platform, landing lightly. Mr. Chen, this is just a sparring match. Don't push yourself. Just admit defeat. Good Sangsheng urged David to concede. After all, admitting defeat was inconsequential. He could continue competing later, as long as he didn't lose 3 matches. David glanced at Feng Wuhan, who wore a smug expression, then said to Good Sangsheng, Old Master Gu, don't worry. I said I would beat the shit out of him, so I will beat the shit out of him. Now that this little bastard is an evil cultist, I will not only beat the shit out of him but also make him eat it. David calmly regarded Feng Wuhan and the 6 remnant souls, appearing entirely unafraid. Seeing David's determination, Good Sangsheng could only retreat helplessly. He didn't dare to order David. Dad, do you think Mr. Chen can win? He seems very confident. Gu Yuhan whispered to Good Sangsheng. Good Sangsheng shook his head. I don't know either. I don't know if Mr. Chen has secrets I'm unaware of. He also has a flaming tiger. If he releases the flaming tiger, does he have a chance of winning? Gu Yuhan asked. These remnant souls are ethereal. Although the flaming tiger is powerful, dealing with remnant souls, I'm afraid brute force won't work. It depends on whether Mr. Chen has means to counter remnant souls. Good Sangsheng sighed helplessly. At this moment, hearing David say he would beat the shit out of him and make him eat it, Feng Wuhan was furious. Bastard, I won't kill you today, but I will absolutely make your life worse than death. I will turn you into my puppet, make you kneel before me forever. Feng Wuhan gritted his teeth, the corners of his eyes twitching, fury blazing in his eyes. Chapter 23:11. You think you have that ability? You can turn me into anything, But you don't have that ability at all. It's useless even if you summon remnant souls, you piece of shit. As a cultivator, you even practice evil arts, trying to take shortcuts. You are worse than trash. David sneered at Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan trembled with anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "I'm going to make your life worse than death today." With Feng Wuhan's roar, the 6 remnant souls instantly launched an attack on David. For a moment, there were only several figures on the arena, taking turns attacking David continuously. Witnessing this scene, everyone drew a sharp breath. Although these remnant souls had lost their physical bodies and their strength was greatly diminished, 6 Distraction Realm remnant souls dealing with a David who was only at the 3rd level of the Distraction Realm, wasn't that more than enough? Feng Wuhan watched coldly, observing David being bombarded continuously, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. 9 Shadows Divine Sword. Suddenly, David shouted. Then, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling golden light. Immediately after, David's figure began to flicker, leaving behind a shadow with each movement. In the end, 6 figures stood quietly on the arena. It was as if 6 identical Davids had suddenly appeared, each holding the dragon-slaying sword with a fierce expression. Seeing this, Feng Wuhan snorted coldly, "Bastard, who are you trying to scare with illusion techniques here? Even if you can conjure more figures, so what? It won't change anything at all." Feng Wuhan knew David was merely using an illusion. Those figures had no attack power whatsoever. Their purpose was to confuse his vision, creating an opening for himself. Feng Wuhan saw through David's trick at a glance, so he wasn't afraid at all. Really? It really doesn't change anything? After speaking, David waved his palm lightly. Several golden lights scattered, and then the 6 shadow clones raised their dragon-slaying swords high before swinging them down. 6 terrifying auras blazed forth simultaneously. Boom! Feeling the terrifying, earth-shaking aura, Feng Wuhan was stunned. He couldn't understand how these shadow clones could possess attack power. Feng Wuhan hurriedly controlled the 6 remnant souls to engage David's shadow clones directly. David looked coldly at Feng Wuhan. "What other tricks do you have? Use them now." Feng Wuhan stood rooted to the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Don't be afraid. Even if his shadow clones possess some strength, the spiritual power consumed also comes from his own body. The 6 shadow clones consume a massive amount of spiritual power every minute. He will be exhausted soon. Our remnant souls don't require any expenditure of your strength at all." Just as Feng Wuhan stood frozen, Feng Jingyan transmitted his voice. Feng Jingyan could see at a glance that David's clones couldn't have attack power on their own. The reason these clones could attack was also supported by the spiritual power consumed from David's body. Hearing this, Feng Wuhan's heart suddenly relaxed. His face turned arrogant again as he said, "Bastard, let's see how long you can last. 6 shadow clones, I'm afraid they consume a huge amount of your spiritual power. Once you're nearly drained, I can crush you with a single finger." Feng Wuhan was taunting David. David himself knew he couldn't drag this out, so he launched the first attack. Blue flames suddenly erupted from David's body. As David's body ignited, the 6 shadow clones also began to burn. Chapter 23:12. The remnant souls had no physical bodies. Although they couldn't receive substantial damage, the flames burning on David's body at this moment were indeed spiritual fire, and spiritual fire was the best means to deal with entities like remnant souls. Spiritual fire. That David actually ignited spiritual fire. Someone began to shout. Soon, the 6 remnant souls burned alongside David's shadow clones. A roar sounded as several pillars of fire leaped up on the arena. It was over in an instant. The 6 remnant souls vanished, and David's shadow clones disappeared along with them. "Now, we can have a fair duel again." After speaking, David slowly raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Countless auras poured in from all directions. For a time, heaven and earth shook, and the sun and moon dimmed. These spiritual energies entered David's body and were instantly transformed into spiritual power by the concentration art. Then, this spiritual power converged on the dragon-slaying sword, forming a terrifying sword gleam. "I will never lose to you," Feng Wuhan roared. The long sword in his hand swung before his chest, and a light shield instantly appeared. Looking at the light shield before Feng Wuhan, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Feng Yuegu's secret technique." Feng Wuhan actually learned this. It seemed Feng Jingyan had indeed taught Feng Yuegu's secret technique to him. But David didn't care at all. Looking at Feng Wuhan, who was still struggling desperately, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand suddenly swung down. The sword gleam was like lightning, carrying the power of the heavens, causing bursts of explosions as it arrived before Feng Wuhan in an instant. Boom! The sword light violently struck the light shield before Feng Wuhan, producing a deafening sound. Feng Wuhan only felt an immense pressure hit him. Then, his feet were firmly planted on the ground. The light shield before him had blocked David's sword. Seeing this, Feng Wuhan was overjoyed. He laughed heartily, "With your strength, you can't break my light shield at all." "Really?" This time, a sword light capable of splitting the void appeared. Before Feng Wuhan could react, the light shield before him instantly turned into motes of light, floating directly into the air. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. Feng Wuhan had even revealed Feng Yuegu's secret technique. He had used 6 Distraction Realm Remnant Souls and a light shield, yet even so, he still failed to block David's attack. David, a cultivator from the secular world, had demonstrated strength far surpassing many from the secret realm families. This guy, his strength has improved too quickly. On the high platform, Feng Jingyan looked at David, his expression grave. Hearing Feng Jingyan's words, Gutsangsheng couldn't help but frown. Feng Jingyan didn't know David at all and had never met him. How could he suddenly say such a thing? It seemed this Feng Jingyan must know about David's strength, which is why he said David's strength had improved quickly. "Feng Jingyan, what do you mean by that? Didn't you know Mr. Chen before?" Gutsangsheng asked Feng Jingyan. Feng Jingyan was startled for a moment, then shook his head, "I don't know him. I've never seen him before." After speaking, Feng Jingyan turned aside, refusing to speak further with Gutsangsheng. Looking at Feng Jingyan's demeanor, Jiang Wuya whispered, "Old Gu, I think this guy knows Mr. Chen. Even if he hasn't seen him, he must have heard of him. Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? It's very obvious he's aware of Mr. Chen's previous strength. He's a valley master in the secret realm. Why would he need to know about Mr. Chen's strength?" Gutsangsheng couldn't comprehend why this Feng Jingyan would want to know about David. After all, David hadn't even known about the 8 secret realms before. Chapter 23:13. I remember you said that the 8 great secret realms are connected to the Demon Heart sect, but it's unknown who among the 8 great secret realms is linked to the Demon Heart sect. It's very suspicious. Fengyue Valley actually has something like a remnant soul, and he even knows Mr. Chen very well. As the Valley Master, if he hadn't colluded with the Demon Heart sect, how would he know Mr. Chen's strength so clearly? Jiang Wuya followed Gutsangsheng and analyzed the situation. When Gutsangsheng heard this, he felt that Jiang Wuya made a lot of sense. He glanced at Feng Jingyan, then prepared to find an opportunity to tell David about it. Yu Qian, who was standing nearby, also heard the conversation between Jiang Wuya and Gutsangsheng. He walked over and said, "Watch the match properly. Don't make baseless suspicions. Our 8 great secret realms must remain united. It seems that David is really not simple. Feng Wuhan will probably be defeated soon." After Yu Qian came over, Jiang Wuya and Gutsangsheng didn't dare say anything more. At this moment, on the arena, Feng Wuhan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He never expected the remnant soul he released to be so fragile. Moreover, his light shield had also been shattered by David's 2 sword strikes. Feng Wuhan was already terrified at this point. Seeing Feng Wuhan becoming frightened, David knew victory was close. Once fear took root in Feng Wuhan's heart, it would inevitably affect his performance. "Since you're scared, then obediently eat shit and admit defeat. It won't look good if I beat the shit out of you myself," David said coldly, gripping the dragon-slaying sword. "Boy, don't be so arrogant. I will never admit defeat. Although Feng Wuhan was afraid, he couldn't admit it. He absolutely couldn't let others see the fear in his heart. Since you're not afraid, then let's continue. As David spoke, the dragon-slaying sword erupted with an even more terrifying sword glow. This time, bursts of buzzing sounds came from the blade, like the roar of a dragon. Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from the dragon-slaying sword, Feng Wuhan's hand trembled slightly as he held his sword. Cut! David slashed downward. The sword glow flashed, and in an instant, it appeared right in front of Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan roared angrily and swung his long sword in front of him, desperately trying to block David's attack. Clang! 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 The long sword in Feng Wuhan's hand rang violently, sparks flew everywhere, and his body was instantly sent flying. The long sword in Feng Wuhan's hand shattered into several pieces and scattered across the arena. Everyone stared in shock. They couldn't believe that all of Feng Wuhan's methods had been completely destroyed by David. The remnant's soul was burned, the light shield shattered, and now even the long sword in his hand was broken. You must know that Feng Wuhan's sword was no ordinary weapon, yet it was still cut into pieces by David. Now everyone could see clearly, Feng Wuhan was going to lose. On the high platform, Feng Jingyan's expression became extremely grim. How is this possible? How is this even possible? Feng Wuhan climbed up from the ground and stared at David with raging fury in his eyes. He was the proud son of Fengyue Valley, a top-tier genius who had inherited his master's true teachings at a young age. Yet now, he was beaten into the dirt by someone from the secular world. This was an unbearable humiliation. Feng Wuhan knew that if he lost this battle, Fengyue Valley would no longer tolerate him, and he would have no standing in the 8 great secret realms either. He had molested and toyed with countless women before. Without Fengyue Valley backing him, would those people let him live? Absolutely not. He would probably be chopped into minced meat. So Feng Wuhan knew he could not lose, absolutely not. Otherwise, there would be nothing but death waiting for him. If that's the case, then I have no choice. After making up his mind, the fear in Feng Wuhan's heart disappeared. He slowly raised his hands, as if grasping something invisible. No! You can't do this! On the high platform, Feng Jingyan's eyes widened instantly when he saw Feng Wuhan's movements. He leaped up, trying to rush toward the arena. Chapter 23:14. Seeing this, Good Sangxing immediately made a move, and Jiang Wuya also acted at the same time to block him. Feng Jingyan, according to the arena rules, before the match ends, no one is allowed to enter the ring. You're blatantly breaking the rules. Good Sangxing knew David was about to win and did everything he could to stop Feng Jingyan. Feng Jingyan was blocked by Good Sangxing and Jiang Wuya. Just then, Yu Qian waved his hand and shouted, "The Secret Realm Conference has just resumed, and you're openly attacking people here. Are you not taking me seriously at all?" Yu Qian's roar echoed throughout the entire square, instantly forcing everyone to stop. At this moment, on the arena, Feng Wuhan raised his hands and shouted toward the sky, "I am willing to sacrifice my life in exchange for the devil's blessing." As Feng Wuhan roared, dark clouds instantly covered the sky. A black sphere of light descended from above and fell directly into his raised hands. The black light quickly entered Feng Wuhan's body. He let out a miserable howl as his body twisted and deformed before collapsing to the ground. In an instant, Feng Wuhan's body shriveled up, as if all the blood had been drained. His aura rapidly faded, making him look completely dead. Everyone was stunned and confused. They had no idea what Feng Wuhan was doing. Was he committing suicide? This Feng Wuhan is indeed an evil cultivator, Good Sangxing suddenly said loudly. He just performed a sacrifice to the demon realm to enhance his strength. However, this kind of sacrifice carries great risks. If it fails, he will die. When he summoned the remnant soul earlier, I already sensed something wrong. Now he's directly using demonic cultivation techniques. He's 100% an evil cultivator. Shouldn't Feng Jingyan explain this? Jiang Wuya looked directly at Feng Jingyan. His earlier suspicion that Fengyue Valley had ties to the Demon Heart sect now seemed almost certain. Feng Jingyan's face turned extremely ugly. Feng Wuhan's actions were essentially admitting that he had been cultivating evil arts. That bastard secretly cultivated evil power behind my back. I will never spare him. Feng Jingyan could only push all the blame onto Feng Wuhan and pretend ignorance. Feng Jingyan, your disciple practices evil cultivation, and you claim you knew nothing. Who would believe that? I think Fengyue Valley must have deep connections with the Demon Heart sect. Good Sangsheng seized the opportunity to suppress Fengyue Valley. Good Sangsheng, don't fucking slander me. Feng Jingyan absolutely refused to admit it. Enough, Yu Qian said coldly. We'll discuss this later. Let's see what Feng Wuhan becomes first. The argument finally stopped. On the arena, David stared at Feng Wuhan's corpse-like body and frowned. He could clearly sense a terrifying aura forming inside Feng Wuhan. That aura felt like it came straight from the abyss of hell, sending chills down his spine. Feng Wuhan's body began to recover. His shriveled skin regained flesh and blood, and the terrifying aura continued to rise. Seeing this, David knew Feng Wuhan couldn't be allowed to complete the transformation. He raised the dragon-slaying sword and slashed down. The sword glow soared into the sky, then came crashing down, slashing directly across Feng Wuhan's body. Feng Wuhan was instantly split into two halves, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, David finally let out a sigh of relief. But before that breath could fully leave his lungs, Feng Wuhan's body rapidly healed and began expanding once again. Chapter 23:15. Seeing this scene, David frowned tightly. While the others were full of surprise, this Feng Wuhan had been cut but still healed. This was clearly an evil art. It looks like I have to reveal my true strength to deal with you, you evil cultivator. After speaking, David's body slowly rose, and he slightly closed his eyes. At this moment, on the arena, Feng Wuhan's body was rapidly changing. Everyone saw the skin on Feng Wuhan's body constantly peeling off, his body swelling up, and his entire face beginning to distort, finally becoming like a monster. From Feng Wuhan's body, a terrifying and dangerous aura continuously rose. This aura grew stronger and stronger, so strong that many people around began to retreat. Some girls were nearly scared to tears by Feng Wuhan's appearance. This Feng Wuhan has completely demonized. We should join forces to eradicate him. Seeing this, Good Sangsheng, afraid that David might not be Feng Wuhan's match, suggested. Yes, this Feng Wuhan is now a complete monster. We must not tolerate it. Jiang Wuya also echoed. But only 2 people shouted to kill Feng Wuhan. None of the others from the 8 great secret realms spoke up, and the expressions on everyone's faces were very strange and complicated. Good Sangsheng looked at the crowd, a look of doubt on his face. Why aren't you speaking? As orthodox cultivators, we should be inseparable from these demons and monsters. Have you forgotten the teachings and mission of your ancestors? But even after Good Sangsheng said this, no one spoke. So Good Sangsheng looked at Yu Qian and asked, Patriarch Yu, should we exterminate this Feng Wuhan? No matter what that Feng Wuhan is, he is still on the arena. That's a matter between him and David, and no one can interfere. Wait until the outcome is decided. We'll talk about it after he leaves the arena. Yu Qian said expressionlessly. Hearing Yu Qian's words, Good Sangsheng fell silent. He hadn't expected Yu Qian to see it this way. But since Yu Qian had spoken, Good Sangsheng's anxiety was useless. He could only hope David could defeat Feng Wuhan on the arena. Roar! On the arena, Feng Wuhan let out a low, dull roar, like a beast. Immediately after, his body suddenly straightened, and a terrifying aura instantly exploded, wafting toward the surroundings. At this moment, Feng Wuhan's height had reached a terrifying several meters. The people around him were at his feet, like dwarfs. Scarlet eyes, disheveled hair, black mist surrounding his body, Feng Wuhan at this moment was like a demon just escaped from hell. The power of this demonization is truly formidable. Feng Wuhan clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body, his heart shaken. At this moment, he no longer cared about his appearance. He only cared about his strength, and only about whether he could kill David. Feng Wuhan took a step forward. The entire arena trembled, and even the whole square quaked like an earthquake. Looking up at Chen Ping in the air, Feng Wuhan laughed, "Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I succeeded. I want to see who dares to fight me now." With Feng Wuhan's wild laughter, his aura began to erupt everywhere. Space trembled incessantly as the frenzied aura surged out toward the surroundings. Many people around were blown away by this terrifying aura. Seeing this, Yu Qian on the high platform waved his palms. A barrier visible to the naked eye instantly enveloped the arena, blocking the terrifying atmosphere. With this barrier, everyone dared to approach the arena again. Looking at Feng Wuhan's terrifying appearance, Gu Yuhan, Han Qing'er, and Hou Zhen were all nervous. They didn't know if David was Feng Wuhan's match. "Don't be nervous. That David will die very quickly, without pain. This Feng Wuhan has completely demonized. That David is definitely no match." Lu Chang spoke cold words beside Han Qing'er. Chapter 23:16. "Shut the hell up." Han Qing'er shot Lu Chang a fierce glare. "What is David doing? Does he think floating in the air like this will let him avoid Feng Wuhan unnoticed?" On the high platform, someone looked at David, puzzled. David was suspended mid-air at the moment, his body motionless, eyes slightly closed. No one knew what he was thinking. But everyone failed to realize that the dragon power within David's body was continuously rising, gathering in the clouds above his head. Then, 9 golden dragons appeared, surrounding the dragon-patterned bell, constantly swaying their bodies. This dragon-patterned bell was an ancient divine artifact. David knew he stood no chance against the demonized Feng Wuhan, so he decided to forcefully use this dragon-patterned bell. But such an ancient magical artifact, if used carelessly, could cause backlash. However, at this moment, David couldn't afford to care about that. Countless dragon powers continuously permeated from David's body, almost without reservation. At this moment, the flickering light of the dragon crystal within David grew weaker and weaker. A large amount of divine dragon power left his body, and David's body trembled slightly. But even so, David gritted his teeth and persisted, because he still hadn't felt the dragon-patterned bell activate. "What the hell is this guy doing?" Yu Qian seemed to sense the change above the clouds. The aura made him feel somewhat dangerous. David was only a cultivator at the 3rd level of the distraction realm. How could he emit an aura that made Yu Qian feel threatened? Yu Qian couldn't comprehend what David was doing. Feng Wuhan also had an ominous premonition. He looked up at the calm sky and frowned. "I will never give you a chance." Suddenly, Feng Wuhan attacked. His massive body shot toward David like a rocket. The sound of breaking through the air roared, the cosmos trembled, and the void collapsed. David felt this terrifying aura and grew extremely anxious, because at this moment, the dragon-patterned bell still showed no response. Seeing Feng Wuhan approaching, sweat beaded on David's forehead. Suddenly, David seemed to remember something. With a thought, he opened the storage ring, and the flaming tiger instantly rushed out. The sudden appearance of the flaming tiger stunned Feng Wuhan for a moment. He couldn't understand at all how a monster could suddenly appear on the arena. It was because of his stunned pause that his massive body was instantly pounced to the ground by the flaming tiger. Feng Wuhan punched the flaming tiger away, then stood up. The flaming tiger also grew larger, roaring from its mouth as it stared eagerly at Feng Wuhan. A flaming tiger? How could such a monster suddenly appear on this arena? This flaming tiger appeared out of thin air. Could there be a secret passage connecting the monster beast secret realm to this secret realm? How is that possible? I've never heard of such a thing. When everyone saw the flaming tiger that appeared, they all began discussing, some even panicking. If the monster beast secret realm had a secret passage here, and those monster beasts came through it, wouldn't that be troublesome? But those on the high platform could see clearly, this flaming tiger had been released by David. This David, on the arena, released a monster to assist him. Isn't that a violation of the rules? Someone questioned at this time. But as soon as the words were spoken, Good Sanxing retorted, when Feng Wuhan Summon those 6 remnant souls. Why didn't I hear you say it violated the rules? Gutsangsheng's words instantly shut the questioner up. This is really interesting. This David is becoming more and more incomprehensible to me. Han Fusheng, who hadn't spoken for a long time, spoke now, a hint of appreciation for David in his eyes. It's a bit incredible that a mere cultivator at the 3rd level of the distraction realm could tame a flaming tiger. Yu Qian's eyes were also full of curiosity toward David. Chapter 23:17. Feeling everyone's curiosity about David, Gutsangsheng grew a little fearful and began to regret bringing David to this secret realm conference. After all, given David's current strength, if he shone too brightly and attracted the attention of these people, his future would be bleak. Because Gutsangsheng knew, don't be fooled by how the 8 great secret realms boast all day about being orthodox cultivators who subdue demons and vanquish evil. In reality, they are all greedy people who would do anything for profit and resources. Some of their actions are even more ruthless than those of certain demons. On the arena at this moment, Feng Wuhan was already fighting the flaming tiger. The demonized Feng Wuhan was not afraid of the flaming tiger at all. The flaming tiger desperately blocked Feng Wuhan, not letting him take a single step closer to David. Even though the flaming tiger was now covered in wounds, it still roared, its eyes firm, showing no sign of retreat. You damned beast, why are you trying so hard to protect that David? If that's the case, then I'll kill you first. Feng Wuhan was furious. His fist, covered in black mist, punched toward the flaming tiger. The flaming tiger roared angrily and charged forward. Boom! With a loud noise, the flaming tiger's body flew out and smashed heavily to the ground beneath the arena. The flaming tiger desperately tried to stand up, but it couldn't at all. In the end, it collapsed weakly, blood spilling from its mouth. Only its rolling eyes proved it wasn't dead yet. Seeing the flaming tiger so severely injured, many around grew greedy. After all, the beast core of a flaming tiger was a valuable resource. Some began approaching the flaming tiger with weapons, intending to take its beast core. If any of you touch this flaming tiger, I will fight you to the death. Guyuhan drew his long sword and stood beside the flaming tiger. Ho Zhen also stepped forward, guarding the flaming tiger, ready to act against those with ill intentions. Seeing this, Han Qing'er also stepped forward to guard the flaming tiger, since it was helping David. Seeing this, everyone abandoned their greedy thoughts. Now, with the flaming tiger no longer blocking him, Feng Wuhan raised his head and looked coldly at David. It's over. Everything is over. After speaking, Feng Wuhan clenched his massive fist tightly, countless black mists condensing around it. At that moment, David suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. It's time to end. David spoke, his body beginning to descend slowly until he stood before Feng Wuhan. In front of Feng Wuhan, David seemed insignificant. I can kill you with a slap now. Feng Wuhan looked down at David, disdain in his eyes. You're right. It's a pity you won't be able to deliver that slap. A faint smile appeared on David's face. Feng Wuhan was stunned for a moment. Then he felt a terrifying aura descend from above his head, and his entire mind trembled. Feng Wuhan hurriedly looked up, and then the whole person froze. Dragon-patterned bell. Look, that's the dragon-patterned bell. Someone couldn't help but shout loudly. They saw a large bell descending from the sky, heading straight for Feng Wuhan. Looking at the dragon-patterned bell, Feng Wuhan was filled with terror. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He only saw darkness before his eyes as he was directly enveloped by the bell. Panicked, Feng Wuhan desperately struck inside the bell, his massive body forcefully lifting it. From the outside, the dragon-patterned bell began to shake and was even lifted off the ground by Feng Wuhan. But at that moment, with the sound of a dragon's roar, 9 golden dragons descended from the sky, instantly submerging into the dragon-patterned bell and transforming into 9 dragon patterns. And the dragon-patterned bell fell again, becoming completely still. Chapter 23:18. Is it over just like that? Everyone stared blankly at the silent dragon-patterned bell. They never thought it would end so quickly. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, sounds came from inside the bell again, and the dragon-patterned bell was struck loudly. "Let me out! Let me out!" Feng Wuhan was still alive, shouting inside the bell. "I said I was going to beat the shit out of you. Even if you become a demon, I'll beat the shit out of you." After speaking, David grabbed at the air with his right hand, and the hammer instantly appeared in his grasp. Immediately after, he swung the hammer down. Clang! A crisp sound, followed by countless terrifying auras from the dragon-patterned bell, began to spread in all directions. Seeing this, everyone dodged backward to avoid being affected. "Ah!" From within the dragon-patterned bell, Feng Wuhan's agonized scream emerged. Seeing this, David slammed the hammer down again. Dang! Another hammer strike. The massive vibration from the bell instantly made the arena unbearable. The barrier around the arena shattered directly. Even those who had retreated far away were shaken at this moment. As for David himself, his face was pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. The tremendous recoil from the bell had seriously injured David. David was already depleted of spiritual power. Forcing himself to use the bell hammer was an act of desperation. If not for his strong physique, he would have been shaken to death long ago. "Go to hell." David gritted his teeth. Even kneeling on one knee, he waved the bell hammer once more and struck the dragon-patterned bell heavily. Dang! With the sound of the bell, the arena could no longer hold on. It collapsed instantly, endless dust and smoke billowing into the sky. Everyone stared at the arena. When the smoke cleared, David was bleeding from all 7 orifices, supporting himself with his last ounce of will. The dragon-patterned bell slowly rose, then grew smaller and smaller, finally entering David's storage ring. Looking at Feng Wuhan inside the bell, he had already been turned into a pile of meat paste, a foul stench reaching their nostrils. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Feng Jingyan stood up suddenly, gritting his teeth, hatred flashing in his eyes. Yao Xinghui from the Diamond Pavilion, looking at Feng Wuhan now, his eyes grew dull. Yu Qian's face held an indescribable expression. As for Lu Chang, Jin Yuan, and the others, they were all speechless at this moment, staring blankly, unable to utter a word. David didn't even glance at the dead Feng Wuhan. Instead, he walked slowly to the flaming tiger, crouched down, and gently stroked it with his hand. If not for the flaming tiger desperately resisting, the one lying on the ground clinging to life would probably be himself. David truly wanted to save the flaming tiger now, but unfortunately, he no longer had the ability. The flaming tiger seemed to understand David's meaning. It stuck out its tongue, licked David's hand, and let out a low growl. Immediately after, the flaming tiger spat out its beast core from its mouth. The beast core rolled into David's hands. Then, the flaming tiger slowly closed its eyes. Everyone looked at the flaming tiger beast core in David's hand, envy and greed in their eyes. Feeling everyone's gazes, David slowly stood up. Then, with determined eyes, he swept his gaze over everyone. Each face bore its own expression. Gradually, David's vision grew more and more blurred until, finally, his body collapsed. "Mr. Chen!" "David!" Several figures rushed forward simultaneously, helping David up. Gu Sangsheng and Jiang Wuya also leaped down from the high platform, landing beside David. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, directly channeled spiritual power into David. But their spiritual power, once entering David's body, was like stones sinking into the sea. Seeing this, the two could only carry David into the castle to settle him. Chapter 23:19. Given David's current condition, it was clear he couldn't fight. However, the competition would last a few days. So, if David could recover within those days, he could still catch up with the final bouts. Even if David couldn't recover in a short time and couldn't participate, his reputation had been made in this battle. It was just that he couldn't fulfill Jin Lifu's promise. But for David, even if Gu Sangsheng had to exhaust the Gu family's resources, he wouldn't hesitate. After settling David, Gu Sangsheng and the others returned to the square. Regarding David's injury, they had to let him recover on his own. They couldn't help at all, it was useless. The fights didn't stop because David had killed Feng Wuhan. The competition continued on the various arenas. However, these matches could no longer hold anyone's attention. Compared to David and Feng Wuhan's battle, these were like children playing house. Soon, the first day of competition ended, and everyone entered the castle to rest. During the Secret Realm conference, no one who entered was allowed to leave until the conference concluded. "Dad, why hasn't Mr. Chen woken up yet?" Guyuhan looked at David lying on the bed, his face devoid of color. If not for the faint breath in his body, David would seem like a dead man. "How should I know? None of us can help Mr. Chen's injury." Gu Sangxing looked at David like that, his heart burning with anxiety, but he was helpless. At that moment, Han Qing'er walked in with a bowl of porridge. Seeing David like this, Han Qing'er's face was full of distress. "Miss Han, what are you doing here?" Seeing Han Qing'er arrive, Gu Sangxing asked curiously. After all, each of the 8 secret realms had its own rest area. For Han Qing'er to suddenly come here puzzled Gu Sangxing. "I made porridge with sea lotus seeds. It might be good for David's injury," Han Qing'er said. "Miss Han, thank you for your kindness. It's just that Mr. Chen is unconscious now and can't eat anything," Gu Sangxing said. "I'll try." Han Qing'er didn't believe it. She walked to the bed and began trying to feed David. But no matter how hard she tried, David couldn't swallow a single bite. "Miss Han, don't try. We've already tried, it doesn't work," Gu Sangxing persuaded Han Qing'er. Han Qing'er looked at David, tears in her eyes. "Miss Han, let's let Mr. Chen rest more. Don't disturb him." Guyuhan stepped forward and whispered to Han Qing'er. Han Qing'er nodded, then slowly got up. With a lingering look at David, she left. "Let's go too. We can only leave it to Mr. Chen himself." Gu Sangxing also called Guyuhan away. They could only pray silently, they couldn't help in any other way. 3 days passed. David was still comatose, showing no sign of waking up. Though Gu Sangxing was anxious, he had no solution but to wait. "Dad, there's only 1 day left. The Secret Realm conference will end tomorrow. Can Mr. Chen wake up?" Guyuhan said with a frown. "It's been 3 days, and Mr. Chen hasn't changed at all. I'm really afraid he'll stay in a coma like this." Gu Sangxing sighed, his heart filled with a sense of powerlessness. At night, David lay alone in the room. His weak breath barely kept his life from stopping. This time, David had forcefully used the dragon pattern bell, and the damage to him was immense. But often, within great crises lie great opportunities. At this moment, the dragon crystal on David's chest finally began to emit a faint light. A trace of divine dragon power slowly radiated from the crystal. This trace of divine dragon power broke free from David's body and began floating in the air. Chapter 23:20. Soon, the dragon power seemed guided and instantly vanished into the void. Immediately after, the void flickered with a light, and a human figure slowly appeared. Then, a naked woman stood before David. If David were awake, he would recognize at a glance that the woman before him, with her beautiful figure and naked body, was Hufeng. Hufeng looked at David lying on the bed, pity in her eyes. "Master, Hufeng is here to save you." After speaking, Hufeng slowly leaned down, her cherry lips tightly kissing David's mouth. A fiery red bead was spit from Hufeng's mouth, instantly entering David's body. The moment the bead entered, David's originally pale face turned rosy. The dragon crystal on his chest also became active. Dragon power continuously spread out, seemingly attracting the bead. David's brows furrowed, and his body seemed to react. Seeing this, Hufeng slowly lay on top of David. Immediately after, a piercing pain made Hufeng frown. But she gritted her teeth, trying her hardest not to make a sound. The fiery bead within David's body was surrounded by the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal, which had been completely exhausted and lifeless, seemed to rejuvenate at this moment. The bead transformed into a colorful phoenix, while a golden dragon rushed out from the dragon crystal in David's body. Dragon and phoenix auspiciously circled each other continuously. David seemed to feel infinite power at this moment. Then he turned over and began to thrust desperately. Huifeng gritted her teeth. Tears dripped from the corners of her eyes, but to save David, she could only endure. After what seemed like an eternity, Huifeng's entire body had collapsed. The originally red bead had become dim. Slowly sucking the bead out of David's body, Huifeng slowly got up. Looking at David, still in a coma, a satisfied smile appeared on Huifeng's face. "Master, it's my honor to be able to dedicate everything to you." After speaking, Huifeng's figure grew fainter and lighter, finally disappearing slowly. The next morning, David suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at everything in the room, David frowned, as if remembering something. He hurriedly lifted the quilt. When he saw he was naked, David fell into contemplation. Was that a dream, or was it real? David always felt he'd had a dream, but it felt so real. Just as David was puzzled, Guyuhan walked in. She came every morning to see if David was awake. When Guyuhan walked into the room and saw David sitting naked on the bed, she was stunned. David and Guyuhan looked at each other, both stunned for a moment. After more than 10 seconds like this, the two reacted. David hurriedly covered himself, while Guyuhan exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, you're awake. You're finally awake." After saying that, Guyuhan, not caring that David wasn't dressed, jumped up excitedly. Seeing Guyuhan like that, David looked somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly asked, "Miss Gu, how long was I in a coma?" "Mr. Chen, you've been in a coma for 3 days. The conference ends today," Guyuhan said. "I didn't expect I'd been in a coma that long." David frowned slightly. Then he looked at Guyuhan, his face turning red as he said, "Miss Gu, while I was unconscious, the two of us, we didn't do anything, right?" David always felt his dream was like reality. And here, it seemed only Guyuhan was a young woman. If it were real, it was likely Guyuhan. That's why he asked this question. Chapter 23-21. Guyuhan looked at David with a puzzled expression and said, "Mr. Chen, what are you talking about?" "Mr. Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. You don't need to hesitate." Seeing David like this, Guyuhan didn't understand what he wanted to say. "Miss Gu, when I was unconscious, was I rude to you?" David asked. "Rude to me?" Guyuhan was even more confused. "Mr. Chen, you were in a coma. How could you have been rude to me? Did I sleep with you?" David finally blurted out anxiously. "Sleep with me?" Guyuhan didn't react at first. But when she understood what he meant, her face instantly turned red, and she said angrily, "Mr. Chen, I admit that I like you a little, and you also saved me. If you want me, I'll give myself to you anytime, even now. But I, Guyuhan, would never do such a thing while you were unconscious. I may not be some proud saint, but I'm not a slut either." Seeing that Guyuhan was angry, David immediately panicked. He knew that the woman in his dream wasn't Guyuhan, so he hurriedly apologized. "Miss Gu, that's not what I meant. I just had that kind of dream, and it felt extremely real. That's why I asked. Maybe it really was just a dream. I was overthinking it. I'm really sorry." David could only keep apologizing desperately, hoping to get Guyuhan's forgiveness. Seeing how sincere David was, Guyuhan knew he wasn't lying. She blushed slightly and said, "Mr. Chen, you have so many women around you. How could you still dream about that kind of thing? Could it be that you've been here for too long without a woman by your side, and you're feeling a bit lonely inside?" Hearing this, David waved his hands quickly. No, Miss Gu, you misunderstood. Although there are indeed many women around me, I've never actually been with any of them." In order to prevent Guyuhan from misunderstanding, David had no choice but to reveal his private situation. Guyuhan looked at David in shock. Deep affection appeared in her eyes. She never imagined that David, despite having so many women around him, had never touched any of them. "Mr. Chen, no wonder you had such a dream. You're already in your 20s and have never been with a woman. If Mr. Chen doesn't dislike me, I can satisfy you." Gu Yuhan bit her lip and began taking off her clothes as she spoke. Her face was completely red. She had mustered all her courage to do this. David was completely stunned. Watching Gu Yuhan's clothes fall away, exposing her snow-white skin, the impulse in his body surged wildly. But David desperately suppressed that impulse and said with the last shred of reason he had, "Miss Gu, don't do this. I didn't mean that." Seeing David hurriedly close his eyes, tears appeared in Gu Yuhan's eyes. "Mr. Chen, do you despise me? Why won't you even open your eyes and look at me?" Gu Yuhan couldn't understand it. With her appearance, let alone stripping, even standing in front of a man fully dressed would make him stare uncontrollably. "Miss Gu, I absolutely don't dislike you," David said seriously. "But I have no name, no status. If I take your body like this, I'd be acting irresponsibly toward you. You should put your clothes back on quickly, so others don't see you." After saying that, David rushed out of the room. Chapter 23-22. As David rushed out, he ran straight into Good Sangsheng, who had come to check on him. Seeing David awake, Good Sangsheng said happily, "Mr. Chen, you're awake." David nodded. "I'm awake." As David spoke, he followed Good Sangsheng forward, but he kept glancing back toward the room. After all, Gu Yuhan was inside without clothes. If Good Sangsheng found out, it would be extremely awkward. Soon, Gu Yuhan also came out of the room. Seeing her flushed face and disheveled appearance, Good Sangsheng smiled knowingly. David wanted to explain, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He knew that some things only got messier the more you explained. If Good Sangsheng misunderstood, then so be it. "Old Clan Master Gu, is the competition still going on?" David asked. "It is," Good Sangsheng replied. "But today is the last day, and the remaining participants are all experts. Mr. Chen just woke up, so there's no need for you to compete." He was worried David might fight again and end up unable to handle the opponents. After all, anyone who could last until the end was a powerful cultivator. "I just want to take a look." "I won't be competing," David said with a slight smile. Then he followed Good Sangsheng toward the square. At this time, there were far fewer people in the square. Many of the eliminated cultivators were unwilling to stay and watch others compete. In the end, only 10 people remained, and they began challenging each other. David glanced over. Besides the 5 people on the ranking list, Jin Yuan, Lu Chang, and Han Qing'er were all still present. "David." Seeing that David had woken up, Han Qing'er immediately jumped down from the ring and landed in front of him. "David, you're awake. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly," Han Qing'er said with a bright smile. "You were still competing, and you just ran down like that?" David asked in surprise. After all, the closer it got to the end, the more important each victory became for every secret realm. "It's fine. I just admit defeat," Han Qing'er said indifferently. Since she jumped off the ring herself, it was perfectly in line with the rules. She directly forfeited. "Han Fusheng, it seems your daughter has taken a liking to this David," Yu Qian said from the high platform, looking at Han Fusheng, the master of Zixia Mansion. "Hee, girls can't be kept at home forever," Han Fusheng chuckled, then glanced at Lu Buwei, the master of Wanyue Castle not far away. After all, Han Qing'er and Lu Chang were childhood sweethearts from the same secret realm, and the two families had originally planned to match them. But during this secret realm conference, Han Fusheng clearly saw his daughter's feelings for David. Coupled with David's domineering aura when he killed Feng Wuhan, Han Fusheng had developed a favorable impression of him. Although David's current realm wasn't high, his potential was limitless. What Han Fusheng valued was David himself. This David, although his realm isn't high, the strength he's displayed and the toughness of his physical body are truly unheard of. In just a few days, all his injuries healed completely. What a freakish body. Feng Jingyan even openly praised David. You must know that David had killed Feng Wuhan, Feng Jingyan's own disciple, just days ago. Yet now Feng Jingyan was praising him openly, which was extremely abnormal. However, Feng Jingyan had his reasons. He wanted everyone to focus on David. With such a powerful physical body and so many treasures on him, Feng Jingyan believed someone would definitely take interest. Once that happened, David would become everyone's research target, a guinea pig, and would completely lose his life. This David truly has far too many secrets, Yu Qian said calmly, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 23:23. David, today is the last day of fighting. Aren't you going to fight? If you don't fight, you won't be able to win 3 rounds. In that case, most of the Gu family's resources will belong to the Slaying Moon Pavilion. Jean Lifu walked up to David and said. Jean Lifu, Mr. Chen has just woken up. He is not fit for competition. If we lose, we lose. My Gu family will not renege on the matter of resources. Gu Sangxing said to Jean Lifu. Good. With your word, I can rest easy. Jean Lifu left, his face proud. Old Master Gu, otherwise. David wanted to try again. He couldn't just watch the resources being given away like this. Mr. Chen, your health is the most important. They're just resources. If we don't have them, we'll just find more. Gu Sangxing persuaded David. David nodded. Now, all the demon beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range were under his jurisdiction. Getting some beast cores for the Gu family later wouldn't be a problem. David, after the Secret Realm conference ends, I'll take you to our Thunder Gate Secret Realm. The environment there is much better than the Fire Gate Secret Realm. Han Qinger extended an invitation to David. David really wanted to go with Han Qinger. After all, he had approached Han Qinger precisely to go to the Purple Cloud Mansion and investigate his mother. It just wasn't the right time yet. After the Secret Realm conference ended, David had to return to the secular world. Sonia and the others were sealed in the Wendazong Secret Realm. David had to find a way to rescue them. Additionally, David had to go to the Hidden World. He still had a ruin map in his possession. If he could smoothly find the ruins, David's strength could improve again. Only when his strength was greater could David move freely within the 8 secret realms. Even if he went to the Purple Cloud Mansion now and learned his mother's whereabouts, with his current strength, there was no way he could take his mother away. After a while. Once the Secret Realm conference is over, I have to return to the secular world. Some matters aren't finished yet. David politely declined Han Qinger's invitation. Alright. But once you finish your work, you must remember to find me. I'll tell you the entrance location and passphrase for the Thunder Gate Secret Realm. Han Qinger moved close to David's ear and then told him the entrance location and passphrase for the Thunder Gate Secret Realm. Knowing the entrance location and passphrase of a secret realm was extremely important, highly confidential. That Han Qinger actually told David showed she genuinely liked him. Lu Chang watched Han Qinger talking and laughing with David, his face turning green with rage. With Yao Xinghui's final victory, the Secret Realm tournament also concluded. This time, Yao Xinghui still held first place on the leaderboard. However, David was considered a dark horse. If David hadn't been injured and fought Yao Xinghui, who would have won in the end was uncertain. David's realm wasn't high, but the treasures he possessed were obvious to all, especially the dragon-patterned bell, which directly trapped the demonized Feng Wuhan inside, ultimately shaken into paste. If it had been Yao Xinghui trapped inside the dragon-patterned bell, the result would likely have been the same. Patriarch, the competition is over. I think our Secret Realm conference should be declared concluded. Yao Qixing said to Yu Qian. Yu Qian nodded. Standing on the high platform, he glanced at everyone and was about to announce the conference's conclusion. But before Yu Qian could speak, suddenly the entire earth began to tremble. Then, countless auras continuously surged from the ground, forming a huge black vortex in midair. Stars twinkled within the vortex, turbulent currents flew across. Streams of pure spiritual energy continuously emerged from the vortex. Feeling the pure spiritual energy, everyone was greatly shocked. This is a new secret realm opening. Gu Sangxing looked at the vortex in midair and said excitedly. Chapter 23-24. New Secret Realm. David, today is the last day of fighting. Aren't you going to fight? If you don't fight, you won't be able to win 3 rounds. In that case, Most of the Gu family's resources will belong to the Slaying Moon Pavilion. Jean Lifu walked up to David and said, Jean Lifu, Mr. Chen has just woken up. He is not fit for competition. If we lose, we lose. My Gu family will not renege on the matter of resources. Gu Sangsheng said to Jean Lifu. Good. With your word, I can rest easy. Jean Lifu left, his face proud. Old Master Gu, otherwise. David wanted to try again. He couldn't just watch the resources being given away like this. Mr. Chen, your health is the most important. They're just resources. If we don't have them, we'll just find more. Gu Sangsheng persuaded David. David nodded. Now, all the demon beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range were under his jurisdiction. Getting some beast cores for the Gu family later wouldn't be a problem. David, after the Secret Realm conference ends, I'll take you to our Thunder Gate Secret Realm. The environment there is much better than the Fire Gate Secret Realm. Han Qinger extended an invitation to David. David really wanted to go with Han Qinger. After all, he had approached Han Qinger precisely to go to the Purple Cloud Mansion and investigate his mother. It just wasn't the right time yet. After the Secret Realm conference ended, David had to return to the secular world. Sonia and the others were sealed in the Wendazong Secret Realm. David had to find a way to rescue them. Additionally, David had to go to the Hidden World. He still had a ruin map in his possession. If he could smoothly find the ruins, David's strength could improve again. Only when his strength was greater could David move freely within the 8 secret realms. Even if he went to the Purple Cloud Mansion now and learned his mother's whereabouts, with his current strength, there was no way he could take his mother away. After a while. Once the Secret Realm conference is over, I have to return to the secular world. Some matters aren't finished yet. David politely declined Han Qinger's invitation. Alright. But once you finish your work, you must remember to find me. I'll tell you the entrance location and passphrase for the Thunder Gate Secret Realm. Han Qinger moved close to David's ear and then told him the entrance location and passphrase for the Thunder Gate Secret Realm. Knowing the entrance location and passphrase of a secret realm was extremely important, highly confidential. That Han Qinger actually told David showed she genuinely liked him. Lu Chang watched Han Qinger talking and laughing with David, his face turning green with rage. With Yao Xinghui's final victory, the Secret Realm tournament also concluded. This time, Yao Xinghui still held first place on the leaderboard. However, David was considered a dark horse. If David hadn't been injured and fought Yao Xinghui, who would have won in the end was uncertain. David's realm wasn't high, but the treasures he possessed were obvious to all, especially the dragon-patterned bell, which directly trapped the demonized Feng Wuhan inside, ultimately shaken into paste. If it had been Yao Xinghui trapped inside the dragon-patterned bell, the result would likely have been the same. Patriarch, the competition is over. I think our Secret Realm conference should be declared concluded. Yao Qisheng said to Yu Qian. Yu Qian nodded. Standing on the high platform, he glanced at everyone and was about to announce the conference's conclusion. But before Yu Qian could speak, suddenly the entire earth began to tremble. Then, countless auras continuously surged from the ground, forming a huge black vortex in midair. Stars twinkled within the vortex, turbulent currents flew across. Streams of pure spiritual energy continuously emerged from the vortex. Feeling the pure spiritual energy, everyone was greatly shocked. This is a new secret realm opening. Gu Sangsheng looked at the vortex in midair and said excitedly. Chapter 23-25. Occupying. A new secret realm? David was a little surprised. Weren't these secret realms created during the war between gods and demons? Why did a new secret realm suddenly appear? Gu Sangsheng saw David's confusion and quickly explained, Mr. Chen, these secret realms aren't fixed or static. Every time a new secret realm opens, another one disappears. But who created this new secret realm? David asked. Gu Sangsheng shook his head, I don't know. Anyway, every time a new secret realm opens, it's full of rare treasures and rich spiritual energy, just like a paradise. Each opening triggers another dispute. David fell silent. Beyond these 8 secret realms, there were still experts capable of creating secret realms. It was very likely these experts were the cultivators from the celestial human world that the blood demon had mentioned that day. The celestial human world, what kind of place is that? David was filled with reverie about the celestial human world. But he knew that with his current ability, he couldn't even navigate the 8 secret realms properly. How could he possibly have the ability to go to the celestial human world? Everyone stared blankly at the black vortex. Inside was another unknown space. No one knew if there was any danger there. After a moment of silence, Yu Qian slowly said, "Everyone, the opening of this new secret realm is a great opportunity for our 8 secret realms. But to investigate this secret realm, I have decided to venture in first. Before I return, everyone, please do not enter casually." Yu Qian spoke in a tone suggesting he was considering everyone's welfare, but no one was fooled. Yu Qian was planning to seize the resources in the new secret realm first. After all, the first to enter held a unique advantage. But looking at the turbulent black vortex, the danger inside was also unknown. So, the first person to enter was definitely taking the greatest risk. Thus, when Yu Qian proposed entering first, no one objected. Yu Qian mobilized all the spiritual power in his body to form a barrier around himself. Then, his body slowly floated up toward the black vortex. Soon, Yu Qian's body was submerged into the black vortex. Everyone watched nervously. Ah! But with a scream, Yu Qian's body instantly plummeted down like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground. Yu Qian was now covered in blood, his body covered in wounds as if slashed by knives. "Father!" Yu Jiameng rushed forward to help Yu Qian up. "Patriarch Yu, what happened?" Yao Qixing stepped forward and asked Yu Qian. One had to know that Yu Qian was the strongest person here. Now that Yu Qian had just entered the black vortex and ended up like this, many wanted to know what Yu Qian had experienced. What terrifying power! The turbulence in this vortex is too strong. It can't be resisted at all. Yu Qian said, his face pale, horror in his eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. If even Yu Qian couldn't get in, then no one else could. For a moment, everyone looked at the black vortex and fell into silence. "I'll give it a try," David said. He leaped toward the black vortex, his golden body activated. David's entire body was covered in golden scales. When David entered the vortex, a terrifying force instantly penetrated his body. Shocked, David hurriedly tried to suppress this force. The dragon crystal in David's body began to shine. A golden dragon rushed out from David's body, flying around him, resisting the surrounding turbulent power. And within David's body, a fire phoenix spread its wings, actually fighting against the force that had entered David's body. David's entire body instantly went dark, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 23-26. Vision. At the same moment, in the sea area not far from Kunlun Mountain in the hidden world, a water spout shot straight into the sky. Immediately after, a stormy sea erupted. As the water column fell, a vortex tens of meters in diameter appeared in the sea. The vortex was pitch black, bottomless. This vision instantly attracted everyone in the hidden world. Looking at the bottomless vortex in the sea, everyone was shocked. At this moment, thick spiritual energy bubbled outward from the vortex. Everyone felt this pleasant aura and couldn't resist, jumping in one after another. And Chu Yunchang, dozens of miles away, also sensed the change in this area and quickly rushed over riding a killer whale. Looking at the huge vortex before him, feeling the aura constantly emerging from it, Chu Yunchang frowned slightly. Could there be a breach into a secret realm? Chu Yunchang could clearly feel this aura. It definitely wasn't something the secular world possessed. The only place that could have such aura was within a secret realm. But the entrance to each secret realm was extremely hidden, protected by concealed formations requiring passphrase. Yet now, a massive secret realm entrance suddenly appeared in the deep sea. It must be a breach into some secret realm. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yunchang jumped in as well. In the secret realm, David was still unconscious. The turbulent power within the black vortex continuously assaulted David. Fortunately, one dragon and one phoenix, one inside and one outside, protected him. Otherwise, David would have already been turned into meat paste. Chapter 23-27. Looking at the surrounding environment, David could be sure he had arrived in this new secret realm. The spiritual energy in the secret realm was extremely pure, making David feel very comfortable. But David found that the spiritual power within him seemed suppressed by something. He couldn't exert it at all. Could it be because of this skull tattoo? David looked at his chest and then grabbed at it, wanting to tear off his own flesh and blood. But just as David's hand approached the skull tattoo, the skull instantly emitted an aura, causing his hand to bounce back. Young man, it's your blessing that this old man borrows your body to revive his soul. Yet you still want to abandon this old man? At this moment, an old man's voice actually sounded in David's mind. Who are you? Where are you? David was startled. He looked around and then asked loudly. I'm right on your chest. You picked up my skull, yet you still don't know who I am. If you hadn't picked up my skull, I could have used this secret realm to resurrect by now. Now I can only rely on you. Once you find what I need, I will naturally leave your body. The old man's voice sounded again. David suddenly remembered the crystal skull in his storage ring that had a treasure map on it. But when David checked, he found the crystal skull was gone. It seemed the tattoo-like skull on his chest was the crystal skull. Who the hell are you? I took your skull out of curiosity and for the treasure map on it. David explained. It doesn't matter who I am. You wouldn't know me even if I told you. Just take me with you and follow the treasure map's instructions to the place. The old man said impatiently. Hearing this, David was stunned. He hadn't expected the treasure map on the skull to be located in this newly opened secret realm. But since the old man didn't want to say, David didn't ask. However, with his strength currently only half of what it should be, David couldn't help but feel somewhat worried and confused. I can't use all the spiritual power in my body. Does that have something to do with you? David asked the old man. What does it have to do with me? Your strength can't be fully exerted because there is the power of heaven in this secret realm suppressing you. The dragon and phoenix power within you isn't fully integrated, so you're suppressed by heaven, said the old man. Dragon and phoenix power? David frowned, instantly recalling the fire phoenix within him before he fell unconscious. He only had dragon power in his body. When did he get fire phoenix power? Could it be? David thought of Hufeng from the Demon Beast mountain range. But when David and Hufeng parted, he didn't have Hufeng's power in his body. Why was there extra power in him now? As if sensing David's doubts, the old man's voice sounded again. This is the power of dragon and phoenix produced by the union of dragon and phoenix. David became even more confused. He had never done that sort of thing with Hufeng. Suddenly, David thought of the days he was in a coma and the very comfortable dream he had afterward. He thought that woman was Gu Yuhan and had misunderstood her. David always thought it was a dream. But now it seemed that woman should have been Hufeng. After mating with Hufeng, the power of dragon and phoenix was produced. But the time was too short, and the two powers hadn't fully merged yet. Thinking that he had done that sort of thing with Hufeng while unconscious, David felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 23-28. Alright, stop hesitating. A man has to own up to what he's done. Besides, dragon and phoenix are a match made in heaven. And that little girl was willing to give you all the fire phoenix power in her body. She must be sincere toward you. Find a chance and just marry that little girl. Now, take me to find that place according to the treasure map's guidance. The old man urged David. David adjusted his mood and, following the treasure map's guidance, set off toward the destination. Although his strength was suppressed by the heavenly Tao, fortunately, there shouldn't be other people in this secret realm, so there was no danger. David wasn't worried. At this time, Gutsangsheng and the others, having not seen David come out for a long time, guessed he must have entered the new secret realm. Although Yu Qian was injured by the turbulent force and flew out directly, something impossible always seemed to happen with David. Rumble. At this moment, the ground beneath Gutsangsheng's feet began to shake violently. Oh no, this secret realm is about to collapse. Leave quickly. Yu Qian shouted loudly, feeling the ground's vibration. Seeing this, everyone began running toward the teleportation array to teleport back to their respective secret realms. Gutsangsheng had no choice but to leave after one last glance at the black vortex. When a new secret realm opened, an old one would perish. But he hadn't expected the secret realm to disappear would be the place where they held the secret realm conference. However, the demise of this secret realm was likely related to the dragon-patterned bell being taken away by David. Soon, everyone in the secret realm left. With a tremendous roar, the entire secret realm was torn apart and finally dissipated. At this time, David didn't know the secret realm where the conference was held had collapsed and disappeared. He was still on his journey according to the treasure map's guidance. But as David passed through a cluster of woods, he suddenly stopped, his expression turning somewhat tense. Because he sensed other auras constantly approaching him, and there was more than one. Hey, how come there are other people in this secret realm? The old man couldn't help but wonder. David hadn't expected others to appear in this new secret realm. Could it be that others came in one after another, seeing he hadn't come out? However, David's strength was suppressed now. Without knowing the opponent's identity, he didn't dare to advance rashly. So he found a place to hide, deciding to assess the situation first. Soon, dozens of figures slowly appeared. As these people approached, David was dumbfounded. Because these people weren't from the 8 great secret realms but from the hidden world. Though David didn't know most of them, among them were Tong Yugong from the Tianlai sect and Bao Yukuan from the alchemy sect, whom David had met and dealt with before. There were also a few middle-aged men among them. The aura on their bodies was extremely powerful, they had clearly reached the martial emperor realm. It seemed these middle-aged men were likely at the sect master level. Old boy, I never expected there would be an entrance to a secret realm near our hidden world. This place is truly a paradise. A few breaths of this air can make one feel refreshed. I'll move the sect here from now on. Leng Wudao said somewhat excitedly. Yes, it's really good here. I've also seen it's very rich in medicinal herbs. I want to move the alchemy sect here. And this place is many times larger than our hidden world. That'll save us from fighting openly and secretly over resources and territory. Bao Yukuan looked at the mountains full of medicinal herbs with excitement. Don't be too happy, both of you. If this secret realm has an owner, barging in like this will inevitably cause trouble. I think we'd better scout first. If it's an unowned secret realm, we can consider moving here. Tong Haiyang said. Chapter 23-29. Right, let's scout first. I think the other sects must have entered too, but I don't know where they were teleported. Let's see if we can meet them. Bao Yukuan nodded and said. David hid in the dark, listening to the few people's conversation, and began to understand. So, the entrance to this new secret realm had also opened in the hidden world. No wonder these people from the hidden world had entered. Seeing these people getting closer, David held his breath and completely restrained his aura, afraid of being discovered. After all, Tong Haiyang from the Tianlai sect and Leng Wudao from the Flying Star sect both believed he had killed their sons and wanted revenge. Now David was praying not to be discovered by these people. Additionally, he hoped to meet Yu Buchuan and the others from the Pure Yang sect. With his strength suppressed by the heavenly Tao, if he were in real danger, he'd need helpers. At this moment, David thought of Chu Yunchang again. It would be great if he had also entered this secret realm. With Chu Yunchang's strength, David wouldn't fear these people. What he feared came to pass. As these people passed by David, even though he tried his best to restrain his aura, he was still discovered by Leng Wudao. Who's there? Come out now. Leng Wudao stopped and looked toward David's hiding place. Following Leng Wudao's roar, dozens of pairs of eyes looked toward David's hiding spot. Seeing this, David knew he couldn't hide any longer, so he slowly stood up. When he saw David, Leng Wudao frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Leng Wudao had never seen David before and, seeing David wasn't from the hidden world, he inquired. David? Why are you here? At that moment, Tong Yugong recognized David, a look of surprise on his face. When Leng Wudao heard it was David, infinite killing intent instantly erupted from him. This secret realm isn't yours. Why can't I be here? David replied to Tong Yugong. You. Tong Yugong's face turned cold, and he was about to attack David but was stopped by Tong Haiyang. This kid is very strong. You might not be his match. Tong Haiyang knew that even Wang Defa was no match for David, so Tong Yugong certainly couldn't defeat him. They still didn't know David's strength was suppressed now. Even if Tong Yugong attacked, he could defeat David. Are you David? Leng Wudao took a step forward, standing in front of David, and asked. Yes. David nodded, then asked, and who are you? I am Leng Wudao, Leng Yun's father. Upon hearing David admit it, the killing intent in Leng Wudao's eyes intensified. I've said it before. I didn't kill Leng Yun. It was the great protector of the Fenshin sect who absorbed his strength, causing his death. It has nothing to do with me. David explained. Do you think I'll believe you? Leng Wudao said grimly, I know you're very powerful. Even the Flying Star sect's #1 assassin, Lord Qisha, died by your hands. But today you've met me. I will never let you go. Hearing this, David was momentarily stunned because Lord Qisha had escaped long ago. He himself hadn't killed him, so he didn't understand why the other party said he was dead. But while David was dazed, Leng Wudao's aura had already erupted. The terrifying martial emperor power, like a mountain, pressed toward David. Leng Wudao wanted to see how strong David, so young, could be to even kill Lord Qisha. But when the terrifying aura enveloped David, David instinctively released the spiritual power in his body to resist. Chapter 23:30. Unfortunately, his strength was suppressed. Whether it was spiritual power or dragon power, very little could be used. Just as David released his aura to resist, he was instantly crushed to the ground by a tremendous force. The enormous pressure instantly caused cracks on the ground beneath David's feet. David lay on the ground, gritting his teeth tightly, his face extremely contorted. If not for David's strong physique, he would have already been turned into meat paste. Leng Wudao withdrew his aura and looked at David in surprise. What's with this strength? Leng Wudao frowned. According to David's supposed strength, how could he kill Leng Yun, let alone Lord Qisha? Tong Yugong was also very surprised to see David like this. Even when he first met David, David's strength hadn't been this weak. David, stop pretending. You can't be this weak. Are you trying to show weakness on purpose to deceive us? Tong Yugong asked loudly. David slowly got up, blood at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't speak. He couldn't possibly say his strength was suppressed. Seeing David silent, Tong Yugong slapped a palm toward David. A beam of bright energy roared out, striking David hard in the chest. David frowned slightly and hurriedly mobilized his dragon power, trying to activate the indestructible golden body. As golden light shone from David's body, pieces of golden scales began to cover him. But as soon as these scales appeared, David felt his dragon power instantly dissipate. His whole body went weak, and the indestructible golden body he had just activated also dissipated directly. Boom! The palm struck David firmly in the chest, sending him flying backward. David flew upside down, breaking more than a dozen trees before slamming hard into a large boulder and stopping. David felt his internal organs churning violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Tong Yugong looked on in disbelief. He hadn't used his full strength just now, yet he had beaten David so badly he couldn't fight back. His aura is collapsing. It seems his physical body must be injured, preventing him from gathering strength. At this moment, Tong Haiyang spoke. He had been observing David. Earlier, when David mobilized dragon power but failed to activate the golden body, the power quickly dissipated. This indicated David's strength wasn't weak, but for some reason, he couldn't gather his power. I don't care if you're weak or injured and can't gather strength. You must take responsibility for my son's death. Today, I will avenge my son." Leng Wudao finished speaking and waved his palm toward David. Leng Wudao, a martial emperor, just casually waving his hand instantly changed the world's colors. A massive palm print appeared in midair, like Mount Wuji, pressing down toward David. The palm print hadn't arrived yet, but the coercive force had already crushed David to the ground instantly. He couldn't stand up at all. David lay on the ground, his bones creaking. The enormous pressure caused his body to begin cracking, bloodstains appearing one after another. David looked at the huge palm print in the air. At this moment, he felt the breath of death. Death was right before his eyes. Scenes began flashing through David's mind, and the figures of women appeared one by one. And in a daze, he seemed to see his mother, a kind smile on her face, slowly walking toward him. He also saw his father, that mighty and tall figure, though he couldn't clearly see his father's face. Even so, David was already very satisfied. A faint smile appeared on his face. "It seems I have to find another host." The old man's voice sounded. He couldn't help David, he wasn't even a complete soul at this time. Chapter 23:31. Just as David was waiting to die, the pressure on his body suddenly eased. Then, the huge palm print above his head began to slowly dissipate. A figure stood beside David, palms raised, struggling to resist the massive palm print. "Mr. Chen, are you all right?" At that moment, Lu Xing and Lu Rui helped David up. The one resisting the palm print was Yu Buchuan from the Pure Yang sect. "Sect Master Yu, thank you." Seeing this, David expressed his gratitude aloud. "Mr. Chen, you're too polite. I never expected you to enter here." Yu Buchuan withdrew his aura and said, "Yu Buchuan, are you openly opposing my Flying Star sect for this kid?" Seeing Yu Buchuan rescue David, Leng Wudao asked coldly. "Whoever touches Mr. Chen is the enemy of my Pure Yang sect," Yu Buchuan said firmly. At that moment, dozens of people arrived from all directions. Members of the 3 sects and 6 schools of the hidden world had gathered. However, many sects held no grudge against David, so they also harbored no hostility toward him. Though not hostile, it didn't mean they would rescue David. These people all stood to one side, quietly watching Yu Buchuan and Leng Wudao confront each other. In terms of strength, the Pure Yang sect was no match for the Flying Star sect. But at this moment, Leng Wudao didn't want to use force against the Pure Yang sect. If both sides suffered losses, it would be difficult for them to secure territory in this secret realm. Don't be fooled by how these sects coexisted harmoniously ordinarily, it was because their strengths were roughly equal. If one side became too weak, it wouldn't be long before it was annexed. Precisely because of this, there hadn't been much friction among the 3 sects and 6 schools for so many years. After all, no one wanted to be annexed. "Old Tong, your son was also killed by this David. Don't you want revenge?" Leng Wudao looked at Tong Haiyang and asked. If the Flying Star sect and the Tianlei sect joined forces, they could easily wipe out the Pure Yang sect. "He killed my son, but I haven't decided on revenge yet," Tong Haiyang said lightly. Tong Yukai wasn't his biological son at all, so Tong Haiyang didn't care. The reason he had sent Tong Yukai was to use David's hand to kill him. "Old boy, the enemy who killed your son is right in front of you. Can you remain indifferent? As long as our 2 factions work together, that old Yu Buchuan won't be able to stop us." Leng Wudao tried to persuade Tong Haiyang. "I might not stop you, but I can self-destruct." After speaking, Yu Buchuan loudly commanded, "Disciples of the Pure Yang sect, obey my order. If anyone attacks Mr. Chen, self-destruct immediately. Even I will burn everything, regardless of cost." "Yes." All the Pure Yang sect disciples began to gather their energy. This time, Leng Wudao was dumbfounded. He never expected Yu Buchuan to make such a choice. "Yu Buchuan, for this David, is it worth it?" Leng Wudao yelled, bewildered. "It's worth it," Yu Buchuan said firmly. Seeing Yu Buchuan was serious, people from other sects couldn't bear it any longer. If Yu Buchuan self-destructed, they wouldn't fare well either. Sect Master Yu, calm down. Don't be so tense. We can discuss matters. Bao Yukuan stepped forward, trying to persuade Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan ignored Bao Yukuan. This guy was no good, he had colluded with the Fenchen sect and deceived him for years. Yu Buchuan already detested him. Mr. Chen, can you still move? Yu Buchuan asked David. David nodded, no problem. Mr. Chen, leave now. The farther, the better. Leave things here to me. Yu Buchuan told David to run quickly. Chapter 23:32. If David stayed here, Yu Buchuan didn't know how long he could protect him. His earlier threat of self-destruction was just to scare Ling Wudao. With people from the 3 sects and 6 schools all present, even if Yu Buchuan wanted to self-destruct, would these people stand by idly? They would definitely work together to stop him. After all, self-destruction would harm others. Once others' interests were truly threatened, these people would unite. The Pure Yang sect would have no room to resist. Taking advantage of Ling Wudao being frightened, he wanted David to run away quickly. David nodded, then turned and ran. Seeing this, Ling Wudao was about to make a move when Yu Buchuan immediately stepped forward, adopting a desperate stance in front of Ling Wudao. Just like that, Ling Wudao watched David disappear before his eyes. Yu Buchuan, my Flying Star sect will never let this matter rest with your Pure Yang sect. Ling Wudao said through gritted teeth. You think I'm afraid of you? Yu Buchuan showed no weakness. Yu Buchuan and Ling Wudao stared each other down covetously. But soon, a smile appeared at the corner of Ling Wudao's mouth. He then said, Yu Buchuan, you really bluffed me just now. With everyone here now, even if you want to self-destruct, others will stop you. You can't succeed. Since that David is in this secret realm, I will never let him escape, even if I have to use the entire Flying Star sect. Everyone here, if any of you encounter David and kill him, Ling Wudao, am willing to give that person all the Flying Star sect's resources for 3 years. You've all seen that David is seriously injured now, like a cripple. Killing him won't take much effort. Ling Wudao knew it would be difficult for his Flying Star sect alone to find David in such a vast secret realm, especially with Yu Buchuan blocking the way. He could have everyone from the 3 sects and 6 schools search for and kill David. He didn't believe Yu Buchuan could oppose the entire hidden world. Sure enough, as soon as Ling Wudao spoke, everyone's eyes lit up, their expressions becoming excited. Though they had no grudge against David, faced with huge resource benefits, killing an irrelevant person was nothing. At this moment, Yu Buchuan's face was extremely grim. He could only threaten loudly, if anyone attacks Mr. Chen, Yu Buchuan will fight them to the death. However, Yu Buchuan's threat now seemed trivial in everyone's eyes. Yu Buchuan's strength wasn't enough to fight the entire hidden world. Now, Yu Buchuan could only pray that David could escape far away or even leave this secret realm. At that moment, David was running for his life desperately. His strength suppressed, he had no choice but to flee. But what David didn't know was that many people were already searching for him separately throughout the entire secret realm. You need to quickly find the place marked on the map. Only when you get there can I help you. The old man's voice rang in David's ear. David really wanted to curse at this moment. He also wanted to find that place as soon as possible, but navigating through this mountain forest and constantly discerning the map's location wouldn't be fast at all. What is this place you're looking for? Can you be resurrected once you get there? David didn't understand who this old man was. He wasn't even a complete soul. Could he be resurrected just by relying on the skull? David had seen a soul resurrected, but never someone who could be resurrected relying solely on a skull. What do you know? My soul hasn't dissipated, it's just no longer in this place. When I get to that location, I can use my skull to locate coordinates and have my soul travel here. Once my soul arrives, those bastards who bullied you earlier will be worse than ants in my eyes. The old man spoke very proudly. Chapter 23:33. Stop bragging. You've already been dumped into the sea, turned into a pile of bones. David started bickering with the old man. You, You little brat, you're so short-sighted. If I hadn't seen your dragon veins, I wouldn't bother talking to you. The old man was very angry. Since you know I have dragon veins, do you know who I am? Who is my father? David wanted to find out about his father from the old man. I can tell you have dragon veins. How would I know who your father is? If I can be resurrected, I can help you deduce the secret and learn your father's identity. The old man said. Hearing this, David realized he was another guy who knew nothing, so he stopped talking and could only quicken his pace. But just as David passed a mountainside, two people suddenly appeared in front of him. Judging by their attire, they should belong to a certain sect in the hidden world. Although David had issues with the Flying Star sect and the Tianlai sect, he had no dealings or grudges with other sections. So after seeing these two, David planned to go around them and continue on his way. But the two stretched out their hands, blocking David. One of them, a short man, looked at David with excited eyes and a faint smile, saying, "I never expected luck to fall upon us two brothers." David looked at the short man's obviously ill-intentioned expression, frowned, and said, "Who are you two? We seem to have no grudges, right? Leng Wudao has offered 3 years of Flying Star sect resources for your head. So don't expect to leave here alive. If you obediently stretch your neck over, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." The short man slowly drew his long knife, looking at David as if he were a treasure. David was startled and involuntarily stepped back. He hadn't expected Leng Wudao to offer such a high reward for his death. From this point, even Yu Buchuan couldn't stop it. After all, it was impossible for the Pure Yang sect to make enemies of all the sects in the hidden world. David looked at the two men before him, both fifth-rank martial gods. If David's strength hadn't been suppressed, he wouldn't even consider these two worthy of his attention. But now, with David's strength suppressed, dealing with these two might be impossible. David kept thinking. What he could use now was the dragon-slaying sword. The sword already had a sword spirit and could attack independently without David's control. However, the dragon-slaying sword was fine against one person, but dealing with two fifth-rank martial god masters was impossible. If only the flaming tiger were here. David began to miss the flaming tiger. If it hadn't died, he wouldn't need to fear these two so much. Seeing David still unmoving, the short man swung his knife. A bright blade light erupted, sweeping across the void and roaring toward David. David gritted his teeth, desperately releasing a burst of spiritual power to protect his body. Boom! The blade struck David's body fiercely. David was instantly sent flying, a bloody gash appearing on his tough physique. This kid's physical body is really strong. That blade only left a gash. The short man was somewhat surprised. I hope his neck isn't that hard, or I'll have to make a few more cuts. The tall man also drew his knife. The two faced David, sneering smiles on their faces as they stepped toward him. Chapter 23:34. Get lost now, and I can spare your lives. David looked at them coldly and said. The two were stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Are you crazy? In your current state, you still want to kill us? I can send you on your way with a random slash now. Saying this, the short man slashed toward David. Having concluded David was no threat, the short man grew careless. In his eyes, David was like a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered at any time. Seeing this, David put his fingers together and suddenly waved. A burst of golden light shot out, and then the dragon-slaying sword descended from the sky. The sword's green edge cascaded down like a galaxy waterfall. The short man was startled. Then he felt bursts of killing intent descending from above his head. The terrifying killing intent immediately made his heart tremble. Looking up, he saw sword lights filling the sky. This sudden change made the short man's face pale, and he grew flustered. He never thought that David, who seemed no threat, could emit such terrifying killing intent. Now he finally understood, David wasn't as weak as he appeared. Chop! With a wave of David's palm, the dragon-slaying sword directly slashed toward the short man's head. David knew he had to take advantage of the opponent's carelessness, strike decisively, and kill him directly. Otherwise, even with the dragon-slaying sword, he couldn't deal with both men. Seeing this, the short man swung the long knife in his hand, trying to block the sky full of sword light. Swish! A golden glow instantly passed through the short man's body. He let out a scream. Though his head wasn't severed, one of the short man's arms was instantly chopped off, falling to the ground. The short man retreated quickly, and the dragon-slaying sword kept its distance. The tall man looked at David in shock. He hadn't expected David to have the ability to control treasures. The sword directly chopped off the short man's arm. From this point, it wasn't that David had no strength and was being slaughtered. The short man hurriedly stopped the bleeding, then looked at David in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. "So you've been pretending all along? You're not injured at all?" The tall man felt cheated. David wasn't injured at all, his strength was definitely above theirs. "I never said I was injured. You always assumed that." David sneered coldly. Then he waved his hand, taking the dragon-slaying sword in his grasp. It exuded a terrifying aura as he pointed the sword tip at the two, saying, "Didn't you want to trade my head for resources? You can do it now, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability." David pretended to be calm, looking at the two with disdain. Seeing David's calm expression and the extremely terrifying sword from before, the two began to slowly back away. "This is all a misunderstanding. We have no grudges or enmity. Why fight to the death? Let's part ways." After speaking, the tall man stepped forward to help the short man and turned to leave. Seeing them leave, David breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and left. At this moment, David's forehead was already covered in sweat. If the two hadn't retreated just now and attacked together, even with the dragon-slaying sword, David would certainly have died. Now that he'd scared them away, David wanted to leave here as soon as possible. He might run into others again soon. David quickened his pace, beginning to run continuously. But the two men, one tall and one short, seemed to have realized something after turning to leave. "Senior brother, something's not right." That terrifying aura just now seemed to emanate from the sword, not from David himself. Perhaps David really is injured and his strength greatly reduced. But his sword should be a spirit sword, the sword spirit has formed, so it can fight independently. The short man analyzed. Chapter 23:35. That's very possible. We shouldn't be fooled by David. If he still had the strength to kill us easily, he would never have let us leave. The tall man seemed to realize, immediately saying, "Let's go back and check." Saying that, the two turned around and started to return. Soon, they returned to the spot, but David was no longer there. "Damn it, we were tricked by him. Let's chase him," the tall man said with a gloomy face, gnashing his teeth. Immediately after, the two spread their spiritual senses and began searching for David. They knew David couldn't have gone far. After sensing David's position, they quickly gave chase. At this time, David was still relieved to have tricked those two away. But soon, two spiritual senses covered him, shocking David, who then began running quickly. The tall and short duo chased from behind, with David running ahead. David was furious now. Being chased all over the mountain by Hidden World sect disciples was utterly humiliating. Which bastard created this secret realm? What kind of heaven is this, suppressing my strength? If I find out who created this secret realm, I'll face him and curse out his ancestors for 8 generations. David cursed while running, venting the frustration in his heart. If not for the heavenly Tao power in this secret realm suppressing his strength, David wouldn't be running around like a stray dog being chased. "You brat, daring to curse. Be careful that old monster hears you and gives you trouble." The old man's voice sounded. It seemed the old man knew who created this secret realm. It should be an expert from the celestial human world, because no one else, whether in the 8 secret realms or the secular world, should have the ability to create secret realms. Even the powerful demonic heart sect doesn't have this ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't be entrenched searching for unowned secret realms, they could just create one themselves. "You know who created this secret realm?" David asked in surprise. Nonsense, of course I know. This secret realm was specially created for me to summon my soul. Otherwise, why would there be an entrance in the deep sea? It's all your fault for taking my skull. Otherwise, I would have completed my summoning and returned to the celestial human world. The old man complained to David. David looked embarrassed. He just saw the treasure map on the skull and took it for the map, never intending to delay such a big matter. However, for this guy to summon his soul and return to the celestial human world, someone actually created a secret realm for him. This showed the old man was no ordinary person in the celestial human world. Who the hell are you? Someone created a secret realm for you, isn't that amazing? And who is the guy who created the secret realm? Tell me. I'll curse him out. Since you can't return to the celestial human world, give me a word, and I'll curse him for you. No other secret realm is suppressed by heavenly Tao power. But he created one with heavenly Tao power on purpose, showing off? David nagged, very dissatisfied. Ha ha ha, no one yet born dares to curse that old monster. You dare to curse him? Maybe he really can hear it. Then you'll die miserably. The old man laughed loudly. Whether I curse him or not, I'll die anyway. Why not curse him? Now I'm being chased everywhere like a stray dog. David said, very depressed. Just as David finished speaking, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly rushed toward him. David instinctively leaped forward, then rolled on the spot, dodging the attack. Chapter 23:36. David thought those two guys had caught up. But when he got up to look, he found a ferocious giant lion staring at him. Its mouth full of fangs exuded a bloody breath, and it kept roaring. Ha ha ha, serves you right for cursing. Trouble's here. Looking at the giant lion, the old man burst out laughing. As for David, his expression turned gloomy. He was just complaining. Was the guy who created this secret realm really so petty? He actually sent a monster beast to deal with him. Looking at the monster beast before him, David felt utterly helpless. He wanted to run now, but it was impossible. The giant lion looked at David but didn't attack. Instead, it kept circling around him. The giant lion didn't attack, but David couldn't wait. Otherwise, those two guys would catch up soon. Facing both the monster beast and those two, David would definitely die. But just as David was about to attack the giant lion, the tall and short guys had already caught up. Seeing David blocked by a monster, they immediately burst out laughing. Brother, today we're very lucky. Not only can we kill David for resources, but we can also get a beast core. The short man looked at the giant lion excitedly. Today, the two of us are truly lucky. But should we kill that monster first, or David first? The tall man said. Now that the short man had a broken arm, his strength was greatly reduced. If the two dealt with the giant lion and David simultaneously, it would be hard to win quickly. So they needed to join forces and deal with one first. Kill David first. He broke my arm. I'll make him suffer. The short man looked at David coldly. Good. The tall man nodded without hesitation. He leaped up, and the long knife in his hand instantly swung out countless sharp blades, heading straight for David. Seeing this, David released the dragon-slaying sword from his hand. Accompanied by the sword's continuous hums, streams of sword energy shot out, directly blocking the tall man's blades. Seeing this, the short man swung his knife with one hand, charging straight at David. With David now unprotected by the dragon-slaying sword, the short man was confident he could kill David single-handedly. David watched the short man rushing over and felt momentarily helpless. His strength suppressed, he couldn't fight the short man. Just as the short man rushed at him, David suddenly noticed the giant lion still staring at him. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. He swung his palm at the giant lion. He had to find a way to make the short man fight the giant lion to have a chance of survival. So David provoked the giant lion first, then got into a melee to find a chance to slip away. David slapped the giant lion with his palm. He thought the lion would go mad and attack him. But who would have thought the giant lion dodged, avoiding David's attack? Then it rolled its eyes and gave David a contemptuous look. Seeing the look in the giant lion's eyes, David was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected a monster to guess his intentions. So the lion dodged, not planning to attack at all. Go to hell. Just as David was stunned, the short man had already reached him. The long knife in his hand slashed fiercely onto David's back. Dang! With a crisp sound, David's body flew out instantly. A deep, bone-exposing wound appeared on his back, bleeding continuously. Severely injured, David spat blood from his mouth. The scene before him grew more and more blurred until he finally passed out. The short man looked at his handiwork and couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it, how did this guy train his body to be so hard?" The short man raised his knife and walked toward David. David had passed out, so the short man was completely off guard. Chapter 23:37. But just when the short man was about to attack David, a strong wind suddenly arose. Roar! The giant lion monster actually launched an attack on the short man. A roar and a powerful blast of breath forced the short man to stagger back repeatedly. After the short man retreated, the giant lion slowly walked up to David, licked David with its tongue, and then opened its bloody maw. Seeing this, the short man knew the giant lion intended to eat David, but he didn't stop it, as long as he could get away safely. Holding David's head, he could still deal with that Ling Wudao. The short man sheathed his long knife and watched from a distance as the giant lion tried to devour David. David was as good as dead anyway, and the short man had no desire to confront the giant lion alone. He was no match for it. Roar! The giant lion roared and raked its claws over David's body, but its sharp claws couldn't pierce David's incredibly tough skin at all. It then tried to bite him, but still couldn't break through David's defense. At this moment, David was like solid stone. The giant lion wanted to chew him but found it impossible. Frustrated, the giant lion looked at the unconscious David, then swung its paw to slap David's head. But just as the beast's claw was about to strike David's skull, a brilliant light suddenly flashed on David's chest. Immediately after, a golden orb of light slowly emerged from David's body. The moment the golden orb appeared, a vast, majestic aura began to spread, and the giant lion backed away in terror. The golden orb grew larger and larger, finally unfolding slowly and transforming into a fire phoenix that circled around David. Seeing the sudden appearance of the fire phoenix, the giant lion's eyes filled with fear. After a terrified roar, it knelt directly on the ground. The giant lion lowered its head as if in worship to the fire phoenix. The short man was shocked by this scene. He couldn't understand why a fire phoenix had suddenly flown out of David's body. The fire phoenix let out a cry, then finally plunged into David's forehead. On David's forehead, a fire phoenix mark appeared, but it soon faded away. After the fire phoenix vanished, the giant lion remained lying on the ground, its eyes now as docile as a house cat's. Seeing that the giant lion dared not eat David, the short man drew his long knife again, intending to finish David himself. But as the short man stepped forward, the huge lion, which had been lying motionless, suddenly charged at him, murder blazing in its eyes. Seeing this, the short man tumbled to dodge, but the giant lion refused to relent, continuing its desperate assault on the short man. Now, the giant lion fought the short man, while the dragon-slaying sword battled the tall man. David lay on the ground, unconscious and motionless. Roar! The giant lion roared, and the short man could hold out no longer. His other arm was seized in the giant lion's jaws and torn clean off. Ah! The excruciating pain made the short man scream piercingly. Hearing the scream, the tall man was momentarily distracted, and his head was instantly cleaved off by the dragon-slaying sword. And the short man had his head bitten off by the giant lion and swallowed whole. Both the tall and short men dead, David was safe for the time being. The dragon-slaying sword returned to David's side. After the giant lion licked David, it gently picked him up in its jaws and left swiftly. But not long after the giant lion carried David away, a group of people arrived, drawn by the earlier roars. Chapter 23:38. The leader was Yao Qing, master of the Blazing Heaven sect. They had heard the roars of a monster and the sounds of combat, so they rushed over. One must know that the beast cores of monsters are excellent cultivation resources, and the monsters in this secret realm were surely far stronger than those in the hidden world. But when Yao Qing and his men arrived, only 2 corpses remained on the ground. Yao Qing examined the corpses, then gently passed a hand over one body. The scene of the recent fight played before his eyes. What a powerful giant lion! Yao Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, then touched the other corpse. His eyes flashed. This spirit sword has awakened its sentience. It seems Chen Ping possesses quite some treasures. After them, Yao Qing led his men, quickly giving chase in the direction the giant lion had fled. Now, within the entire secret realm, almost everyone was searching for David. Some wanted to kill David to claim the resources of the Flying Star sect, some wanted to kill him for his treasures. Others sought David to aid him. For a time, people were looking for David everywhere in the secret realm, but fortunately, the realm was vast. Trying to find someone here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Damn it, where did this bastard go? Leng Wudao couldn't help growing anxious after receiving no news of David for so long. Brother Leng, this secret realm is enormous. Finding someone isn't simple. If you wish to know David's whereabouts, have the fortune teller perform a divination. It will. Tong Haiyang said to Leng Wudao. Leng Wudao's eyes suddenly brightened. Right. Why did I forget that old fraud? I'll send someone to find him. Leng Wudao dispatched his men, and soon they located and invited over an old man with a goatee. This man was the premier divination master of the hidden world, the divine calculator. He inquired into heaven's secrets and earth's principles. The divine calculator needed only 3 copper coins to know all. It was also why the divination sect could stand firm in the hidden world. Governor Leng has summoned me to divine David's hiding place, correct? Seeing Leng Wudao, the divine calculator spoke straightforwardly. The divine calculator's reputation is indeed well-deserved. I invited you to calculate David's location. I ask for your assistance. Leng Wudao spoke very politely to the divine calculator. Divining a direction is trivial, but Governor Leng knows my rules, yes? Said the divine calculator with a haughty demeanor. Of course, I know. Once the divine calculator finds David's hiding place, I will surely deliver a substantial amount of resources. Leng Wudao said hastily. The divine calculator nodded. Good. With that, the divine calculator took out 3 copper coins and tossed them high into the air. The 3 coins emitted a glow, suspended mid-air, and began to spin continuously. Leng Wudao and Tong Haiyang looked up at the coins, deeply curious. How could this divine calculator use 3 copper coins to divine anything? Divine calculator, what ancient artifacts are these 3 copper coins? Tong Haiyang couldn't help asking. They are merely 3 ordinary copper coins. They are not ancient artifacts. The divine calculator smiled lightly. But why can these 3 ordinary copper coins divine all things in your hands? Tong Haiyang asked. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. I have nothing more to say. After speaking, the divine calculator formed hand seals. The 3 copper coins kept shifting positions in midair. After about 10 minutes, the divine calculator still showed no reaction, his hands still weaving seals. Leng Wudao grew a bit impatient. More than 10 minutes had passed with no result. He wondered if the divine calculator was a charlatan bluffing his way through. After all, he had never sought the divine calculator's help before, the master's reputation was merely hearsay. Chapter 2339. Master Divine Calculator, isn't it working? Leng Wudao asked impatiently. It's done. As the divine calculator finished speaking, the copper coins in midair suddenly merged together. Immediately afterwards, rays of light shot from the coins, forming a projection. The information in the projection was precisely the scene of David confronting the tall and short men. The divine calculator suddenly waved his hand, and space seemed to split open instantly, with a surge of aura gushing from the fissure. You can sense it, is this David's aura? The divine calculator looked at Leng Wudao and Tong Haiyang. It is indeed David's aura. I have fought him, I know his aura. Leng Wudao said. Since Patriarch Leng can sense the aura, he can track along it. He will definitely find David, said the divine calculator. Good. Thank you, Master Divine Calculator. The promised resources, this old man will have them sent to your residence upon our return. After speaking, Leng Wudao led his men to chase swiftly along the aura. The divine calculator, along with Tong Haiyang, followed. Meanwhile, David was being carried in the giant lion's mouth, running swiftly. No one knew where the lion was taking him. David remained unconscious, but the old man within his body was desperately calling to him, trying to stop David from being carried further onward by the giant lion. They had already deviated from the route, going in the opposite direction from the location marked by the treasure map. Soon, the aura calculated by the divine calculator faded, and Leng Wudao lost the direction of David's trail. Damn it, divine calculator, what the hell is going on here? Leng Wudao demanded of the divine calculator. That David moved too fast and too far. My divination is also limited by time and distance, I cannot serve you indefinitely, said the divine calculator. Escaped quickly? Leng Wudao said with a puzzled expression, that David clearly suffered internal injuries. I'm goddamn impressed he can escape so quickly while injured. I can sense it, that David is moving faster and faster now. The divine calculator closed his eyes slightly, as if sensing something. Master Divine Calculator, do you know where David is? Please help calculate. Leng Wudao said urgently. Patriarch Leng, my divinations are priced separately. If you wish to continue, you need. The divine calculator made a money-counting gesture. Fine, no problem. I'll arrange for someone to prepare the resources for Master Divine Calculator. Leng Wudao readily agreed. Upon hearing this, the divine calculator tossed the 3 copper coins into the air once more. Soon, David's aura was revealed, he wasn't too far from Leng Wudao and the others. Ha ha ha. We have David's trail. He's not far from us. After him. Leng Wudao couldn't help but laugh aloud. The group once again chased in David's direction, but David remained unaware that Leng Wudao was closing in. He was still unconscious, letting the giant lion carry him around. Huh, that's really strange. Where is this David going? He seems to be running around aimlessly. The divine calculator sensed David's aura and found that David was moving entirely without a fixed direction. This David must be doing this to avoid pursuit. No wonder so many people can't find him. After speaking, Leng Wudao sent out his divine sense to track David's trail in real time. But soon, the divine calculator's 3 copper coins lost their effect, falling directly from their suspended position to the ground. Master Divine Calculator, what happened? Leng Wudao, seeing the coins drop, asked. Chapter 2340. How is this possible? The expression on the divine calculator's face changed slightly. David was clearly nearby. Why has he suddenly moved beyond my detection range? The divine calculator's copper coin divination also has a distance limitation. If the distance is too great, he cannot divine the target's position. Now that the coins had suddenly fallen, it proved David was far from them and out of range. Damn it, are you shitting me? Just now you said he was right ahead, and now suddenly he's far away and out of range? Are you fucking with me? Leng Wudao's face turned cold as he stepped forward and grabbed the divine calculator by the collar. He was going mad. David was injured, and his strength wasn't as great as the legends claimed. How could he have gotten so far away in the blink of an eye? Unless David knew spatial magic and could shuttle freely through space, but this was a secret realm, even if he knew spatial secrets, he couldn't use them here. From this, there was only one possibility: the divine calculator was talking bullshit and couldn't actually calculate David's position at all. The divine calculator, grabbed by the collar, looked very displeased. Are you doubting my divination skill? Master Divine Calculator, don't be angry. Brother Leng is just too anxious. Tong Haiyang hurried forward to smooth things over. Leng Wudao also knew he had lost his composure. After all, the divination sect status in the hidden world was no lower than that of his Flying Star sect, and was even slightly higher. Master Divine Calculator, I was too impatient. I apologize. Leng Wudao bowed his head and admitted his fault. Seeing this, the Divine Calculator didn't press the matter. After all, Leng Wudao was also a sect leader, bowing and apologizing was enough. Master Divine Calculator, please perform another divination to find where David has gone. Otherwise, searching like headless chickens will get us nowhere. Tong Haiyang said to the Divine Calculator. Fine. I'll try once more. I absolutely cannot let David ruin my reputation. After speaking, the Divine Calculator bit his finger and dripped 3 drops of blood onto the 3 copper coins. The 3 coins began to hum, then immediately turned blood red, emitting a crimson light. Search! The Divine Calculator tossed the 3 coins into the air, and they vanished without a trace. The Divine Calculator formed hand seals, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. It seemed this effort had drained a great deal of his energy. At this moment, David was still being carried by the giant lion, running swiftly. Even using his ultimate skill, the Divine Calculator could not divine David's position, because David was already hundreds of kilometers away from them. The Divine Calculator gasped and said, "That kid is elusive. It's truly difficult to divine. I can do no more. You'll have to find another way." The Divine Calculator left, having already expended too much energy divining David's location. Leng Wudao and Tong Haiyang looked at each other helplessly. In the end, they could only rely on the slow method of searching, hoping to find David's trail. Meanwhile, David was carried by the giant lion to the peak of a mountain, where the lion set him down. It then licked David with its tongue, but David remained unconscious. Helpless, the giant lion nestled beside David, standing guard. Various monsters came and went in the area. Though some became interested in David and wanted to eat him, they were all driven off by the giant lion. Thus, David remained in a coma for 7 days. During these 7 days, countless monsters tried to get at David, but all were stopped by the giant lion. There were also people who came to the area, but there were too many monsters here, and their levels were high. These people could only move about at the mountain's base and never reached the peak. Had they climbed to the summit, they would have found David. During these 7 days, because there were many monsters on this mountain peak, all the sects from the hidden world gathered here. After all, the beast cores of monsters were rare resources. Chapter 2341. If they could hunt some monsters and retrieve their beast cores, it would be of great help to the development of their sects. At this time, apart from the Pure Yang sect, all the other sects of the 3 sects and 6 factions from the hidden world had gathered together. Everyone, we have almost finished exploring this secret realm. The resources and environment here are hundreds of times richer than in the hidden realm, and this mountain is teeming with high-level monsters. If we can work together to hunt some of these beasts, then our sects will be able to develop rapidly. By then, we will be no worse than those cultivators from the 8 great secret realms. We too can become immortals and Buddhas, ascend to heaven, and live forever. Tong Haiyang said excitedly. Sect Master Tong is right. For such an entrance to a secret realm to suddenly appear in our hidden world, and an unclaimed one at that, proves heaven is giving us an opportunity. We must seize it. However, facing so many high-level monsters, we must unite. As long as we work together, this secret realm will become our base camp. If anyone dares to seize our secret realm, we will never allow it. Leng Wudao stood up and spoke in agreement. Sect Master Tong, Sect Master Leng, we of the hidden realm advance together. Just tell us what needs to be done. Yes, this secret realm is big enough for our sects anyway. In the future, we can cultivate in peace and no longer have to worry about resources. Everyone echoed Tong Haiyang and Leng Wudao. Then what about the Pure Yang sect? At this moment, Bao Yukuan of the alchemy sect spoke up. Everyone fell silent. After all, the Pure Yang sect was considered one of the 3 sects and 6 factions of the hidden world. How to deal with them was a difficult problem. I suggest the alchemy sect find them a corner and let them settle there. If they don't want to stay in the secret realm, let them get the hell out and stay in the hidden world. Someone suggested. Drive the Pure Yang sect out back to the hidden realm. The resources of this secret realm cannot be shared with them. Another said. Most of these suggestions were to expel the Pure Yang sect from the secret realm and send them back to the hidden realm. After all, with one sect gone, the others would get more resources. Leng Wudao listened, then waved his hand to calm everyone down. Everyone, although we have this secret realm, we must not lose our territory in the hidden world. If people from the 8 great secret realms learn of our secret realm and come to seize it, given our current strength, we would be powerless to stop them. So we must prepare on both fronts. We cannot lose the hidden world territory. If people from the 8 great secret realms really come to rob us, we can still retreat to the hidden world. They wouldn't dare to leave the secret realm. But if we drive out the Pure Yang sect now and send them back to the hidden world, wouldn't all the territory in the hidden world become the Pure Yang sects? If we truly face danger in the secret realm, where would we retreat to? After retreating to the hidden world, who can guarantee the Pure Yang sect won't take revenge on us? Leng Wudao carefully analyzed the situation for everyone. What sect Master Leng says makes sense. In that case, how do you suggest we deal with the Pure Yang sect? Someone asked Leng Wudao. Leng Wudao scanned the crowd, then narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a murderous tone, "Kill them." Following Leng Wudao's word, "kill," everyone fell silent. Although the 3 sects and 6 factions of the hidden world often schemed against each other, fighting secretly over resources, truly committing sect annihilation was something they had never seriously considered. Now that Leng Wudao suggested destroying the Pure Yang sect, for a moment, no one knew how to respond. Chapter 2342. I think Sect Master Leng's method is excellent. Since there is already a rift between the Pure Yang sect and us, we must eradicate them. Keeping them would be a disaster. Moreover, after destroying the Pure Yang sect, everyone can share all of their resources. Tong Haiyang spoke up, supporting Leng Wudao's plan. Seeing Tong Haiyang also speak, and with the promise of equally sharing the Pure Yang sect's resources, everyone was no longer silent. Kill them. I've never liked that Yu Buchuan. Destroy that Pure Yang sect. But keep his female disciples. Every time I see his female disciples, I can't control myself. Haha, there's more than one female disciple in the Pure Yang sect. Everyone can have their share. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the fate of the Pure Yang sect was decided by these people. At this time, Yu Buchuan and the disciples of the Pure Yang sect had set up camp not far away, completely unaware of what these people were plotting. What worried him at the moment was David's safety. He wondered if David had escaped. Master, it's been so many days. If those people haven't caught Mr. Chen, it means Mr. Chen must have escaped. You don't need to worry, Lu Rui comforted Yu Buchuan. Yes, Mr. Chen is tenacious. He won't die easily. We need to find a suitable place and move the Pure Yang sect here. The resources in this secret realm are too rich. With these resources, all of your strengths can improve faster. Yu Buchuan said. Master, aren't we going to hunt some monsters and get their beast cores? Lu Xing asked Yu Buchuan, puzzled. I've observed them. Those are high-level monsters with formidable strength. Hunting them would come at a high cost. Since we can cultivate peacefully with the existing resources here, why take the risk? Yu Buchuan had no intention of hunting monsters, he only wanted to find a place for the Pure Yang sect to settle. Alright, tomorrow my junior sister and I will lead a group to find a suitable location, Lu Xing nodded. At this moment, at the meeting of the 3 sects and 6 factions, everyone had agreed to attack and directly destroy the Pure Yang sect. But just as the meeting was about to conclude, space suddenly fluctuated, and a figure slowly materialized. Everyone who saw this was stunned, immediately assuming defensive postures as if facing a great enemy. But when the figure fully manifested, everyone was shocked. Yao Qing, you're not dead? Leng Wudao looked at the appearing figure and asked. It turned out this figure was Yao Qing, master of the Blazing Heavens sect. The Blazing Heaven sect was a demonic cult, exterminated by the alliance of the 3 sects and 6 factions. Yet now Yao Qing had appeared. Seeing Yao Qing, the others also grew tense, their auras rising. "Everyone, don't panic. This is just Yao Qing's projection, it poses no threat," Bao Yuquan hurriedly reassured everyone. Among them, only Bao Yuquan knew Yao Qing was alive and had been in contact with the Blazing Heaven sect. Bao Yuquan had been able to embezzle the Pure Yang sect's resources for years by cooperating with Yao Qing and deceiving Yubuchuan. "Yao Qing, why have you come here?" Leng Wudao asked Yao Qing. "No particular reason. I merely heard you plan to destroy the Pure Yang sect, so I came to join the fun. Also, I wish to join you in hunting monsters on the mountain together," Yao Qing said with a faint smile. "Impossible. You are a demonic cultivator, how could we ally with you?" Someone loudly refused. "If not, then I will inform Yubuchuan of your plans. Besides, I am a demonic cultivator, but for the sake of cultivation and resources, don't you employ any means yourselves? Otherwise, why destroy the Pure Yang sect? We are just birds of a feather. Moreover, I practice demonic arts due to lack of resources, merely to accelerate my cultivation. Now that resources here are abundant and there are so many monsters, I no longer need to use demonic arts to absorb others' strength. If you allow me to join, then my Blazing Heaven sect can take the Pure Yang sect's place, and we can also contribute to slaying monsters," Yao Qing said with a cold sneer. Chapter 2343. After listening to Yao Qing's words, everyone fell silent. At this time, dealing with just the Pure Yang sect was enough. If the Blazing Heaven sect also got involved, it would certainly cause losses to the other sects. While everyone was silent, Bao Yuquan of the alchemy sect spoke up. "I think what Yao Qing said is not unreasonable. This secret realm is big enough, as long as they refrain from practicing demonic arts in the future and agree to destroy the Pure Yang sect for us, we won't have to take action ourselves, sparing us any backlash." Bao Yuquan was speaking up for Yao Qing. Having the Blazing Heaven sect destroy the Pure Yang sect is a good idea, Tong Haiyang said. Although the Pure Yang sect's strength wasn't great, actually destroying them would still incur losses. No one wanted to do such a deed, as it would damage their reputation if word got out later. Now, having an evil sect like the Blazing Heaven sect destroy the Pure Yang sect was justifiable. Even if news spread, everyone would angrily condemn the Blazing Heaven sect, and it wouldn't affect the other sects of the hidden world. "Yao Qing, we ask you to destroy the Pure Yang sect. Do you agree? If you destroy the Pure Yang sect, the Blazing Heaven sect can take its place," Leng Wudao asked. "No problem. I can annihilate the Pure Yang sect with a wave of my hand," Yao Qing nodded. "Good. After you destroy the Pure Yang sect, we'll discuss hunting monsters and dividing the territory," Leng Wudao said. Yao Qing's figure began to fade and finally vanished. If Leng Wudao knew his son had been killed by the Blazing Heaven sect, one wonders if he would still agree to Yao Qing's proposal. David remained unconscious on the mountaintop. The giant lion had been waiting by his side, never leaving, which made the old man attached to David's body very anxious. He needed to quickly find the place marked on the treasure map, let his soul find it here, and then he could tear through space-time and return to the celestial world. Once back in the celestial world, he could reshape his physical body and return to life. But with David unconscious, he could only be anxious. At this moment, the fire phoenix mark on David's forehead began to flicker slowly, followed by a ball of golden light rising gradually, finally transforming into a phoenix that circled around David. A vast aura emanated from the fire phoenix. The giant lion guarding nearby, upon seeing this, hurriedly crouched down and emitted low growls, panic in its eyes. Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble, and countless powerful auras began gathering toward the mountaintop one after another. Roars echoed continuously. Not long after, hundreds of monsters ran over, all lying on the ground with panic in their eyes. Flapping its wings, the fire phoenix flew over the heads of these monsters, and they were so frightened they didn't dare to lift their heads. A ray of light emitted from the top of each monster's head, and then hundreds of rays converged on the fire phoenix's body. Instantly, the fire phoenix spread its wings and shook them a few times. Bright golden lights shot into the sky, illuminating the entire mountain in an instant, like a round sun. Hundreds of monsters felt the aura emanating from the fire phoenix, each trembling. Even as the fire phoenix absorbed the power from these monsters' beast cores, none dared to resist. The earth trembled, the light shone brilliantly. On the mountaintop, countless monsters crouched in the dark. Anyone who saw this would probably die of fright. These were all martial god-level monsters, with even a few at the peak of martial god, about to break through to martial emperor. Even if all the people from the 3 sects and 6 factions of the hidden world came, they would turn and flee in terror at this sight. Chapter 23:44. What's happening on the mountaintop? Someone saw golden light on the mountaintop and felt an extremely terrifying aura continuously emanating from there. The people from the 3 sects and 6 factions all looked up at the strange scene on the mountaintop. Such a powerful aura. Could there be even higher-level monsters on the mountaintop? Leng Wudao frowned slightly. I can still feel this aura from such a distance. It seems this must be the Monster King, and its strength is definitely above Martial Emperor. Tong Haiyang also wore a very serious expression. If such powerful monsters existed in the secret realm, they had to be cautious. When dividing territory, they must stay far away. Otherwise, being wiped out by a monster wouldn't be worth it. It seems we must be careful when hunting monsters. I never expected such high-level monsters in this secret realm, Leng Wudao sighed. But at this moment, on the other side of the mountain, Chu Yunchang looked at the golden light on the mountaintop, felt the terrifying aura, and his face turned somewhat grim. Such a terrifying aura. It seems there's a beast king on the mountaintop, Chu Yunchang said. He had originally intended to go up but chose a new path instead. He didn't want to become the beast king's meal. On the mountaintop, after absorbing the power from the monster's beast cores, the fire phoenix circled David twice, then turned into a golden light again and hit on David's forehead. The fire phoenix disappeared, but the monsters remained lying on the ground, not daring to move. Their strength had clearly dropped by a level, as part of their power had been absorbed by the fire phoenix. Immediately after the golden light entered David's forehead, a force began to circulate around the dragon crystal on David's chest. The dragon power within David's body also merged with this force, soon combining to form a mighty power. Cough, cough. David coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes. When David opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the blue sky. Where is this? Am I not dead? David frowned slightly. The last thing he remembered was fighting the short man and finally passing out. As for what happened afterward, David knew nothing. After lying still for a while, David found the dragon power in his body had grown stronger and was no longer suppressed. Clenching his fists, David found his strength had recovered. He no longer felt unable to use his power. Great, I've finally recovered. David exclaimed happily, suddenly sitting up. But as soon as he rose, he was instantly terrified by everything before him. In front of him lay a dense mass of monsters prostrated on the ground. There were all kinds, each enormous, with terrifying auras. David was so frightened he nearly passed out again just after waking up. David didn't dare to move while sitting, hardly daring to breathe. But the hundreds of monsters before him were also motionless, not daring to breathe. Both sides feared each other, each afraid of the other. You don't need to be afraid. These monsters have already become your underlings and won't harm you, the old man's voice sounded. What? Become my underlings? What's going on? David was surprised, not understanding what had happened. To be precise, these monsters are all your little chick's underlings, so they're also your underlings, the old man explained. Little chick? What little chick? David didn't understand. You bastard, playing dumb after getting what you wanted? It's the fire phoenix you messed around with, the old man said, then told David about the matter. David learned that the fire phoenix residing in his body had used its power to tame these monsters. Considering the monsters on the Monster Beast mountain range were much stronger than these and were also subdued by the fire phoenix, taming these monsters before him was no problem. Chapter 23:45. You're saying that if I stand up now, these monsters really won't attack me? David was still a bit worried. After all, so many monsters were staring at him. Of course not. Hurry up and take me to the place marked on the treasure map. The old man was growing impatient. David still didn't dare to stand, and asked the old man, "Don't lie to me. If I get eaten by a monster, no one will take you there." "Don't worry, how could I lie to you? Once you stand up, these monsters will probably tremble in fear." The old man urged David to get up. Only then did David slowly stand. Seeing him rise, the monsters quickly took 2 steps back, causing a commotion. "See, these monsters are afraid of you," the old man said to David. Looking at the monsters, David saw they truly feared him, which put him more at ease. David then looked at the giant lion not far away and waved. "Come here." He wanted to test it, since these monsters were his underlings, would they obey him? The giant lion lay on the ground and slowly rubbed against David, as docile as a puppy. This made David very happy. With so many monsters as his underlings, why should he still fear Ling Wudao and those bastards from the hidden world? Thinking back to being hunted down and beaten so badly, David grew furious. "I must get revenge." David suddenly threw a punch, and a huge boulder in the distance turned to dust. This time, the monsters trembled in fright, thinking David was going to attack them. As for David, he looked at his fist, a bit stunned. He hadn't expected that during his coma, his realm had actually advanced. David had now reached the 4th stage of the distraction realm, equivalent to a 4th-rank martial god. This way, even if David encountered a martial emperor, he could still put up a fight. Raising my realm like this is a bit too casual. David never expected to advance while unconscious. You absorbed the strength of hundreds of monsters into your body. If you didn't advance, that would be fucking abnormal. The old man said, speechless. David then remembered the old man had said the fire phoenix absorbed strength from hundreds of monsters, which woke David up and allowed the dragon and phoenix powers to merge without heavenly suppression. Although each monster only contributed part of its strength, the combined power of hundreds of monsters was not to be underestimated. With these monsters, I don't need to fear those assholes from the hidden world. After speaking, David began walking down the mountain. As soon as David moved, hundreds of monsters followed behind in a mighty procession, dust flying, trees shaking. Even the ground trembled, the entire mountain seemed ready to collapse. Seeing this, David quickly waved his hands, signaling all the monsters to stop. Although bringing these monsters was impressive, this way David couldn't avoid detection no matter where he went. Now that his strength had recovered and his realm advanced, even if he met someone from the hidden world, he had the power to fight. If needed, he could easily escape. There was no need for the monsters to follow for now, so David shouted, "All of you, disperse. I'll call if needed." After David finished, the monsters scattered and left. Seeing them gone, David turned and walked down the mountain. He wanted to help the old man find the location marked on the map, and then talk about revenge. But now, having been brought here by the giant lion, he was far from the marked location, so David had to hurry. Chapter 23:46. At the foot of the mountain peak, the Pure Yang sect's temporary camp. Yao Qing rushed over with members of the Blazing Heaven sect. Since he promised Ling Wudao and the others to destroy the Pure Yang sect and take its place, he had to act. Otherwise, always living in secrecy was no long-term solution. The Pure Yang sect was only resting here temporarily before finding a suitable place to set up camp. "Master, we're so far from the other sects now. Do you think they'll plot against us?" Lu Xing asked Yubuchuan. "No. After all, they're reputed righteous sections. They may not associate with us in the future, but they won't lay hands on us." Yubuchuan still trusted the other sects wouldn't go so far as to kill them. "Let's find a place farther from those guys, or they'll always cause trouble," Lu Rui said. "Don't worry, take it slow. This secret realm seems unowned and vast. I believe there are still many auspicious lands and treasures undiscovered." After speaking, Yubuchuan lay down on his bed. He was still worried about David's safety, wondering if David had escaped. Lu Xing and Lu Rui also went to rest, with only 2 Pure Yang sect disciples patrolling to guard against monster intrusions. At that moment, the 2 patrolling disciples suddenly noticed figures approaching rapidly. Before they could call out, they felt a tightness in their chests, then holes appeared, blood spurting out. Without making a sound, the 2 Pure Yang sect disciples fell dead. Thud, thud. 2 soft falls to the ground still startled Yubuchuan. Originally, Yubuchuan was lying down to rest, but now with movement, he got up immediately to check. But as soon as Yubuchuan rose, he saw several figures charging toward him at high speed, each radiating killing intent. Yubuchuan was shocked, suddenly throwing out a palm. A white light flashed in the dark night, the terrifying force directly blasting the figures away. This time, all the Pure Yang sect disciples were alerted. Seeing this, Yao Qing knew a sneak attack was impossible, so he stopped hiding. As torches were lit one after another, Yubuchuan was shocked to see it was Yao Qing of the Blazing Heavens sect who had unexpectedly attacked. He hadn't expected the Blazing Heavens sect to enter this secret realm and dare to attack him so boldly. After all, the Blazing Heavens sect had been hiding all these years, never daring to show their faces openly. Yao Qing, you are so bold, daring to sneak attack my Pure Yang sect? Yubuchuan shouted angrily at Yao Qing. Yubuchuan, when you hunted down my Blazing Heavens sect, your Pure Yang sect was also involved. It's only natural for me to sneak attack you in revenge, Yao Qing snorted coldly. You are too audacious. Don't you know the other sect's camps are not far away? Once they're alerted, I'd like to see how your Blazing Heavens sect escapes. Yubuchuan threatened Yao Qing. Ha ha ha, you are so naive. Do you think the other sects will come to save you? Since you're about to die, I might as well tell you, I came to destroy your Pure Yang sect after negotiating with the other sections. My Blazing Heavens sect will take your Pure Yang sect's place, Yao Qing said with a loud laugh. Bullshit. They would never do that. Stop sowing discord. Yubuchuan didn't believe Yao Qing at all. After all, they despised demonic cultivators so much, how could Yao Qing take the Pure Yang sect's place? Chapter 2347. Is that so? We'll find out in a moment. Let's see if anyone will come to rescue you. After speaking, Yao Qing raised his palm. The dark sky grew even darker, and waves of a terrifying, gloomy aura began to slowly permeate the air. Kill them. The members of the Blazing Heavens sect, holding weapons, roared as they charged toward the disciples of the Pure Yang sect. The Pure Yang sect disciples did not back down either. The 2 sides instantly clashed, and the sounds of wailing immediately echoed through the night sky. These sounds spread far in the silent night. Ling Wudao looked at the killing cries not far away and the soaring flames with a satisfied smile on his face. Brother Ling, do you truly intend to let the Blazing Heavens sect take the place of the Pure Yang sect? At this moment, Tong Haiyang stepped forward and asked. Then what do you mean? Ling Wudao looked at Tong Haiyang. The 2 looked at each other and suddenly smiled simultaneously. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The 2 said this sentence in unison, then laughed out loud. They were waiting for the Blazing Heavens sect to fight the Pure Yang sect to mutual exhaustion. They planned to finish off the Blazing Heavens sect afterward. That Yao Qing is a wolf who doesn't recognize its master. I won't keep someone like him around, Ling Wudao said with a faint smile. One more sect means more resources to share. The Blazing Heavens sect should have perished long ago. Letting them survive this long is already enough, Tong Haiyang said. He never considered truly accepting the Blazing Heavens sect. After all, the presence of demonic cultivators like them was like a ticking time bomb, threatening their safety at any moment. At this time, the Pure Yang sect's camp was already a river of blood, with mangled corpses everywhere. Everyone was seeing red. Lu Xing and Lu Rui were covered in blood, indistinguishable whether it was their own or their enemies. Yao Qing and Yubuchuan were locked in combat, having already exchanged over 100 moves. Every move and stance contained immense energy. The mountains, rocks, and trees within hundreds of meters had already been pulverized. Yubuchuan, if you surrender obediently, I might consider sparing your disciples, Yao Qing said after forcing Yu Buchuan back with a palm strike. At this moment, Yu Buchuan was panting heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his internal energy rapidly depleting. Compared to Yao Qing, Yu Buchuan's strength was slightly inferior. Yao Qing, you are a demonic cultivator. How can I trust you? Even if my pure yang sect dies out, I will never yield to a demonic cultivator like you. Yu Buchuan gritted his teeth, then suddenly reached into the void. Soon, a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. Flames danced on the spear, rising and reflecting half the sky red. The flame spear? I never expected your pure yang sect to be a bunch of thieves. This flame spear was originally a treasure from the ruins. It should have belonged to all the sects of the hidden world, but it suddenly vanished. Looks like your bastard stole it, Yao Qing said disdainfully upon seeing the flame spear in Yu Buchuan's hand. Bullshit. Don't slander others. This flame spear is originally a treasure of my pure yang sect, an ancestral relic. What bullshit ruins? Other sects made that up because they coveted my sect's treasure. Today, your Blazing Heaven sect has killed so many of my disciples. I'll tear you to pieces. Yu Buchuan erupted in fury. Seeing his disciples dead and wounded, his heart felt as if twisted by a knife. Boom! Yu Buchuan thrust his spear. The spear light was like starlight, shooting directly toward Yao Qing. Break! Yu Buchuan shouted. The spear erupted like a dragon, the massive shockwave leaving Yao Qing no room to dodge. Chapter 23:48. Humph, petty tricks. Yao Qing snorted coldly, sliding his hands through the void. Instantly, a massive black hole appeared in the void. All of Yu Buchuan's attacks were sucked into the enormous black hole, causing no harm to Yao Qing. Instead, Yao Qing swung out a palm, and a huge black palm print materialized instantly, striking Yu Buchuan heavily in the chest. Yu Buchuan vomited blood and instantly fell to the ground. Master! Seeing this, Lu Xing and Lu Rui hurried forward to help Yu Buchuan up. At this moment, Yu Buchuan's face was pale, his aura extremely weak. He had just used his flame spear with all his might, yet hadn't harmed Yao Qing at all. Yu Buchuan knew they might be doomed today. Xinger, Ruier, you two must find a chance to escape. Don't go to the other sects, it seems they truly intend to kill us. Remember, leave this place, leave the hidden world. Find a place to live ordinary lives. With your strength, you can live well, Yu Buchuan said to Lu Xing and Lu Rui. Master, we won't leave. Even if we die, we will never abandon you. Seeing Yu Buchuan's state, Lu Rui burst into tears. Master, you and junior sister should go. I'll hold them off, Lu Xing said with determined eyes. You can't hold them off at all. Don't die in vain. You too, go. Yu Buchuan desperately wanted to give Lu Xing and Lu Rui a chance to escape. Master, I'll blow myself up in a moment. When I do, you and junior sister seize the chance to escape, Lu Xing said. Hearing Lu Xing intended to self-destruct, Yu Buchuan and Lu Rui were both shocked. Stop daydreaming. No one can escape. Even if you blow yourself up, you'll never get the chance, Yao Qing said lightly. He had heard every word of their conversation. But just as Yao Qing finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and soaring shockwaves surged forth like a tsunami. It turned out some pure Yang sect disciples had begun to self-destruct. Master, go! We'll hold them off. At this moment, a blood-soaked pure Yang sect disciple yelled at Yu Buchuan. After speaking, the disciple's body instantly swelled like a balloon. Then another loud explosion, like a bomb detonating. Seeing his disciples choose to self-destruct one by one to cover his escape, Yu Buchuan's heart felt as if twisted by a knife. Seeing this, Yao Qing chanted an incantation. A massive black hole suddenly appeared in the dark sky, and the shockwaves and aftermath from the self-destructing pure Yang sect disciples were all sucked into the black hole. I told you, self-destruction is useless. None of you can escape today. After speaking, Yao Qing walked step by step toward Yu Buchuan. But at this moment, David, who was resting, was awakened by the sound of explosions. Immediately after, David's figure flashed and vanished from the spot. The camps of the other sects not far away all stepped out of their tents to look at the strange phenomenon in the sky. These Pure Yang sect people are all lunatics, self-destructing one after another. Sigh, why has the Pure Yang sect come to this? After all these years together, isn't what we're doing a bit too much? Who knows what our own fates will be in the future? Some began to pity the Pure Yang sect. Stop hypocritically lamenting here. When it comes to equally sharing resources and treasures, I don't see any of you taking less. I think the battle should be over. Let's go take a look. Leng Wudao led the crowd toward the Pure Yang sect's camp. After all, if the Pure Yang sect disciples had started choosing to self-destruct, it proved the battle was in its final stages. Given the severity of the self-destruction, the Blazing Heaven sect likely didn't have many people left either. Chapter 2349. The Pure Yang sect camp. At this time, it was already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The disciples of the Pure Yang sect were almost all killed or injured, and the remaining ones had also self-destructed one after another. Only some severely injured, immobile disciples emitted weak breaths. Lu Xing and Lu Rui stood in front of Yu Buchuan. Although they knew their strength was insufficient to stop Yao Qing, neither flinched. Yu Buchuan, I truly admire you for raising so many loyal disciples. After I kill them all, I will absorb all your strength. Yao Qing sneered, surrounded by swirling black mist as he lunged toward Lu Xing and Lu Rui. Lu Xing and Lu Rui knew they were dead, yet their faces showed no fear or retreat. Instead, they erupted with their last remaining energy, ready to face death. But just as Yao Qing extended both palms, a dazzling light suddenly erupted not far away, as if the sun had abruptly risen in the dark night. Immediately after, a tsunami-like turbulent aura surged forth, racing with immense speed. Wherever it passed, trees and rocks turned to dust, leaving deep trenches in the ground. Yu Buchuan and the others were also startled momentarily, then looked toward the dazzling light with confusion in their eyes. Yao Qing's expression changed. His palms, originally aimed at Lu Xing and Lu Rui, instantly shifted direction and thrust forward with great force. A majestic aura rushed out, violently colliding with that dazzling light. Boom! A sound like a nuclear explosion erupted, followed by a mushroom cloud rising all around. The massive shockwave sent everyone nearby flying. Even Yao Qing was forced back, step after step, retreating over 10 meters before stabilizing his footing. As the dust settled, David's figure slowly emerged. David held the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, raging anger in his eyes. The glaring light earlier was merely the radiance from David's sword strike. It's you, kid? Yao Qing was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected David to unleash such formidable power. Mr. Chen. When Yu Buchuan, Lu Xing, and Lu Rui saw it was David, a glimmer of hope sparked in their eyes. Sect Master Yu, are you alright? David bent down, placing a hand on Yu Buchuan's shoulder. Streams of spiritual power instantly flowed into Yu Buchuan's body. Yu Buchuan smiled faintly. I'm fine, won't die yet. After channeling spiritual power to Yu Buchuan, David took out the beast core of the raging flame tiger and handed it to him. Sect Master Yu, this is a beast core. Swallow it, it will help you recover quickly. Yu Buchuan took the beast core, his heart stirring. Just from its appearance, he could tell the monster it came from must have been extremely powerful. Yu Buchuan swallowed the beast core. A warm current instantly rose within his body, and his depleted energy recovered significantly. Mr. Chen, has your strength returned? Lu Rui asked David. Judging from David's strike earlier, his strength should have returned to its peak. David nodded. Yes, it's back. You two, leave immediately with Sect Master Yu. I'll hold them off here. David knew that although his explosive strike had repelled Yao Qing, in a real fight, he might not be Yao Qing's match. Moreover, Yao Qing had many Blazing Heaven sect disciples behind him. If they all attacked, David knew his chances of winning were slim. So he told Lu Xing and Lu Rui to leave with Yu Buchuan, allowing David to find an opportunity to escape. Though he couldn't win, David was confident in fleeing. "Mr. Chen, Yu Buchuan knew that even with his strength restored, David still wasn't Yao Qing's match. Chapter 2350. Enough, no more talk. As long as you leave, I can find a chance to escape. Though I can't beat him, escaping is no problem." Worried Yu Buchuan would refuse to leave and waste time, David urged. Hearing this, Yu Buchuan understood David didn't plan to confront Yao Qing head-on but intended to flee, which reassured him. "Then take care of yourself." Supported by Lu Xing and Lu Rui, Yu Buchuan rose and prepared to leave. But at that moment, the sound of chaotic footsteps approached. Ling Wudao and Tong Haiyang had arrived with people from the other sects. Seeing the tragic scene, many trembled. But when he saw Yu Buchuan still alive and David present, Ling Wudao was startled. "Good bastard, I've been looking for you for days. I didn't expect you to show up here. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." After speaking, the Flying Star sect disciples instantly surrounded David. Yu Buchuan and the others were also encircled. Escape was now impossible. "Ling Wudao, as a righteous sect, you actually collude with demonic cultivators and seek my death. And all of you, colluding with demonic cultivators, aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution? Just wait. My fate today will be yours tomorrow. You'll be devoured sooner or later." Yu Buchuan looked at the people before him, trembling with anger. He could hardly imagine these people would collude with the Blazing Heaven sect to destroy him. Yu Buchuan's words silenced many. "Yu Buchuan, stop struggling before death. Let me tell you, what is the purpose of our cultivation? To vanquish demons and defend the Tao? To protect our homes and country? Who doesn't wish to become immortal Buddhas, to live forever? So save your breath. Where benefits lie, enemies become friends. Since you chose to stand with that David, you should have expected this day would come," Ling Wudao said coldly. "No need to waste words. Kill them directly to avoid further complications," Tong Haiyang said. Ling Wudao nodded and looked at Yao Qing. "Take your Blazing Heaven sect people and kill them. The Pure Yang sect's position is yours." Now, with no other path, Yao Qing had no choice but to kill Yu Buchuan. Yao Qing led the Blazing Heaven sect members forward slowly, murderous intent in his eyes. On the periphery, hundreds from the other sects watched eagerly. Sigh. Heaven plays cruel tricks. "Mr. Chen, you shouldn't have shown up." Seeing no way out, Yu Buchuan sighed. "Don't worry, it's not the final moment yet," David said with a faint smile. "You can still smile when about to die. You are indeed talented, but unfortunately chose the wrong path." Yao Qing narrowed his eyes at David. "If you commit suicide, you'll avoid further suffering. Otherwise, if I act, I'll make your life worse than death." Yao Qing didn't want to act himself because the people from the other sects watching also pressured him greatly. If he were injured in battle and these sects suddenly turned on the Blazing Heaven sect, they'd be slaughtered. Indeed, Yao Qing didn't fully trust Ling Wudao. The fact that Ling Wudao could devise a plan to directly destroy the Pure Yang sect showed his ruthlessness. So Yao Qing hoped David and the others would commit suicide. In this hopeless situation, suicide would spare them greater agony. "You think we must die?" David sneered. "Do you see any chance of survival?" Yao Qing retorted.